We are here, and I know everybody is super excited. I know I am. We do have several online, including Dr. Rosenbluth, Scott Strong. Who else is online? Dan's online.
Patrick might be joining us later.
Patrick Purcell might be joining online. And then here in the room, we have Lincoln Church, Tracy Meyer, Evan Glenn, Des Barker, Russ Bedman, Aaron O'Brien, myself, Lance Syrat, Betsy Byrne, Cameron Gill, and Mike McCandless. And we have several staff. Evan, George, Rachel, Patrick, Caroline, Ari, and Tara and Shane. So with that, we will call the meeting to order. Any snacks, restrooms. I know the men's room is out this door.
This,
and the women's is out.
yeah, it's the next hall over. Yeah.
Okay. We do have a quorum, so I'll go ahead and read the public meeting statement because we have to. This is a public meeting taking place primarily via remote electronic transmission by Zoom. Google Meet, and with some participants attending by phone, there is limited in-person attendance. The electronic hybrid format is allowed under the Utah Open Public Meetings Act, and these proceedings are being recorded as required under that statute. As a reminder to all in attendance, the proceedings, presentations, the agenda, and all of the materials provided for this meeting, together with the minutes of this meeting and any chat or texts between members of the board, will also become part of the public record of this meeting. So with the quorum, official business of the committee may commence. I believe the first item that we're not ready for, right? Jake is not here for oath of office.
Yeah, Jake's not here yet, so he said he was on his way, but we'll maybe just push that
We
back
can just push that one back.
later.
We do have, though, the next item, two sets of minutes, both the March 28th and the March 6th. We need to approve those minutes if there is a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from those meetings.
Okay, motion by Lance Syrat. Second. Second by Des Barker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any discussion? Any objections? All right. Rule those minutes approved. And now is the Open Public Meetings Act training. Appreciate. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Just pouring the eye, don't worry. Just taking a little side trip around the back roads of Lehigh and Saratoga.
I'm sorry, I was parked right next to you. I'm like, I swear.
I
that's
just saw you go out and I went, oh, that's strange.
I was, you know, the Zoom thing. You never know. I should have just said, follow me. I'm sorry.
So I wonder if we should just go ahead, since you're here, Jake, we can administer the oath of office real quick and take care of that item.
Yeah, so we have Paula here, she's a notary for the spring, so you just got here, welcome, but we're gonna sort you in right now. So we'll just have you read this, put them over, and I'll say, I don't know if you have to read it to him, he doesn't get your driver's license.
One more time.
Driver's license.
It's coming around for Jim. My son's gone over there to do a rain. That's the big one. We did all. You might have to sit and get on stretch. I bet you should have make it.
You said it, right? It's one of those things where you're like,
Exactly right.
Okay, are we ready? Thank you for doing this, Ollie. Appreciate it. I know.
I'm just looking at your snacks. You're ready. I'm like, maybe I need to go over and build my little pile.
Straight up.
Thank you, Ollie. You signed it. She knows. You read it. She read it. Do we need to do anything verbally, Shane? Swear you in? Okay.
Teach them a handshake.
Oh, yeah, we got to teach you the handshake, which, 12 steps. Welcome to the team, Jake. Appreciate you being here and representing. We're talking on State Court, and I look forward to know you a little bit better and your insight on this. And thanks to everybody else for being here. Appreciate you either tuning in online or being here present. Caroline's got a great story about the room, and explanation. This is not our first choice or probably even our second choice, but it ended up being what it is. So apologies in advance for that. But on the agenda, as far as the agenda goes, what we'll do next is this Open Public Meetings Act training, which is riveting stuff, especially when it's presented by our Attorney General, Shane Stroud. He knows how to do this very efficiently, and if anybody can do it interestingly,
Jason might be over promising. I promise it's only going to take a few hours to get through. I'll move through it as quick as we can. Jason mentioned that you're all excited to be here today. I know it's for the Open Public Meetings Act training that you've been anticipating. You probably didn't sleep well last night, so the time has finally arrived. Lance's comment, it's always good to start with a joke. So here's the joke. Why did Adele cross the road?
I did Adele.
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 So she could say hello from the other side. So with that will be the highlight of the Open Public Meetings Act. So why are we doing this? Well, we're doing this because the law requires every year you have training on the Open Public Meetings Act. This is a public meeting and of a board that is, or a committee that's created by Utah statute. And so it's subject to the act. So if you could go to the next slide, please, Caroline.
Yeah.
So what is OPMA? You'll hear it referred to that. Well, it's the Open Public Meetings Act. That's in Title 52, Part 4. Like I said, it applies to all councils, board, commissions that are statutorily created, including this one. And it advances the policy that public bodies should conduct their deliberations and business openly, so that the public knows what's going on. It's before the public eye, and the public has a chance to attend and see that in person or attend online. Now, the law is pretty thorough. There are a lot of moving parts to it, but for our purposes, it really requires 4 things. That's proper notice of the meeting, providing the ability for the public to attend, transacting business in an open and transparent manner, and good record keeping. Now, fortunately, most of these things are taken care of by the very capable Patrick and Caroline, who really go to great lengths to make sure that we're properly noticing the meeting, we're providing the ability for the public to be here, and we're keeping good records. transacting businesses in an open and transparent manner is really what all of you will be doing. But just by virtue of the fact you're doing that here today, fulfills that requirement. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So next slide. So when does OPMA apply? Well, it applies to a meeting. So actually this year, the legislature made some adjustments to the definition of a meeting. So what is a meeting? Well, it's a gathering of the public body, one. Two, that is convened by an individual with authority to convene that meeting in the manner provided by law. And three, for the express purpose of doing one of three things: acting as the public body, receiving public comment, or deliberating about an action. And when we talk about the express purpose here, it's a meeting to talk about something over which the committee has authority. So in this case, you have authority over advising and helping the division with administration of its grants. So in this case, this OPMA applies. This is an open public meeting to which the law applies. There are other meetings to which it doesn't apply. So for example, if you all get together for lunch, or you all get together to have dinner, and you're not going to take any action, you're not going to consider relevant matter, you're not going to take public comment, then it doesn't apply. You can have that social meeting. But you need to make sure that when you do that, you're not talking about the grants and making decisions. You're deliberating about matters over which the board has authority. You need to save that for public meetings. Keep those meetings social. Other types of things that it doesn't apply are things like just chance encounters, because it hasn't been convened for the express purpose of doing those three things. So next slide, please. So when does it apply? Well, it applies to all open meetings, and it also applies to closed meetings. So this is an open meeting. There's also the committee has the ability to close a meeting to the public in certain circumstances, but they're very, very limited. They're all listed in the statute, but generally they have to do with discussing, for example, the fitness of a particular committee member to serve, or if you're planning to buy a piece of property, to talk about acquiring the property in a way that won't jeopardize the sale. Very, very few exceptions to allow for a closed meeting. And if you do decide to close a meeting, you have to go through a certain number of steps. So first of all, you have to have a quorum present. 2/3 have to vote to close the meeting. Then you go into closed session. You can only discuss the matter that the issue during the closed session. During the closed session, the chair has to make certain announcements. You have to keep a recording of the meeting during the closed session. And you can't take any action during the closed session. So you can discuss things during a closed session, but you can't take any action on it. All those actions have to take place once you come back into the open meeting. So closed meetings are a little complicated. The thing to remember here is if you ever feel like you might need to close a meeting, get in touch with the division early. I mean, obviously, Jason, the chair, he's your great liaison to the division. We can discuss how best to do it. Sometimes we have closed meetings. If we have to do that, we can. But most of the time, it doesn't. So next slide, please. So how should you comply? Well, when in doubt as to whether the committee is meeting, consult with the division. The reason here is you don't want to get together for some type of gathering you think might not be a meeting, and then you end up discussing something that really should be discussed during an open meeting. That's going to get you a foul of ground, or sorry, of OPMA. So for example, I know that after today's meeting, we're going to go mountain biking. Should be great. That's not an open meeting under the law. But it might be if all of a sudden during that meeting, you start discussing one of the grants and saying, you know, maybe we should have made a different decision on that. Let's go ahead and next time we're in session, make a different decision on that grant. You can't do that. It has to be done during the open meeting that's open to the public. The code allows for electronic meetings. You passed an electronic meeting resolution last time. And so your electronic meetings are subject to that resolution. And if anyone wants a copy of it, I have it. I'm sure the division does as well. If you decide to close the meeting, I already said this, identify that possibility in advance so we can make some arrangements for that. ensure proper notice of the meetings. Again, Patrick and Caroline are great at doing that, so you don't need to worry too much about that because we have great staff that are helping us comply with those requirements. And then finally, the governor's office produces a handbook for board and committee members. It's available online. I know you might not be able to access this link, but you can just Google it. There are two versions online, one from Governor Herbert and then a more up-to-date version from Governor Cox. So just make sure you pull the one offline that's from Governor Cox. Again, how should you comply? You need to make sure you include all items of business on the agenda. So this is a really important one. If an item of business is not on the agenda, you can't take action on it. You might be able to discuss it, but you can't make any decisions. So for example, if you need to take action on a certain number of grants, you need to make sure that those have been agenda such that the public knows those are up for discussion during the meeting. They don't get on the agenda, then they have to wait. That's a pretty hard line under the Open Public Media Act. You have to keep an audio or video recording of each meeting. Again, our great staff is doing that. We have to keep minutes. Again, the division's taking care of that for all of us. And then you have to vote to approve those at your next meeting, which we just did. This is another important one. Any types of materials that are distributed during the meeting, those become official materials of the meeting. So if it's passed out to you during the meeting, or you pass that around to everybody to consider, that's probably an official document that needs to become part of the public record. Now, if you're just taking notes on your legal pad to remind yourself of where you're at or your thoughts or something like that, those are just your personal notes. You should keep those because those might be subject to the Government Records and Access Management Act. But because they're not materials we're distributing to everybody and they're just your personal notes, they probably aren't part of the official meeting. You should still keep hold of them in case there is a grandma request for those minutes. And then finally, follow Robert's Rules of Order. Those are, and I'm sorry, I should have told you to advance to the next slide. Robert's Rules just helps you, the parliamentarian rules that most boards and commissions use, where you say, vote, you know, can I have a motion on that? Is there a second? Any discussion? Jason's great at applying those. And so you don't have to do that under the Open and Public Meetings Act, but it's a nice way to make sure that your work advances in a way that's understandable and worthy. So next slide, please. Okay, changes to the Open Public Meetings Act in the last legislative session. As I started to prepare for this, I thought I was just using the old PowerPoint from last year, and I thought, well, I better make sure there haven't been any big changes. Sure enough, there were a lot of big changes to the Open Public Meetings Act this year. The first one was the definition of a meeting, and that just clarifies that a meeting is something where is one where you gather and the meeting is called by someone with authority to call the meeting, and you're there to take public comment or to consider or take action on something over which the public body has authority. So that's a great change. Another change that's great for this committee and other committees is that the anchor location, which used to have to be in one location, can now be anywhere as long as it's accessible to members of the public. The other thing that's great is that OPMA now allows for an all electronic meeting. So you no longer have to have a physical location for the meeting. It can be entirely electronic. That's not how it used to be prior to 2024. You used to have to provide an anchor location in case a member of the public or somebody else showed up in person. Now you only have to do that if a member of the public or a committee member can't attend it electronically and within 24 hours before requests that physical location. So if we ever have to have a special meeting and it's easier to do that online, the Open Public Meetings Act now allows for that. The last big change that is kind of scary is if a member of the public were to take some sort of objection to how the committee did its work and they felt as though it was in violation of the Open and Public Meetings Act and they sued the committee, to enforce the Open and Public Meetings Act and they won, they would be entitled to their attorney fees. So that just shows you how important the legislature views this act. The legislature is not usually apt to allow attorneys to collect fees that are going to be paid by the government. But in this case, they want to make sure that, in my mind, that committees and commissions understand that they need to abide by this law. And if they don't, they might get in trouble and it might be expensive for them. So that's why it's so important to make sure that you're complying with the Open Public Meetings Act. Final thoughts. Biggest way to run afoul of the act is by taking action outside of the duly called meeting, by taking action on something that's not on the agenda, or by closing a meeting that should be open. There are other ways to run afoul of the act, but probably not for this type of committee. So just make sure everything's agenda. Make sure that when you're having a social activity, you're keeping it social. You're not talking about the business of the committee. And just make sure that before you close the meeting, if you ever have to, you identify that possibility well in advance so that we can take steps to make sure we close it in line with the law. Take votes by roll call whenever holding an electronic meeting if the vote isn't unanimous. So I think one way to do that, and I think Jason does this now, is calls for a vote. And if during the vote, he sees that it's not going to be a unanimous vote, at that point, he can take it by roll call. If the vote is unanimous, it really slows the process down to take every single vote in an electronic meeting by roll call. So I think that's what you're probably doing now, and that probably works pretty well for the business of the committee. Again, don't conduct business meeting, or don't conduct committee business or social gatherings. Wait until you convene the next time. And then finally, I don't think this would ever happen for a committee of this type, but allowing public attendance is important. It's required by the law. But the committee does not have to tolerate disruptive behavior that would seriously compromise, is the way the law phrases it, the business of the committee. So if you ever have somebody come in and they're upset, and they can certainly be upset, they can certainly voice any type of disagreement with the work of the committee, that's the public's right. But if they become disruptive to the point that it's compromising the business of the committee, you don't have to tolerate that. But again, I don't think that's ever going to come up in this type of committee. So next slide. Thank you for anticipating my slides. Now I'm done. Questions?
We have volunteers in case we get an unruly member of the public. Lance?
I'll take it.
All right.
All right. I promise it would be quick. I don't know if it was painless, but that's your open meeting, so you're good to hear.
Okay, check that box.
Yes.
Thanks, Shane. Appreciate that. And with that, we'll move on to a couple of updates. Last time we were in this meeting, we asked for approval from this body to use funding from the infrastructure account in order to fund a partially funded position for GIS. That individual's been in place for a few months, a temporary position. We did not get general funds approved from DNR to fund the position full time. But we'll pursue that again this next session if we can get that. And the next step is that we'll be making a permanent job posting and have a permanent full-time person instead of just a seasonal. We've got a really good person in place now. His name is Jared. He's done a really good job. I'm sure he'll apply, and I'm sure he'll have opportunity to get in the position. So that's meant a lot for us, just in terms of our asset database, tracking and knowing the landscape of what recreation assets that are in the state. And it's a huge data set, one that we're taking over management of. The state GIS body just has not had the resources to be able to continue to track that data and keep it up to date. So, any questions on that? One other thing that we've taken action on, or rather Evan has taken action on, is formation of another grant scoring body for our federal grants, for RTP and Land and Water Conservation Fund. So he's assembled a really good panel of experts from a variety of different backgrounds to review all of our RTP and LWCF grant applications. Anything to add on that, Evan?
No, well said. Yeah, like you mentioned, some diverse representation there, kind of like this committee, and we'll just specifically be focusing on those federal grants.
And lastly, there is a copy of the statewide strategic plan for outdoor recreation. It's completed and rolled out earlier this year. Your own copy. And with that, so on our website under planning, there's a link to that and all the other collateral pieces that go with it. There are several additional supporting documents, studies, research pieces that go with this asset database, a comprehensive assessment on funding, projections on recreation, comparative analysis between the Western states, a little bit of a in-depth on how the workshops worked, and then the survey. One other piece that just got released maybe just a couple of weeks ago, though, is that supply and demand study that the outdoor recreation folks at Utah State put out. That's a really interesting document. We don't have any hard copies of it yet. It is available. We've got it on the website yet. That's from need to add on our to-do list, but really interesting. It highlights several things, including just some of the macro analysis of where our trails are, where the populations are, where we need more of, where we don't need quite so much in terms of infrastructure. So try to get some slides from Jordan on that. Really, I asked him a little bit too late. I'll send out a link so that you can look at it. And then along with that, I thought I would just review in statute, which is in section 79.8401, the creation of this grant program, or at least the infrastructure grant program. The division may seek to accomplish the following objectives in administering the infrastructure grant program. And then it lists 6 things: build and maintain and promote recreational infrastructure to provide greater access to low-cost outdoor recreation for the state's citizens, encourage residents and non-residents of the state to take advantage of the beauty of Utah's outdoors, encourage individuals and businesses to relocate to the state, promote outdoor exercise, and provide outdoor recreational opportunities to an underserved community in the state. So those are kind of the big picture reasons why we're here. And we've got a lot to consider from a variety of different categories. I'll review them real quick, and then I'm gonna hand it off to Caroline to get into some of the more nuts and bolts. But we've got a regional asset tier. I believe those presentations start today at 11. We have those. The U-Org, which is the biggest category, tier 1, 50 of those. RRI, 27. And then we've got our outdoor classroom and mini grant. Outdoor classroom, there are 11, and mini grant, there are 16 applications. So a lot to go over. We're gonna try and be as efficient as we can. I think we learned some lessons last year on how to make things go super efficient. We'll be operating under those same guidelines, but Caroline?
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Well, everybody, thanks for being here again. Really appreciate it. I feel like I'm a dead horse when I say we really just appreciate all you guys do and the time that you take to evaluate these grants for the last 2 weeks, and then also to be here in person for the next 2 days. So you're busy people. We were saying we need to find less like ambitious, driven people because you guys have so much going on. But we really value and appreciate you. And the story with this place is that we did have, you know, a grand place we're going to take you to. Saratoga Springs was really nice, and they built this brand new police station, really beautiful building, and invited us to come down and have a meeting there. And then a week and a half ago, they said, actually, it's under construction and we'll send you to Public Works. So Public Works is great, and we love these white walls with no windows. We wanted, I think Tom might be hooking us up next year with Petzl, so stay tuned for next year. But yeah, anyway, really excited for you guys to be here. We'll just go over a few things before we get started. I'll first start with the handouts that you've been given. As I mentioned in an email just yesterday, we've had a few more updates. Hopefully this one is making everybody happy with the big sheets of paper. This is just a little more easy on the eyes. I know it's still small, but hopefully that helps you be able to see. Just again, this is the funded breakdowns. The average score is obviously taken between the 3 evaluators that scored the grants, and we came up with the average there. So that's all ranked there. The funding breakdown that we do each year, just to hopefully help you do things more efficiently. So you can see if you wanted to score average and above, half of the projects, a third of the projects, you can see some of those mass breakdowns. And so you can go ahead and vote for those if you desire to kind of speed up the process. you have any questions about, how we came up with that, it's hopefully pretty straightforward. This sheet that's very tiny and small is where you are assigned for your presentations. I know we're missing some people today, so we might have to swap a little bit of this, but basically if you're highlighted here, we'll ask that you be the one to lead out on the discussion, or at least the 30-second synopsis of the grant, and just say, this is what it was, this is what I found. And then that opens up the room for discussion. The orange highlights are all the RTP grants. The blue highlights are state parks, so that kind of helps you group those two applications. Jason was the one that reviewed all the RTP applications. We'll kind of rely on him to wage those ones against each other. And I know I had somebody assigned to all the state parks. Do you remember if that was you? Okay, I can't be there. So hopefully that we remember as we go. I guess you can look at that. It might help. Yeah. The second thing that I don't have that each of you should have is another large sheet with all of your evaluator comments and your particular scores for each of the grants. That's something new this year that hopefully helps just kind of, I know in the years past, you've had to toggle between being in the portal, which grant are we talking about? The APP number doesn't show up here. And so hopefully that just helps us streamline that process. That was Patrick's idea this year to help with your comments. So yay for that. Again, nobody has copies of everyone's comments. It's not, public record to share with everybody, but hopefully that helps you as we go through and you can kind of see where you landed during the application process. A few things to note, I think there was only one application that only received 2 scores. It was the Westwater Recreation Restoration Infrastructure Grant. Lance, you gave your information later on, so I think we still have good backing on 3 scores there. And then there were a couple that I noticed where maybe people just forgot to score a few sections. They left them zeros, but they ranked it high. So we'll want to just kind of look through those and make sure if you see something that doesn't line up with what you thought you were scoring, that's going to be kind of case by case as we go through. But there were a couple that thought, well, that scored really high, the other 2, you ranked it high, but some zeros were left in. So hopefully having like your evaluator and average score in front of you will help remedy some of that if we encounter it. With that, I think the procedure is going to be kind of what we have done in the past, where you guys make discussion about certain grants and maybe group blockings, and then kind of go through and weed out those lower or middle ranked projects. In terms of scheduling for today, we do have, we're going to break out the regional assets a little bit more in chunks this year. So we'll start with 3 projects this morning at 11, and then do 4 more this afternoon, and then finish up with, I think, 4 or 5 tomorrow as well. So we'll start with that at 11, but between now and then, you have an hour and a half to kind of decide how best to proceed and what you'd like to start with. But yeah.
Assets are the ones we do the interviews.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. And I think most of them will be coming in person today. So any questions about materials or process at this point?
How much do we have to spend this year?
Yeah, great question. We have 17.7 available in funding, and obviously we got 17.3 in requests. So that says, hey, let's end the meeting right now and award it all. And that's going to be kind of up to Jason to decide how we want to actually do that. I think it's interesting this year because in the past it's been, you've had to make cuts because of the funding, and this year you'll need to make cuts because of the project quality or not. So again, we don't have to award all 17.7 or 17.3. We can kind of.
Did you already look at the quorum of that?
No, so 17.7 in total. So again, for what this committee then approves the funding for as well, we could decide how much we want to leave aside for UCOR this year. We had almost $1 million in requests last year, so that's to be considered to maybe bump up how much we are allocating towards that this year.
And last year we, what was it?
350.
150,000 last year.
Yeah. So yeah, lots to think about. Yeah, I'll leave that up to you guys to decide.
And as we do that, I mean, that's when we get closer, we can have a little bit more of a conversation on this, but I think it's something we talked about last year. We want to fund projects that are high quality and that are worthy of the statutory requirements and our goals and our individual areas of expertise. I think it would be bad stewardship for us to just say, oh, we got 17 in requests and we have 17 available. Let's just fund that all, right? So we do want to be selective, but also understanding and probably find that sweet spot. I'm not making any suggestions at this point as to what that sweet spot is, but Caroline also mentioned that we would like to have some in reserves for the UCOR grant, which is the Children's Outdoor Education Grant. So if we were to decide we want to set some of that money aside for that, then we really only have, if it was $1 million or if it was 500,000, that obviously would affect the amount available. So any discussion? Yeah.
Thanks, and thanks for the update here. Do you have any sense of what the projected revenue will be next year? And I'm not looking for exact dollar amounts, but as I talk to cities and they're looking at the sales tax revenues, I won't go as far as saying they're flatlining, but there was certainly a sugar high from the last couple of years that was reflected in most public sector budgets. And maybe Lance, you could help answer that question too, about just what the visitation numbers look like, because 17 million today, if next year's number is going to be half of that, then I think that speaks to setting aside some money. I also recognize that whenever you don't spend all the money in 1 year, that opens the door to the legislature using the money for something else. So it's a question both for the state team and even just Lance or Des or those of you in the tourism space. What are your visitation numbers looking at?
Well, I know that they announced the national park numbers, and Bryce Canyon was the only one that was up last year. You know, everything else was down slightly. That's just because Bryce Canyon's the best national park. Anyway, so,
And it was your 100-year
yeah, it
anniversary.
was a 100-year
A lot of
anniversary. So
people.
you had a lot of cool stuff going on and a whole lot of people. But you know, I think it's just a mixed bag. I don't think you can generalize around the state and say we're going to be up, we're going to be down. I know that one phenomenon though that might benefit cities and counties and stuff like that is just, you know, inflationary costs are still real as far as, you know, it costs us, you know, 80-90% more to get a room. Since 2020, you know, since 2019, it costs that much more just to turn a room over, employee wages, costs, supplies, things like that. So on the top end, you have to raise rates, which, you know, raises taxes at the same time. So one of the things we noticed last year in our county was things that required butts were down. So like some of the outdoor recreation things as far as ATV tours, you know, mountain bike rentals, you know, restaurant revenues were actually down a little bit because those required butts. You know, whether one person's in a hotel room or 5 people's in a hotel room, it's about the same cost. So yeah, we have this weird phenomenon where hotel rents, hotel taxes were up, but those other items were down. So it's a mixed bag. I'm not an economist. I can't sit here and tell all that stuff, but you know, that's one update. As scientific as that is.
So I'm curious to see what the breakdown is between the statewide TRT funding side of it and then the sales tax side of it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Maybe as a reminder, the sources that we get funding from, they're basically two-ish sources. TRT, which there's a 0.53% of statewide TRT.
0.32.
Or sorry, 0.32. It's small percent, but it's a lot. So that gives us somewhere in the neighborhood of between 6 and 8 million. That'd be accurate, Tara, Patrick.
It's about what it's been, yeah.
Yeah. And then the other source of funding that is somewhat new is from sales tax. We got a 1% sales tax that goes into the Outdoor Adventure Fund, Outdoor Adventure Infrastructure Account. I don't know why we added the word infrastructure in there, but that's a little bit confusing between the two. But of that 1% of all state sales tax, which this year I believe was about 42 million, 22% of that comes into the grant, which this year was about 8 million. So all things being equal, we could count on another 14 to 16 million for next year, but we don't know what's going to happen.
I just sent the supply and demand report to you, Patrick.
you wanted to bring it up, but I thought maybe it would be interesting to just maybe read through some of the, executive summary. Which basically says positive news for tourism in the state. State park visitations are projected to increase by quite a bit. Most national parks are projected to increase. Tourism overall expected to be steady or increase, but some of this is very dependent on a bunch of different variables, including the economy as a whole, gas prices. So I think I wouldn't say there's anything indicates things will be down. Certainly there is some evidence to suggest that things will be up, but I think if I were to just have to bet based on what I know now, say we will at least stay steady, if not have some sort of an increase in both categories, but anything can happen. Sales tax and consumer spending is a huge set of variables that none of us have the ability to really predict with any certainty. So anyway, hopefully that's helpful. Answers the question. Okay. And thank you for preparing this extra paper stuff. I think everybody really appreciates that.
And then if I was to add, to Cameron's point, with our available, like we do have, I think we the math is about 17.7 between the PRT and the special use, but I think we wanted to land somewhere closer to around like 16 million because we have admin, we have UCOR, we definitely don't want to deplete it because we need to pay Caroline for this great work. So
1.7 million, right?
Yeah, that's a good starting place to sort of think about. If we set a target of the absolute most would be 16 million, somewhere south of there is I think what we're shooting for. When we get, we can talk about that now. Somebody wants to maybe refine that wild guess. Or we can wait until we get a little further down the road and see what the quality of the budget overall is.
And then just for everybody's reference, this is full demand. This is, if everything is awarded, this is the breakdown.
But I think it's really important to look at those two numbers in the upper left. If all 17 million of these asks were to be funded, that would result in almost 70 million in actual on the ground value. So I think that's a really, really good, even though we lowered the match requirements last year, that's still a great value for what we're putting in terms of the state funds. So we do have this sheet here that's got the blue headers and yellow. That's just the different possibilities of how we should begin when it comes to the chunks. And we can start anywhere. Last year we started, I think the first thing we did was we dove right into mini grants to sort of as a little warm up. With that, I'm open to any motions.
As always, we can pull up anything if you have questions about, wanting to see budgets, site plans. Let us know.
And the regional assets, we're gonna wait to talk about those till after the presentation to sanction.
I should maybe know this. Why did we decide to break out outdoor classroom and mini grants? Just because you look at the number of applications, it seems like there isn't a ton of demand for those.
Right.
I think.
Sure. Yeah. Or do you want, you can take it. Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess so mini grants, we just wanted a streamlined application for the people who are applying for less than, I guess in this case, 15,000, and just to get a letter from the economic development and tourism, just all that's involved with like a $200,000 application. We just didn't want to do that with those. And so because it's a separate application, we just kind of run a separate. Other classroom, I think a lot of you who are with us remember, that was partly in reaction to just kind of COVID and really the prioritization of these like outdoor learning spaces. We are, and this is what we'll look forward to your comments. Like we're considering what to do with the outdoor classroom. I think internally we thought about combining it with kind of UCOR and kind of put it in those because those are very similar audiences. But it will be up to you all to decide, like, is it working? How effective is it? We've been on some site tours to varying levels of like great spaces. Like we just went one to the Wasatch Waldorf charter school on like Maria Holiday Boulevard, incredible space. Like it really is the perfect example of what an outdoor learning space is. But then we'll see other ones that maybe it's just like a pergola that, you know, maybe people are just eating lunch there, you know, it's not necessarily an experiential place-based learning opportunity. So, but yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, why we have those broken out. But yeah, we definitely look forward to your thoughts about outdoor classroom, and mega. And tier one and RI and regional assets, you know, we'll take them all, so.
Well, I recommend we start into the mini grants, let's just start going down through and, obviously those top two, anybody says high, I recommend that we advance those. Is that appropriate just to say, let's put that in money? Get a 30-second update on those. And, oh, I forget every year to year. We kind of get the groove here soon, but, is that a good way to start?
So, you're making a motion that we start with the mini grants and with that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those top 9 have high marks. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, well, yeah, because you have the one that has 3 mediums. Yeah, so I'd say everything above that, let's just advance it.
Okay, so those, and again, just as a review from last year, we're not approving anything at this time. What we are doing is making selections of groups of applications that we will move forward into the approval process. We're basically creating a list now through this set of exercises. So
What you said, that's my motion.
Okay, so we have sorry, we have a motion on the table.
Which one above?
The motion is, we're gonna start with mini grants, the top 9. So the one that is Cache County Trail Bell
23.81 score and
and
above.
above, yep.
So we're gonna advance those, but I would like to hear the 30-second reports on each one.
Yeah, with a 3-second report on this one. Okay, that is the motion before us
Second it?
by Aaron. Any discussion?
Guess I'm just curious where we've got 3 of them being ranked low. But we'll sort that out when we hear the presentation. I'm just curious on the low side where we had really good, decent high marks, and then you had said it's a low priority.
Yeah, when we get to those, I guess we can maybe have an explanation.
Yeah, I'd like to hear why did we want to.
Carolyn's like, yes, we found that too, Aaron.
We're taking the top 9.
All right, so. I was telling Lance, we all need a table to ourselves. All this.
We're getting bigger paper, now we're gonna complain that we have less room. Right?
Yep.
There's your task.
All right, so we'll, yeah, so, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, so with that, then, we'll start with the ramp and safe access for Great Salt Lake personal watercraft dock, Great Salt Lake rowing. Mike?
I have my only concern on that one, so this is on the way, ramp and safe access grant, right?
Yeah, so and if you could just maybe tell us 30 seconds of what they're asking for, and then we'll count. This is a repeat from last year, I believe. And it did not get funded.
And how was the top score?
Or no, that's. Is that right or not? No.
There was no water last year.
We did.
This fine.
That's right.
We ended up.
Disregard.
So yeah, they were looking for some improvements on some dock structures, so I think they had some good matches on this one. This is a different use than I'm used to for the watercraft. My situation here, but I felt like my only concern on this one personally is I felt like it might have been a little bit low on current costs, what they had in their budget. concerned me just a little bit, so I see it in that place, but generally speaking, I think it's actually a good project, but I actually have serious concerns about the direction of the reality. It's really my concern.
Cameron, Lance, it's like you guys also scored that one.
Yeah, I think it was, a small ask. It seemed like it was needed. Just looking at my, hold on, let me get my big piece of paper. A small ask, worthwhile project. It's just, you know, it's such a small ask, what it is, it seems like. Again, you know, I'll echo Mike's comments that, you know, I don't know a ton about that space. It was a small ask, it's like, for what they're doing, it seemed like something cool for,
If they can pull it off, great.
if they can pull it off, right, yeah.
Jason, everything I'll add is there's a public safety piece to it. And I really like that, and there's a lot of sweat equity. So I reviewed community grants, and I have the top one and the bottom one, and they were night and day different. So I really like this one.
Okay, great. Manti Frisbee golf. Like, yeah.
Yep, I think I have that. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay. This is a $5,000 ask, 10,000 total budget for a 9-hole Frisbee golf course. Nothing special about it. They didn't particularly discuss accessibility, and they also didn't have matching funds at the time, but they did apply for a grant that they expect to get. It's pretty straightforward, reasonable request, and I was in favor.
Okay. Jake or Betsy?
It's fine.
Yeah, the price is mostly just not too bad. Okay,
Good with those words.
excellent. Thank you. Coral Pink Sand Dune State Park Dark Sky Lighting Project. Russ.
Yeah. So, I look back at my notes because I couldn't remember what I put there, but I ranked this really high. Of course, I sat on the state parks board, so anything that comes across state parks, I kind of go, ooh, yeah, let's add to that because I love our state parks. We do great work on our state parks. I also wrote, you know, the Stark Sky thing. That is I don't know of many better places than Coral Pink Sand Dunes out there in the middle of nowhere. So very minimal outlay. I just gave it all high score.
Okay. Tracy or Mike, anything to add?
A small amount of dollars with a big impact.
I don't think we've seen stargazing, which seems to be growing. Which I
Yeah,
think
Dark Sky
it's
stuff
growing.
is really taking off.
Yeah, it's cool.
Big Cliffs, this golf course. Come on. Okay, so he's not gonna do this all day. So Tammy? No. Russ, it's all you.
Oh, wow, again. So I actually ranked a couple of the disc golf things, and I just, you know, until a few years ago, I didn't even know about this, but I think it's a great form of recreation. You know, you're walking, you're using outdoor stuff. So, what did I put on here? Sorry, I wasn't prepared.
I think you're.
Is it this one? Oh, it's on the back. Sorry. Okay. All matching. The only thing I wondered about was all matching funds were not secured. I like the fact that it's a family engaged project. It was really interesting to me that, and I believe that when you have a family or a group, small group or large group, whatever, that's engaged in the project, it's going to succeed because they have a vested in it. And so that's why I ranked high.
It is one that received one low as far as funding priority.
Yeah. And I don't think I ranked anything low. Maybe I did. Maybe that, because I did write here, all matching funds not secured. Like, I didn't get much more detail than that.
Okay.
I the one that ranked it low?
I don't know. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. It's the next one.
Oh, okay. I'm like, no, I don't.
It didn't get any low much. The next one. So Trails Foundation, Northern Utah, benches, signage, and kiosks. So Tammy, but he's not available, either Scott or Lincoln.
Which one is this one? Sorry.
Trails Foundation of Northern Utah benches, signage and kiosks. This is Weber County.
Yeah. This is what's always harder when I was asking the question about major grants. Like they're low dollar amount, so it makes it easy to say yes. But then I look and it's like, we're gonna restore some signage. Like, tell me the economic impact, right? And that's what I've always been trying to do is figure out how we align the economic impact and actually driving more tourism and recreation. That's what's always been hard for me on some of these smaller ones. Is I don't see how it's really adding to the overall tourism economy, right? But it's small dollar amount. We can fund everything. I could adjourn the meeting in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So Jason, I kind of had the same take on it as well. Just I questioned the economic value, but it seemed like a nice project, and it really is a low dollar amount, and it's related to outdoor recreation. You know, it's a nice bench on a trail. So
Yeah. I will say this, I guess, and I didn't score this one, but I hear this comment a lot from people is that overall people's experience is signage is deficient in a lot of areas. And so I think anytime I hear of a project that involves signage, I get a little thumbs up in my mind for it. All right.
Let's do it.
Keep going, man. Okay. The next one is the 910 Cattle Ranch Recreation Stewardship Improvement. Patrick, is Patrick on?
I think so.
Okay, so Tom's not on either. Lance?
It's gonna involve me, isn't it?
On.
So the 910 cattle ranch up in Summit County. Again, nothing real sexy about this. It's small ass. They're funded mostly like pet waste disposal stations, things like that. So it's just kind of to improve an already existing. I guess the asset is fairly new. Is required by the county. Does somebody know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was acquired by
So
the county.
it's the ranch that's just north of Jeremy Ranch going towards
Oh,
Parkin
okay,
County.
all
So
right.
that's the 910.
All right, so that's it. So anyway, again, I'll echo what Lincoln said. It's not a huge economic driver by any means, but it's not a huge ask either. So
I'll tell you, I anticipate this one coming back for some major grants because the reason the county acquired the land was to put a whole bunch of recreational trails on this ranch.
Gotcha.
But so I don't know if this is just a little dangle piece before they start really doing things up there.
Is it Summit?
Yeah, Summit County. So anyway, yeah, I didn't have any heartache over it for the money.
One thing to keep in mind, I don't know if you guys have looked at kind of county disbursement of projects. Summit County has realized there's a lot of money here. I think they have like 12 or 13 projects on the list.
Yeah.
And while we're on that, I thought maybe I'd just bring up a couple things from the executive summary of this supply and demand report. 'Cause it was a little bit surprising to me. I guess brought things into alignment. The larger counties of the Wasatch Front, Davis, Weaver, Salt Lake, and Utah only account for 14% of the hiking and biking trails in the state, despite having more than 75% of the state's population. It's a signal for a need for more focused investments in hiking and biking trails throughout the Wasatch Front. That was really interesting. Among the state's urban areas, both Washington and Utah counties have over 300 miles of hiking only trail. But Salt Lake County, which is significantly larger population, has only 156 miles of hiking only trail. The most populous counties also have very few developed campgrounds. So basically, this executive summary's got a lot of information that overall says, although it feels like there's a lot of asks for the Wasatch Front, Summit County, Wasatch back, I think there's a lot of demand, and that's really where people are. We don't necessarily have to travel, but I think sometimes we want to travel because it feels like everything's crowded, and this is one of the problems we're trying to solve. So
On page 30 of this, I thought that was a really cool pictograph that you guys did on where we're generating sales tax and where assets are.
Yeah,
it's pretty amazing to see. Summit County generates a ton of sales tax and has, by comparison, very little assets.
Yeah.
Compared to what they're generating.
Compared to this, yes, originally. Okay. Outdoor Musical Education Center at Costopolis. Tammy's not on, so
I think that's me, right?
Yep.
Or no, I don't, I have that too if you need me.
Yes, please.
Okay, yep, Camp Christophilus, outdoor music education experience, $15,000 ask, 30,000 total. They've secured funding by the Sorensen Legacy Foundation. I have to name the things they have in this music ensemble. They have a tropical cyclone, a cavatina, and rainbow sambas. Very, very interesting musical project, outdoors, inclusive, accessible. Part of their mission. They've been around for 70 years. The only weakness I said was it is private with some public access. So I don't know anything about their pricing or accessibility, but they're a year-round program for all ages. And I scored, I know we have a varied scoring here, but I think I scored it high.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm not listed because I did have access to this one. But I did look up the pricing structure because I was wondering, and they do offer dramatic scholarships.
So they do a sliding scale and scholarship program.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah, you got this one as well, Tracy.
Yeah, and I ranked it low. Sorry, Jeff.
No,
I
it's okay.
Reviewing all of Camp K, so there was just a few things that I noted. The musical instruments were listed, but the 22K for musical instruments, I was having a hard time understanding from the drawings. I was hoping for those to be a little bit more detailed in that. A couple other things, the photos of the instruments were awesome, but how it was going to be laid out, the classroom grant and the mini grant used the same diagrams of what it was going to be. So it just lacked some detail for me from on the impact side of things, and the funding. The Sorensens are listed on 3 of their 5 for the funding. So it was compared to some of their other ones, I thought their one was a little bit lower than some of their others.
But they have a tropical cyclone and a cavatina, Tracy.
100%. So I should have said hi.
Yeah, and I'll just say this is one of 4 asks from Camp K specifically.
That's good context. That's one of the things we designed into this, is to have one individual scoring all
I
of those.
did. I had the privilege of knowing all of them.
So
and had a special talk with
among those 4, where do you see this one?
low.
Like at number 4?
The fishing pond might be low for me just because, again, of the lack of the detail.
Okay.
I'll think through that a little bit more, but there were like no photos on the restoration needed there, just a beautiful video of how pristine their campus is. So I had a hard time understanding the restoration project that was really needed.
Yeah, and just in background context, we love Camp K. We really want to fund them because they apply every year, and every year their applications are just a little bit lackluster in a variety of ways. So Patrick and I went up and talked with Yurcha, the ED there, and really said, we really want to fund you guys. We love what you're doing. But Tracy and I talked about this, that their projects could be great, but their applications are just really not great. So, and I mean, compared to other grant applications that we've seen. So that's just something to keep in mind. Or maybe it's a good project, but do they really have the means to ask for it?
Well, and then I guess I wondered too, if you've got low ability to complete a good grant application, how does that, what can we take from that in terms of their ability to just deliver the programming itself?
Yeah, we've offered a lot of assistance and help, and it just isn't quite received.
So the other 3 that they submitted, then Tracy,
I have some highs in there.
what categories were they in?
Um,
As far as
There's an amphitheater, that they've listed, the fishing pond, classroom, and then the mini grant.
Yep. I think I have one in each category. Yeah.
We did fund another classroom, but they haven't completed, so they have got their whole grant cycle with us, like contract.
Okay, Labergan Rim to River Trail Supplemental Fund Request. Karen?
Oh, I am officially on this one. Okay, sorry, I didn't realize I was officially presenting on this one.
No rest.
I was actually there on Friday, at this site. So that everybody understands kind of this situation, as you're basically driving the main drag from sort of St. George out to Zion, you're going to drive right past this.
Mm-hmm.
So the property owner has a restaurant coffee place right there on the rim. Everybody pulls over, takes photos, wants to know how to get down there. And to get down into Confluence Park, which is what this site looks over, you have to go several miles down a back neighborhood. And even I, knowing where this is, struggle to explain to people how to get there. So this would be probably heavily used by tourists.
Is that the bridge?
It's after the bridge.
Okay.
It's after the bridge. It's the, what is it? The River Rock Roasting Company.
Okay.
On the left as you're going out to Zion. Like everybody stops there.
I think we funded an RTP for this last year.
Okay.
Just
Right,
with,
this is a low dollar amount. What
Yes.
is it?
Yeah,
I think they're trying to put in some stairs.
Yeah.
To get down.
it's $163,000 total cost, so high match value.
Yeah.
I think, Jake, you reviewed this one as well.
Yeah, it was additional funding from, the contractor to try to make up for how much the high cost.
Right.
We're basically our contingency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're worried that they're gonna have to be, instead of being able to use rock and things like that, that are sort of locally not too hard to come by and not crazy expensive, that they're gonna have to put in some sealed stairs.
Yeah, it seems reasonable and also support from the landowner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very.
So it's stairs from the coffee bagel place, breakfast place?
Yeah, the breakfast place now.
Yeah, because there is access from the dwellings,
Right.
lodging that's right in there, because I've
Right,
stayed
those
there
are
and you
tiny
can walk
homes that are
down.
just over, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, they're saying, hey, you can't, I'm sure the dwellings doesn't want everybody walking through the middle of their property, but.
Right.
Yeah, my notes just said that I think the total is 350 feet of highly engineered trail, and this is for stairs. So stairs, I first thought of some accessibility issues, it's not great.
You're not
I
gonna
also-
get down there.
Yeah.
You'd have to go through the back neighborhood to get there for accessibility for sure.
And then ironically, I thought that they're already, everything was underestimated on cost on this one, even though it's a small ask here.
All right, and then the final one on this chunk is the Cache County Trail Bell and Etiquette Initiative.
Yeah, this is an interesting little project. It's for, just like $4,200. It's a good partnership between the Cache Trails Alliance, Cache County Trails Program, and the Bear River Health Department, which I think was ruled. And their idea is to do some messaging around trail etiquette, signage, kiosks, but also a sort of like borrow a bell program, which I'm like, well, that's interesting. How many bells are you gonna get back? Apparently this is been done elsewhere and it has actually worked, but it feels a little experimental to me. I think for the low dollar amount, I feel like you can use some of those, and it's experiment, it's still worthwhile to kind of figure this out on these really high use trails like Green Canyon, there's a lot of that use that area. So it could be a cool pilot project, see what happens. And people keep bells and.
It's for the cyclists to have a bell.
Yeah, so the bells.
Hikers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a comment that I hear a lot on trails is
Bikes
bikes that don't have a bell and startle people and create a user trail conflict that doesn't need to be there. If people take a bell home with them, I don't know what else they're gonna do with that bell other than just keep it on their bike, and now they got a bell. So I mean,
We should make them trade their earbuds in for the bell.
yeah. There you go. I also scored this one though. I had some of the same questions on, and they've got a monitoring portion of this where they're gonna, I guess, send people from the foundation up on bikes to regularly see where the bells need to be placed, and so there's regularly a supply replenished. So,
And somebody did say, look,
yeah, I did not score it low, but it's Patrick. So, yeah, that would have been Patrick. Okay, well, that is the end of the list that was up to review.
There's a few more on the list that we could review a few more. Yes,
You-
a motion to, at least some that I reviewed that I thought were relatively good, or we have one down there that has 3 highs. I don't know. You guys have them.
So, yeah, there is one that has 3 highs, and as far as funding priority, scored 21.9. We can definitely put that one.
Yeah, we could do that one. There's two other that I reviewed that I thought were relatively good projects, but I'll start with that. A motion to review the,
Motion to review that.
the flag crag.
Flag crag at Arnold, Maine, in New Winter County. Second.
I'll second that. And that's
Okay, second by Aaron. So now discussion.
Sure, just for my review, I marked this as high, and not as familiar with the area, but from what I read, looks like great support and something that would be kind of a one of a kind there that's really needed. Great details, benefits, support from quite a few groups. Of course, my area for them to focus on is they're going to build this. There's a few things they could do that would support climbers with disabilities with their short hike in. But great support and an impact for this area.
Yeah, there's a lot of climbing infrastructure in Uinta County. They're looking to really increase. I got the chance to visit this site last year. Ambitious, certainly, but definitely a worthy project.
Yeah, the only thing that sorry.
Go ahead.
I-
No, go ahead, please. First. Right ahead. I insist.
You want to insist some more?
No.
Okay. The only thing I flagged is that they do base their timeline starting in a few weeks. I was a little worried that whether they could make the deadline based on that. That was the only hesitation I had. But it sounded like a great project. Your turn.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I graded this one as well, and I said to fund it. There was nothing sexy about it, so I don't think other than, I think there was a picture of Patrick in there. Was there a picture in that you did?
Probably, yeah, this is, Carly Lanch, our planner, is working with this organization to help develop these, and Tracy, this is like a fresh ability to like start with planning accessibility and a lot of this stuff as well. So,
Yeah, you can't really see it from the picture, but there's
so I may be in there, yes.
I think, yeah, I was like, I think that's Patrick. Anyway, yeah, so I graded it, like I say, not high scores, because like I say, what it wasn't too sexy, but it's cool. I said, yeah, fund it. It's worthwhile. So
I think Vernal and Uinta County are really trying to develop some climbing culture out there, and there's another one. But I reviewed them just via fraud, and I don't know if there's other stuff that's going on, but I think they're really trying to develop that as part of their tourism draw to have other reasons to stay for a day or two instead of the mix that they've got right now.
That's really strong.
Yeah.
So I'd make a motion to fund.
okay.
I'm sorry to
You support the Tracy's
yeah,
motion.
sorry. Yeah,
Thanks,
support
Ben.
Tracy.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, well, any other discussion on it? Not, we'll go ahead and take a vote to add flag crag, remember the Maine, onto our list to move forward with. All in favor, say aye.
Right.
Bye.
Are there any opposed? All right, that's unanimous. We'll add that one on the list.
Can I look at three others?
Yes, where are the three?
None of which I scored, but the only reason, I'll tell you why I'm looking at them, it's just a significance of the match. So the one would be the WWC Youth Shooting Ski. I mean, you just look at their match compared to what they're going to invest. I don't know who scored it and can tell
Well,
us.
I did, and I can talk to that. The only negative comment I made,
Do we
sorry.
want to just, what are the?
The other
What was your
one-
motion?
Let's make a
Sorry.
motion for three of them and then we can have discussion.
Yeah, the other one was Teddy's Playground, seemed like it had a pretty significant match. And then the Adaptive Playground Sunshade seemed like they were putting a bunch of their own money in as well.
Okay, so the motion is that we have a brief presentation and consider the youth shooting team ski field, the tennis playground, and adaptive playground sunshade by Lincoln. Is there a second to
I'll
that?
second that.
Second by Russ. Any discussion?
I'd just like to hear a report from, who did those.
Yeah, let's start with the youth shooting team ski fields. Let's put that one.
The only negative comment that I put on this, I rated it high. That's probably one of the higher ones. But my weakness was it was fee regulated, but then after I wrote that down, I'm like, you can't shoot clay pigeons without having some sort of, and most of them that do that spend a lot more money on their guns than they spend on. So the fee regulated really wasn't a negative comment. I thought it was a good worthwhile project, mostly because of the matching, it's $15,000 and the whole project was 70 or something. So I wanted to see it funded.
I also scored this one and thought Yeah, I mean, I think, my only concern is numbers. They didn't really have any good information on how many current users, how many expected users, and it is out there. It's out in Cedar Valley. So it is a lot of travel involved. It's not like something that's super accessible for a lot of folks. So I would like to have seen more detail on current users, projections. Plan is to bring more to actually get it utilized. Okay, we can move on to Teddy's Playground. And that one, Jeff, looks like you had that one.
Yeah, Teddy's Playground. This is a 15K ask of a 65K total. Large number of partners, secured funding. It's a new mountain bike trail. I don't have the distance of the trail, and an 18-hole golf course on 122 acres. They've already started some construction. They say that it would be the only public trail for mountain biking in the county and the largest disc golf course in northeastern Utah. Again, construction's underway. They plan to be open next summer, accommodate all ability levels. There's no fees. They have an opportunity to develop their local mountain bike team, and it seems like a good project. I scored highly.
Okay. And this is Duchesne County too, which is one that we haven't typically seen a lot from.
Yeah, that's
So
what I
I'd
was gonna
really
say.
like to.
Then I want
That
to,
adds.
I forget, because I just was a little worried. They have this incredibly long list of partners, but they don't
Yeah.
have many types of support from these partners, which worried me a little bit. Yeah, that was, it's clear, it looks like this money is going to predominantly be used, based on the documentation I could see for the disc golf, but I might be mistaken. What did you think, Jeff?
Oh, I thought it was for the trail. I reviewed this one too. I liked it. I thought it was good. Again, just, they're gonna build some trails. Let's make sure they're cutting them wide enough.
Yeah.
All users.
Yeah, did they have anything in there as far as accessibility?
It said all levels. I don't remember, Jeff. I don't think they listed that
Yeah.
specifically.
No, they seem to be aware though of accessibility, although, yeah, they weren't detailed about it. But yeah.
Their one letter of support was from the disc golf.
Yeah, I wrote more letters of support with, would be an area to focus on, but I think it's a good project.
Just to note, Roosevelt City's also got a UOR $200,000 ask
Okay.
later. So I think they're.
Yeah. Okay. I like the match value on this. 55,000, total project cost 15,000 requested. I don't know, did they have, that's the remainder already secured?
Yeah, secured.
Good. Any other comments on that one? Go to the Adaptive Playground Sunshade National Ability Center in Summit County.
I actually did review this one and I was one of the mediums. That was in part because I didn't know how much money we had. Anything that's helping those who. National Ability Center, and I'm sitting next to Tracy.
So
Yeah, no
with
problem. Okay,
additional
let's remember,
context,
this was approved last year and, we had some issues on our end, if I'm correct, right? If I heard that right from my grant people. So it's a resubmit, is that correct?
I think so,
Just being honest, we'll issue on our facility space team, getting some things done.
It was a great match requirement, and if we've got the money, I just put it as a medium because I wasn't sure where we were.
but it is a, just like it sounds, a sunshade for the adaptive playground. All right. Okay, so any other discussion on any of those three? All right, if not, we'll vote on the motion, which is again to add the shooting sports, heat fields, Teddy's Playground, and adaptive sunshade onto the list of mini grant applications to advance for full consideration. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, well, that's unanimous. That means we have considered all but 3 mini grants. The Safe Outdoor Challenge course in Weaver County had a high score, but every single person that scored it said it was medium. This is a Boy Scouts of America.
I think we should motion to talk about that one. I evaluated that one.
Okay, motion is that we discussed creating Safe Outdoor Challenge course in Weaver County, Boy Scouts of America by Tracy. Is there a second?
Oh,
Okay, second by Aaron.
I don't know how it's reviewed it.
I did.
Maybe you're familiar, I'm not familiar. What I appreciated from running a challenge course ourselves is that they had taken into consideration all the ACCT guidelines. And potentially, once they build it, there's probably going to be a few additional things through their certification, but great photos, budget detail, definitely a safety component. They're utilizing a tree right now as an anchor point, and so they need to put in a standard pole there. So
Yeah,
right
the
now,
tree's dead.
not usable at all. And so again, pretty 50, if I remember correctly, 45 plus user groups that could utilize this space. Like I said, I think additional dollars may be needed once they go through accreditation and review, but needed from a safety component. They're limited on the abilities on this program.
I think my medium score on it was, not the need, but that it was a pay to get access and how they can't cover it with some nominal increase on.
It's a
fees
minimal
they're already
cost,
charging.
like
Yeah.
what they're charging. I mean, it's like nothing.
So that was the only reason I wanted to do that. There's another way to solve this if we're tight on money. It was sort of that medium, hey, I don't know where we're gonna be on money.
Yeah. This one here goes back to my comment from the supply and demand study, where this is Weaver County, one of the biggest counties in the Wasatch Front. Lots and lots of users, quite introductory. So I'm speaking to the rest of it.
you know, where it falls on the score too. I mean, it kind of would be awkward to fund everything on both sides of it and not then skip over it. So,
Yep.
so I don't know if we've already made a motion to advance, and I'll make a motion to advance it.
That's the motion that we're discussing.
I'll speak to support that.
You can support that motion. Excellent. Okay, any other discussion? If not, we'll go ahead and vote on the motion, which is to move the outdoor challenge course in Weaver County on the list to advance into our final. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I roll back. Passes unanimously. The only ones we haven't considered are the ADA picnic tables and the Terra Capital Trails project. Part of the lowest and third to lowest scoring mini grant applications. Okay.
So let's leave them and move on.
So let's move on for now. Not that they're excluded at this point. We could come back and revisit later if so desired. So then,
Just to move things along, just to, box check, I'd like to hear, or address the outdoor classroom grants. So discuss those. And I would say, just looking at those, everything 22.86 or above, which I think is the bottom three to advance it. Have a discussion on that anyway.
okay. The motion from Lance is to consider outdoor classroom, application, anything scoring 22.86 and higher. So that's 8 of them. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Lincoln. In discussion, we can start with the first one, seating area for children.
I was on
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah. Well, Jeff is the yellow highlighted one. Do you have anything on this one, seating area for children?
It's $2,000 of 4,000 for a seating area that kind of presents itself to the rest of the campus, benches as kind of a base point for instruction about the challenge course and other activities at the facility. So I mean, it seems, solid and important. Tracy probably has more information.
Okay, yeah. Tracy, you can give us any background if you'd like, or Des.
Sure, it's in a location there. There's some benches, but not as accessible. The area is highly utilized. We run 2 to 3 groups through the challenge course a day in the summer. And so creating a space that is more usable for people to be comfortable prior to going up on that course, or a location that they can teach other, leaving a parade, that sort of thing out there is, we have a prime spot that isn't utilized well.
So it's basically just a staging area, parking place for people to hang out.
Safe away from our challenge course, close to the trails that they may access.
A little bit of a public safety maybe aspect there, people management.
Yes.
Yeah.
Runners are a thing in our world, yes.
Des or Russ?
Oh, I also looked at this. My only comment was they didn't give any information on, and not that it's a big deal, but I look at stuff like this and I'm like, okay, how long are these gonna last? Are they making them out of good material? And I missed that. And do they have a place where they're gonna store them in the winter and stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, can I answer that? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
It was-
consistent.
I found that
was
in
my-
my application. I saw that there was plans for,
Storage.
in the
Okay.
winter, getting them out of the weather.
Yes,
But
and
I
we're
gave
not,
a
and we're
high
actually not
scores.
building them. They're planning to order materials that are.
Oh, there it is.
Completed,
During the winter, the bench will
so-
be stored. Yeah, but I ranked it high. I just, that was my only default.
Okay. All right, the next one is Wasatch Community Gardens Outdoor Classroom. And that is me. I scored that one. And great match. Very good thoughtfulness on accessibility, inclusiveness, and Wasatch Community Gardens in Salt Lake. This one, the overall, again, I scored it high. They serve a lot of people, a lot of different communities. It was very difficult finding a weakness for this project. Yeah, Evan and Lincoln, you guys both. scored it.
Yeah, my notes that they talk about the accessibility improvements and high, it seemed like high number of impact. I ranked it high as well.
It's huge population. All right. Mountain Sunrise Academy Greenhouse Classroom.
Oh, they're looking to build a geodesic dome. The ask is 15K. That's like a 39K project, so reasonable ask. I ranked it high. My only kind of concern about it was just trying to do more like community programming because it's a charter school. Try to route impact, but considering the cash match and
They didn't mention anywhere in our plan about public.
there was a couple of notes about events, but they didn't really specify what it would be. It was geared towards the charter school and their K-8 programming.
And we have turned down proposals like that in the past.
Yeah, just for that reason.
Right.
It was exclusive use without a really good plan for public access. Some of these have had very specific information about how they are open to the public during certain times.
Yeah, they did mention like volunteer. Go back to my notes here. They did mention like volunteer events, but they didn't like specifically identify how they're going to the fourth garden as a garden. Give us a dome specifically for gardening outdoor classroom programming. They didn't specifically indicate its very short application of how community events can be involved.
I evaluated it and I didn't put any negative comments because I just look at something like this and I agree with all the conversation. But the idea that we're teaching kids how to garden and teaching them to eat those things, I think that is so important in this day and age that I just all about it. I gave it high score.
I agree with that, Russ. And generally, I think that's a worthy project. What I hesitate on is what we do for setting precedent for funding,
right?
Funding these types, like Aaron said, we've had other similar situations that we've not funded, and the primary reason for not funding them because they don't have public access. That's a point to consider.
For my own clarification, I'm new to this group. I mean, do we ever approve funding with like strings attached? For instance, like to have community events, or is that more reevaluation next cycle?
Please don't.
Who's done this the most out of anybody in the room?
I mean, I don't think we usually do that where it's like, okay, you can get money, but you need to have an event here. The only thing is we funded partial of, other projects. It's the only thing I can think of with strings attached maybe, but I don't know, we can, I mean, it's an option to say you need to have some sort of community event. I think the discussion I was having just with Patrick was that maybe outdoor classrooms, although should, the public access is just that question mark of, is it for the children? Is it for the people that are in the school that are actually going to be learning? And so therefore it doesn't necessarily need it to be public access because it's for the use that it's built for. So, yeah.
We just had one in Washington County last year, and I remember that we had this same discussion. And so I even chatted with one of the teachers at the school because I happen to know a couple of them. Like, hey, make sure if you're applying for public money that maybe there's some public good beyond the students, because that's where we came down on it last time.
Yeah, and it really depends, I think, to me, on the curriculum that's being taught.
And that's a good point too, Tara, because I mean, I agree. Gardening and being in a greenhouse, being outside is a gateway to outdoor recreation. Certainly we could consider it outdoor recreation, but it's not like a ropes course or something more explicitly outdoor recreation. So.
The charter school at Waldorf, at least, it's, a charter school, so it's not public access at least, but if you hold the community events, I don't know if that was a decision factor that you guys made last time it was funded about, because it's not a charter school doing events, that's why it was funded.
Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion on it?
I just pulled it up too, and it does state, large group volunteers, 500 kids yearly. So it looks like they're looking to utilize the local community to invest in the actual building of it.
Oh, okay.
It's a small ask.
Connects with community and festivals, yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Community. Pretty vague.
Yeah, and we're always ready to provide feedback for.
We're gonna offer the plants to purchase from the community, that's out there.
All right, we'll move to the next one. Firefly Park Outdoor Learning Program, Midley City, and Lincoln.
I previewed that one. If my memory serves correct, we funded something in this area before, and I thought that was kind of nice to tie into something that we previously funded. Additionally, it seemed like they've got fairly high use and a pretty decent programming plan.
I'm the one that put it as medium, and I think it was, to be honest with you, I think it was the first valuation that I did, and I probably was a little more critical. That's the first of the year, and I noted that in my notes, so.
All right, well, I see it, Justin. The next one's Tracy AJ Outdoor Classroom. Des, and you marked that one. Hi, you're also the presenter.
Yeah, I sort of went back and forth between high and medium on this, and wanted to have just get me there. It is inside of Tracy Aviary, so you're gonna have to pay to get in, but they have reduced fees for groups to be able to come in through Tracy Aviary, and it is an area that is underutilized. It's a little bit like that staging area. That's an area that's inside already. It's ready to go. They just need to be able to put. I think they've got 2 gazebos planned, and they had those priced out pretty well from what they were going to buy off. I think off of Home Depot, and I don't think they were super expensive gazebos for some cover. So I actually I'd recommend that we advance it.
Yeah, what are the costs they're trying to cover?
Yeah, the pavilion kit, 2,400.
Yeah.
Outdoor classroom at Mount Logan Middle School. Got Patrick, on that one. Also Des. Only of the 3 evaluators.
Oh. There we go.
Relying on you.
All right, looks like my notes are that there's really good leveraging with on the project. I didn't see a whole lot of project weaknesses. I ranked it high, 1,200 annual students. And it looks to me like most of the costs are going to cover the outdoor classroom. It was a covering cost, at least from my notes.
Looks like this one has one of the highest match ratios too.
Yeah, that's where I was, yeah, the leveraging match was high.
Okay. Nature education, outdoor classroom, Camp Gustavus.
Also, I wrote this, it looks like a good addition to their campus. I don't know if this is different than, because we funded a classroom before for them, right?
Yeah,
So
so 3 picnic tables and 2.
Yeah, so I'm not, and again, from the design, I can't tell what it is in relation to that classroom. So really just would have liked to have seen, more layout and information regarding it, but, it makes sense on their campus, but again, I don't know compared to the other classrooms that we have. So I marked it in here. They have, again, they have the funding, repeat funding for multiple projects, but there are also areas that they have that.
Okay.
Tables and chairs, I mean, that's pretty much what they're looking for.
Okay, Professor Valley Adaptive Creek Classroom, Canyonlands Field Institute in Grand County. Tom is not present, but either Mike or Jeff.
I can't, I mean, I've worked with these guys on and off for years. They do a great job. This is kind of in a primitive area. I think any improvements there are gonna help. And that's their biggest weakness, is it's kind of tricky to get in and out and so forth. But I think they're looking at a deck and some trail work and so forth. I really like the project actually. And I've seen these guys perform, in the past.
Just, didn't they have this application last year?
We funded a couple of
I
projects.
think it was related, but I don't think it was the same components.
Yeah, they applied last year for a different project and they did not receive funding, so we've been working a lot with Carla this year about, prioritizing, and this is the one that she decided to put forth this year.
Thanks, Kurt.
Good, any other discussion to that list? That's the group that we decided to evaluate. Anything else on it? Okay, thanks for the input and the discussion. So all in favor of moving that group of projects into our grouping for final evaluation, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And are there any opposed? All right, motion is unanimous. All but 3. We can come back to those other 3 if we want later. And with that, we're about 19 minutes away from lunch, correct? Or sorry, not from lunch, from presentation.
We'll get to have ourselves here.
You were like, wait, what?
From our regional asset tier presentation, so we can break for a bit and get things lined up for the presentations. Good point, Martha. Somebody else wants a break?
Back in a bio break.
Second by Mike McCandless. All in favor, say aye.
Nobody seconded it.
We are in recess.
Actually, we'll just have at 11 first.
We'll get started right at 11.
It's your role.
All organizations have been study investigations.
I'm sorry. Is that the one you're talking about? I'm like. I was like, it's 11, but it's 5. I know, that's a bit, yeah, I'm like, I saw that, I'm like, I had these money.
Appreciate it.
Wait.
Trying to fill in the.
I know, that's the thing, the comments are great, the numbers are important.
Yes, so that is our. Let's just make sure that that's.
Yeah, we'll talk about that for sure. And I think on this area, we forget for our Excel.
I hope it's when I did, I'm like, oh, that's a big.
Big excellent.
It was one of those where, yeah, every once in a while you have this little like, did I?
There's a lot.
I cannot put numbers on a pretty good. It's like, I know, it's like, we're so out.
This morning I went to think hard about all the.
For example, I don't know if you're aware of the, trails. Colorado, like, that conversation you can get. So those have.
Please take.
Right. Yeah.
I'm a little too close.
This is the first of like 4 meetings. This is like all of them. And then by the time RTP is
Yeah.
I've always started it.
I spent a lot of notably.
All different. The snowball fields are all different, right? You don't get those. 5 hours. 6 hours. Yeah, it's better to
Josh.
I also, I know what it's like. Process.
Lined up for our regional assets here. I've got Provo, City, Midway, and Cedar City. Yeah. So with that, we are we're back in session, and welcome. We want to turn it right over. John, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
All right, go ahead and get started. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, John Bunderson with Provo City Parks and Recreation. I have with us Doug Robbins, Department Director, and Eric McCauley. You've moved around positions, but keep moving up. I can't remember where you're at. Mitigation Commission, yeah. Who is a big partner for this project of the Provo River Delta and the associated Delta Gateway Park that Provo City is here to present. You can go to the next slide. So the restoration project is legislation back from the 1990s, 1994.
It's, yeah, Carter, Jimmy Carter. From that, the Central Utah Water Project. So it's been a while.
So the larger project of the Delta restoration and the fish habitat restoration project that extends on the Provo River realignment. I don't know if you've been down to the west end of the Provo River lately, but it has been realigned in the last year and a half, flowing out to the new Delta project that the mitigation team has been forming. And Provo cities participate in that in multiple facets, from roadways and trail connections. We appreciate the partnership that the Mitigation Commission has brought into this large project. Restoring habitat and outdoor recreational opportunities in the Delta that haven't been there in a very, very long time. Let's go next slide. So the Provo River Delta Gateway Park serves as access to this area, as well as trail connections to the Provo River Trail, to where the former river alignment was. There's still paved trail along that, and there will be water in that channel, as well as the Provo River Trail going upriver, and access to the river's nature area on the south side of Provo River to the east of the Delta Gateway Park. It's just the hub designed into these improvements for the community and visitors to experience the outdoor recreational opportunities of the river and the trail system around, and wildlife viewing areas that are built into this project. Let's go next slide. So this is the park layout and design, and where we're looking to partner with you, Org, and actually need your help to bring this funding to the last mile completion, is for the playground areas, the wildlife, or the outdoor recreation classroom areas. There's some boardwalks down in the river channel, and some of these nice little amenities that otherwise won't be built without your funding support, which is, I think, critical to tying this project all together. Let's go next slide. So here's a layout of the design playground that incorporates interpretive and educational opportunities about the June sucker fish and the efforts to restore the habitat. And Eric, you can tell more about the success story of the June sucker recovery.
Yeah. Well, we're bringing, we brought the June sucker, which was endangered, back to Trenton, and the Delta now creates huge habitat. But we also want to engage people in that and help the kids to learn about the reason that you spend all that money on fish. It's because people value that. But so the recreation aspect in Delta Gateway Park is a real key education part of it.
Thank you. And let's go next slide. So this kind of summarizes where the project's at. There is a substantial match from the Mitigation Commission for the construction of the park. We have the project out to bid right now. We are a little bit more than shovel ready. We're ready to execute on this project in the coming weeks as contracts can form with the contractor. We just need the help with the funding to get us through that last push to get these nice recreational amenities installed as part of the project. And with that, we'll take any questions you may have for us.
Okay, thank you. Second. Tracy?
Imagine my question. I had the privilege of reviewing your project. Looks really nice and detailed. From the photos that I saw from the playground component, while there's language around inclusion and usability by all, the features that I saw on the playground weren't accessible features for kids with disabilities or their parents who maybe have a disability to be able to get up onto that playground, and there's great design in that. Are you able to speak to that, or resources that you're using to develop
I
the playground
can.
features?
One of the best things that we have been using in Provo City lately is a rubber surface that allows access to the play features, transfer stations in the playground for children to explore that. Not all of the components are wheelchair accessible, but they do allow access into the playground from those transfer stations for those that are in wheelchairs. So the other components are boardwalks and ADA compliant pathways that lead in and out of all the park facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Can you just maybe address the community, adjacent communities and the connections there, as far as active transportation, walking routes?
Sure. So West Provo is developing. It is really growing. There was a restriction on growth in West Provo primarily because of some infrastructure projects that have now been completed by other Provo City departments. And so there's going to be even more growth in West Provo expected. There is adjacent couple blocks to the north of Provo High School. There are single family homes in the area, and really the best east-west connection in Provo is the Provo River Trail that this park ties directly into, and serves as a connector unique to any other pathway road in Provo to get people from West Provo to the other side of the interstate and into downtown Provo areas.
And as John mentioned, this really is kind of a transportation hub for trail junctions. The Provo River Trail comes down and meets at this specific location, and then you can travel north along the Lakeview Parkway Trail up into Orem through the Walk Airway feature project, and then also south along the Lakeview Parkway down towards the airport and Springville as well. So it's part of that overall regional connectivity with regard to trails of the Provo River and the Utah Lake Trail as well.
Can I have you go back a couple and show the Delta? You know, the Delta itself right here is a huge regional connector. Here's Delta Gateway Park, but this trail is to be built this fall, come out in October. This is going to create a 4-mile loop right here connecting Utah Lake State Park, the original channel, and Provo Delta Gateway Park. This goes about 5 miles up to the mountains and then connects, eventually to the Jordan River and things. So next year, I think we're looking at having the Golden Spoke bike ride converge at the Delta Gateway Park in the Delta. So it also provides on-water recreation as part of the Delta and some of the other projects we're doing. There's boat ramps and access. So you'll be able to get in at Delta Gateway Park, and it'll be about a 5-mile round trip on mostly flat water, a little bit of water going down, but it's a huge resource that's not yet online. October, we hope to have it open, but it is really central to the community. And then engaging Utah Lake is another real key aspect.
Yeah, I was on a review of this. My only question, it's hard to discern where the river dock is going to be, because that was part of the budget. And what that is exactly.
Let's go to the park slide. I think it's forward 1 or 2. Yeah. So there's a river access here. And then down here, there's a boardwalk and a trail that leads up to it. This is going to be a much lower flow in the old channel. So the primary river flows will stay in the new river channel to the north. But we'll have river access through here, and then a smaller play area down here. And then as part of Eric's project, he has a boat launch
Well, I should say boat launch, but watercraft launch.
A non-motorized boat launch, it's about half a mile down the river. And then there's one out at the Delta, but you'll be able to access this original river channel right in this area. Yeah, from the park.
And that's where the dock's gonna be.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're right next to Provo High. Any involvement from the high school? I guess what I'm thinking of is volunteer involvement to have ownership from the students in the community.
Not at this point, but they have expressed interest in the outdoor classroom, the seating area, and having some opportunity to utilize that in the future.
Yeah, and we do the Delta itself. We've been building it for 4 years. And we have a biology class that comes out to the Delta and helps us pick up garbage and plant things. So they're a regular, and they're really looking forward to having this other space close to there. There's nothing for them to do out at the park yet because it's not built, but they have been helping us. And as we complete the Delta itself, the big Delta, this is going to be part of kind of the surrounding landscape. We're hoping to have the marching band come to the grand opening too.
And that's, volunteer, opportunities, certainly something we can look at going forward as well. It's a good idea.
Yeah, but we do have a significant stewardship group in the area.
And Provo does have ongoing volunteer opportunities. We just haven't expressed an outreach for this specific project at this time yet, but there's natural surface trails coming out to the Delta, to our Rivers Nature area that we'll be exploring the use of volunteers to help improve that.
All right, there are no other questions. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, Nancy.
I'm Nancy O'Toole, and I am representing Midway City, and our project is the Center Street Collector Trail. The reason this is such a critical trail is 4 years ago, UDOT came to Midway and said, we need to put a light, our first light, the big thing, was our first light on Center and Main Street. Because when you come down Center and Main Street, you turn left, you go to Heber, you turn right, you go to Soldier Hollow, you go straight down, you go to Provo River, Provo Canyon. And it's become a really, really busy road, Center Street. It's an old country road. Next slide, please. What I did is that the scuttle got around that I was writing a grant for the Center Street Trail, and I got inundated with emails and pictures. And so what I'm going to do is show you some pictures, the views from the proposed trail. This is what you'll see as I talk about the trail. It's a wonderful trail. So it's going to be on the east side of the road of Center Street, starting on Center all the way up to Birdie Lane. It is about a mile and a little bit long. We're not quite sure. We're doing the engineering now. Next slide. And we have 14 poles that are in the way. They're like, of course, it's an old country road. So we're going to have to remove and replace 14 telephone poles in our way. You can see this, we'll be on the east side. This is looking west down towards Timpanogos. This is a really pretty picture. There's some ditches on the side. They're historic ditches that are lined with pot rock. If we have to move that trail, we are going to put that back to its original construction. We want to keep this trail local. It's for the locals. Everyone else is going to use it, but the locals have really spoke about getting this trail because this is the one that everybody goes to when you want to meander. The road goes anywhere from 26 feet to 47 feet. Next slide, please. This is the newer areas. You can see right here, this area here across is 47 feet. So it does this turn. It's just really, really difficult. So what we decided to do, next slide, please, is what we're going to do is we're going to tear up the road all the way from the center all the way up to Birdie Lake. We have to replace all our water lines. We have to replace all our sewer lines, the old antiquated. It's the last street that we have to do this on. But while we have that, what we're going to do is redesign the road enough to make it not so wide in some areas and not so narrow in others. So we have enough room along here. This is where the trail is going to be. One more slide, please. And see where it comes around, it comes really tight. This is where the trail is gonna be here. So what we're gonna do is realign everything so we can have a little bit slower traffic, and hopefully the trail being detached on the side will make it a lot easier for the locals and for people that want to come and visit Midway. Next slide, please. This is the last one I like so much.
So
Next slide.
can I ask you a quick question?
You bet.
As it, if you can go back one slide.
Sure. Two. Yeah.
Just so I'm understanding. So when you say trail, currently it's a multi-use, meaning you're with the road traffic, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you're looking to lane separate.
We want to separate the trail with 8 feet of gravel and then put the trail. That's why we're realigning the roads so we can actually fit. It's tight in a few places, but we can do that. And then one more, please. This is we're very proud of this. This is our trail map for Midway. We have worked really hard the last 7 years to get this connected. We've had so much growth in our area. We finally just accepted that we're a resort town. We're going to have a huge, it took a while, but we are. Right over here on 600 North is the spa that's going in right here. That is with Deepak Chopra. He's putting a huge spa in, duplexes, cottages, hotels, yes, on a little teeny road. So what we want to do is we want to be able to connect. This is a huge connector road for everything else that we have. It connects 600 North, it connects up here to Bergie Lane, to Homestead Drive. This one we just received this year, 2 months ago, is the Joint Highway Commission. It's Warm Springs Road. It's right next to the Wasatch Mountain State Park. It's really busy and people come up there and all of a sudden it's so tight in there, they don't know where to go. So we want to be able to get people to travel up and down Pine Canyon, come down Center Street. You can go all the way down now to Tate Lane. And you can get on you've heard about the Utah Trail Networks. We were awarded the Heber Valley Railroad. So down here a little ways, there's going to be a trail start. It's going to go all the way over to Heber City. One more, please. The reason I think this is the most important piece I want to tell you about a year ago, MAG wrote a grant for Safe Streets for All. So what we did is we took all of Wasatch County. We've had some pedestrian accidents, quite a few. We've had a few deaths with bikes and with cars, a lot of crashes. So we wanted to figure out where are the hot spots? Where do we need to put some calming measures? Where do we need to put some things to help to get traffic moving? And what we discovered on Midway is our hot spot is Main Street and Center. And so that kind of made us know that this trail's got to go in. This is going to be something for the locals for the most part, because no one else knows about it. The locals know when it's snowing, you go up Center Street, and you get to see the deer, you get to see the great horned owls, you get to see a whole bunch of wildlife on there. It's kind of a special place for Midway. It's kind of our last little niche that nobody knows about. So, and then one more, please. And of course, the iconic Tate Lane, and or Tate Barn, and I just want to open it up for questions if you have anything.
All right, thank you. Questions, committee?
What is the trail surface?
Asphalt. I'm sorry, yes, it will be asphalt, 8 feet wide, 8 foot of gravel. That's why we got to realign the road so much and make it fit.
That engineering thing, it showed it very straight on the sides. Is there, that can be just like a place where you just fall off, or is there obviously? Go back to the right there. Yeah. See how it just shows, it seems like it's.
No, it's just a profile of the trail. So the engineers put that up. They like to do that. So they feel important. They put that up there. So that's part of it. And it's a pretty impressive trail network that we have. And we'd like to finish it off with this collector road. It's going to be $1.6 million because it's so expensive to read it. None of that cost is with the sewer or the water. That's the city's going to take care of that. It's redesigning the road and moving the poles and moving the ditches. But we have had so much comments from our community about this. They're just so excited. They just can't wait to get on there and start.
Are you approaching UDOT at all for any of their ATIP?
We did on UDOT down below here. When it's so funny, above Main Street going to Bergie Lane on Center is not UDOT road. But down here, all the way down to here, this is SR 113 when it becomes, we did get a UR grant and we got a TIF grant to go all the way down to Tate Lane. So we did get that because we needed to connect to the Heber Valley Railroad Trail once it's built.
Sorry, orient me again. Where's the Tate Barn?
It's roughly about right around here. It's right where the park is. And we'll have, with the trail, the Skeeter Valley Railroad Trail will be going right around it. It's gonna be just beautiful. It's a 10-foot wide trail. I'm really excited about that. It's all, everything is coming together for our city because we're getting really, really busy with a lot of development, big development.
Assuming Soldier Hollow is an Olympic venue and 2034.
Huge. We're working with them to tie into some trails there to help them out. So we're really great, small community, and we do work together really well. It's really wonderful.
How much do you guys collaborate with Heber City in terms of kind of connecting their systems?
We try to. They're just kind of getting started. They've been so busy with development that they're just now getting started. So what we've designed with Wasatch County is a master trail map. And we're including Heber, Waldsburg, Daniels, and we're trying to see if we can't tie in more trails together because Heber doesn't need some trails. And we're working on that together with them. Because you can see they're high, look at all their areas that are high crash sites. We've had a couple of pedestrians, we've had quite a few crashes. We got to try and slow people down. No. Any other questions?
Any other questions from the committee? All right.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We just have 5 minutes till I'm done, so.
Just those people are doing development. Several miles.
It's like, we've got Dan and Liz ready to go. You guys all set?
All set.
Let's see if technology works for us.
Never know.
I can't remember, because I think you shared your slides with me, so if it doesn't work, I think I can pull them up too.
Okay, well, yeah, take a couple of minutes to make sure everything's working and we'll get started with your presentation in just 2 or 3.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, either way, I have your slides here, or you can do it and have us.
Yeah.
Pull up your-
I was wondering, we got the 2 insulated ones, I'm like, oh. I'm like, more obvious, but. We must keep everyone caffeinated.
Yeah, I can't wait to take it away.
Yeah.
I saw you trying to be like.
University understanding.
Yeah.
Iron West Conquest.
Maybe.
That's all.
All right, can you guys see that?
Yes. If you guys are ready to go, then go ahead and get started. Welcome.
All right.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having us. We're excited to talk about a project that has started out west of Cedar City, namely the West Complex. How this became a thing was we got some land donated, 33 acres, and we've created some fields and some recreational opportunities out there. But then we realized that we have this fabulous eagle's nest in that area, and wanted something to protect that aspect and enhance our education activities and plant reviewing and areas. We came up with an irrigation pond, which is similar to what we have currently at the Lake of the Hills. It does our irrigation watering for our complexes and our cemetery and those kind of things. So it's not a new subject, but we thought it'd be great to not only be the irrigation pond, but also create, like we did here at Lake of the Hills, with fishing and some opportunities to implement the eagle bird watching and protect that area, along with enhancing nature aspects to be a unique facility. We've worked with the DWR, and we've worked with the local associations and SUU biology department to come up with a plan to create a buffer zone and just a neat aspect of a park that would not have recreational amenities per se, as in we have kayaks and boating and those kind of things on the pond for a bird watching and aspect.
So this map that you guys see, it was some drone footage taken by Matthew Joseph from Southern Utah University. If you look down here at the blue, that's the indication of the eagle's nest. This image right here is standing to the west of the tree where the eagle's nest is located. To the far east, you can see the maroon vehicle. And to the east of that is where the soccer complex will be located. So our vision is for this area to be a dual purpose irrigation pond that will serve as the main watering source for the Iron West soccer complex, but additionally be a recreational pond for fishing, not just for families, but also for the bald eagles in the area. With the irrigation pond, we propose a bird viewing area that can be used to educate visitors about the bald eagles and other surrounding wildlife. Given the recent unfortunate events in our county, education is a primary necessity to the preservation of the eagle, their nesting areas, and for their well-being. So this video footage that you see, there's been a little bit of rumor, so I want to squash it really quickly. We had a professional drone pilot come out and take this video footage. It was taken from 1,100 feet away with a 200 times zoom at an altitude of 400 feet. As you can see in the video, there are 3 little eaglets in the nest in our proposed location.
This nest, from what I understand, has been a nest for these pair for decades. So we're just trying to protect it and use our resources. Fortunately, this project is at the infancy stage, so it's great that we can kind of implement this before we get restrooms and parking lots and all those kind of things over at the soccer field. So we can kind of create this zone that we know that we don't have to worry about amenities coming into that zone for the bird watching.
Some of the benefits of this project It would create recreational outdoor space for the community and out-of-town visitors, provide educational opportunities for people of all ages regarding bald eagles and other wildlife in the area. It would provide a preservation area for the bald eagle's nest, which is very important, and provide substantial food for the surrounding wildlife, primarily the eagles. So the pond next to us here at the Aquatic Center, every winter we have this pair that come and they fish and eat the coots out of our little reservoir. So having it that close to them would give them the opportunity to do so. And then create a water source to irrigate the adjacent athletic field. All right. Any questions for us? Did we get kicked
out? This project, I guess I'm not fully clear on the recreational infrastructure that this might establish. You mentioned fishing. Are you gonna have like fishing docks? Are you gonna have a trail around the pond? What are some of your plans there?
It's gonna have a trail around the pond, but we're not gonna have any docks or right now. We're not gonna have any docks or any kayaks or any boats, any of those things that the lake. We're just making this more of a skiing area and a walk.
Any other questions from the committee?
Yeah, I've got one. So, did you show up in kind of an overview map from on the location? Maybe I had my head down looking at
Yes.
notes.
Yes.
I mean, you mentioned soccer fields. Can you bring maybe that overview map back up? Just
Yeah, and and maybe the north-south coordinates of where this is in the city.
Yeah, I guess what I was wondering is if there's a hand back from that, kind of putting in perspective where Cedar City and where the different connections are with recreational access to this site.
Yeah.
This is out west of town as you're heading towards Enterprise. Be on the south side of the road, just past the.
There you go.
Iron Springs.
There you go. That's correct.
I'm a T-bird. Go T-birds.
Hey, you had terminology there. Like you know exactly what you want. So it's that's 4500 west. So it's not a new development. Right on the edge of the city's limits going west.
So is there a school?
There is an elementary school. There's Iron Springs Elementary, a couple blocks east of the area.
All right, that helps. Yeah, I think we got it figured out where it is. Any other questions? Okay, don't see any additional questions. So thank you for your presentation and yeah, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, that brings us to the end of the first half of our day. And so I believe lunch has arrived. We'll go ahead and adjourn for lunch if there's a motion to that effect.
Don't move.
I'll second it.
Okay, Lance moves to break for lunch. I see the clock is now 12:31, so we better get started with our public comment. Is there anybody online? Doesn't look like it.
We have 9 participants, but they're not.
Okay, well, we'll keep watching for the next 15 minutes and then we'll get started at 12:45. Maybe it's a good time now to sort of just throw a couple of items out there for discussion and just make sure we have the opportunity to give some perspectives. I've talked to a few of you about just different things. You know, I did talk with Cameron about just the overall feel of your grant applications. You know, this year we've got some great projects. Got some mediocre, you know, some poor ones, which is always the way it is. But I guess quality wise, that's one thing I think would be important for us to focus on as a division in the next few years, is to figure out ways that we can continue to get that quality up. So I guess if there was any discussion of that, especially when it comes to the economic impact piece of this, with that being kind of light, I would say maybe light this year. I don't really notice.
There were a couple of proposals where I noticed that there wasn't anything really documented, even though it was part of the justification.
Right, yeah. So anyway, any thoughts on that?
Well, I'll kind of echo, it sounds like Cameron, maybe somebody else made some comments about the quality of applications, and yeah, there's some stuff in here, I'm just like, it's not good, you know. I've only been on this committee for 3 years, but you know, I think we've had better applications in the past, and it seems like some of these are, you know, they know that we've got a bunch of money now, and they say, well, we're just gonna go get some money because we know we can. And you know, I don't know what is appropriate, like again, with functions, the office and stuff like that, being a hotel guy on the outside and stuff like that, but it almost seems to be like, I don't know, and I know that the staff does a great job of getting out into rural Utah and things. And I'll speak, you know, there's no applications in here from Garfield, at least I didn't notice any, none from Garfield County. And I'll just speak about Garfield County. So, you know, you've got the STP problem down there, you know, the same 10 people, and it's like, you know, they do everything, right? I mean, so sometimes it just comes down to a bandwidth thing, and you know, and a money thing. It's like, okay, even if it's just if it's a cool idea, and you know, where are you gonna find $50,000 to do this cool idea, even if the match is 10-1 or whatever, you know, you have a problem with that. So I don't know. I guess I'm just causing more problems. I don't have any ideas. I'm just kind of illustrating, you know, okay, would it be more appropriate on some of this money to do like really big, cool stuff? You know, like, you know, I look at the assets we do have in Garfield County, like the Red Canyon to Bryce Canyon, no bike path, the Cullen Canyon to Canyon bike path, and it's 17 miles, it's fully paved. It's just a great asset, but it was expensive. You know, I mean, nearly $1 million a mile. That seems like it was 15, 17 million, something like that. I don't know what to build that. A lot of federal land, a lot of jurisdictions there and stuff, but it's like, you know, the kind of money we're talking about here, could you do cool things like that? I don't know. I mean, you can once you get the matches and leverage and stuff like that, but it's like, do we need to think bigger? You know, like some of this money, like try to do really cool regional stuff, and how much does the staff or the department have to get involved to coordinate that and say, go down and say, hey, we need this cool regional asset, and you guys got to work together, and this is where we're going to go. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. You opened it up, so now I just spilled my brain on it.
I think you're very, your costs have gone up.
Right.
It's even more now for you to do that Red Canyon Trail than you did when John Holland first did that.
Right, yeah.
So, the thought on our team is considering raising the ceilings for the regional asset here. And so, but I don't know, you know, because we also have the outdoor recreation infrastructure grant, which is a great opportunity. But, you know, maybe this can go up to 1 million, maybe it's more than 1 million. I'd love to hear from you, and then the rules for the regional asset here that you know, it's not the same as the others where you can have that lesser match. It's gotta be in the rural areas 1-to-1, and in the urban areas, what, Patrick, 3-to-1? So, should we consider changing that? Those of you who do, you know, deal with or live in rural counties, we would love to hear from you on this aspect, because this is where people play. This is what, you know, that particular trail, were it to be added on to, right? And start going farther down the canyon, that's gonna cost millions. Now, it also could maybe eventually get that sweet little, what's the abbreviation for the Utah Trails network with the dollars, right? Huh? Yeah, so there's opportunities there, but other things, I know that Garfield County did get ORI money for improving the Calf Creek. Isn't that Garfield?
Yeah, that's
the Calf Creek campground quite a bit. So there's things, but we really want to be responsive and really want to be providing the communities what is needed. Consider these investments back into the communities and to grow these. But yeah, we know construction prices.
Right, yeah.
What are your thoughts there?
You asked the question kind of, is it encouraging thinking big? And that was my first response. In fact, when Cameron and I were talking, that's kind of my response is, yeah, we do need, and Cameron brought up the example of Mill Creek County, right? That's a big project, obviously, you know, huge, a lot of money, lots of planning, very ambitious. So that's a great example. So the more we feature those, the more we talk about them, going to the League of Cities and Towns annual meeting, UAC annual meeting, and presenting and showing local leaders really what has been done. Here's an example of a great award or regional asset tier as the example, so that we can encourage people to think big and start early. I think sometimes what happens with grants is people think for about 3 or 4 months, yeah, I need to do that grant, I need to apply for that grant. And then they get to the point and they're like, oh gosh, what do I do? How about, yeah, piece of this project, let's do this, and let's look at that. And it's just, you know, going back to the STP, essentially, the more rural you get, more likely it is that it's going to be one of many hats that's worn in a smaller community where people are just, you know, they're the fire chief, they're on the ambulance, they're doing grants, they work for the parks department. I mean, it's a lot. And so I know UAC's got some efforts underway to try and mitigate some of that. And we're in the process right now too of reevaluating our planning efforts and trying to bolster that, and create a little bit more capacity in terms of our ability to assist especially smaller communities. Carly has had that OPMA grant going for a while. In the few places where we've been able to apply it, has made a real difference and some good feedback. And I think that's really where the most need is, helping people think big, helping people think strategically, and showing them what can be done. I think that's what's come out of the conversations that I've had with you.
One of the things I would add, and I was just asking Jason about this earlier a little bit, but as we talk about rural communities and we talk about this one-to-one match on some of these, I mean, some of these communities are not going to be able to come up with $1 million match. They just aren't. So if we raise these amounts, do we continue to bias the programs towards those metropolitan areas that have an easier time generating that kind of match? Or is there another way of shifting the funding so that, you know, if some of these where there's a one-to-one match, maybe it's not one-to-one in rural communities?
Yeah, that's a thought. So,
I think one of the other challenges the rural communities have that I deal with is not, some of them can raise the money to match. The problem is they can't afford to maintain after it's built. And that scares a lot of them out of, like, yeah, I can get it built, but I also did this one 15 years ago, and now it's garbage. And that's kind of what I see as I talk to them. A lot of them just don't want to do that. And the other comment, I think Evan and Rachel would agree, your system has done such a good, don't you think the quality of these applications is so much better than what we used to get on our old RTPs? We used to.
Absolutely.
I mean, we have some interesting perspectives. We used to get some stuff where Rachel and the team would have to just work with these guys to get something we could even score. And even then, as a committee on the old RTP, you guys deserve a lot of credit because the quality of applications, in my experience, is so much better than what we used to be able to get because you guys have put in a really nice system to make that functional for them to know exactly what's expected.
I appreciate that insight, Mike, because I do, my limited 2 years being here, I'm always in the mindset, those conversations probably naturally happen. But there is a lot. I mean, everything that we have in front of us, the Salesforce system for scoring, I think is actually really, really good.
I was long enough that we would have to go through handwritten applications where we were trying to decipher what they were describing on handwritten scanned documents.
Yeah. So I guess really the question boils down to how do we get communities to think bigger? And I think primarily that would fall on me. Being able to, again.
I do think it comes down to maintenance.
Cameron, right. And so maybe there's some other program. Cameron and I talked about, some webinars on the subject to kind of multiply that message and folks that are receiving it. Maybe there's something. We do have our trail crews now. We're starting this year. We've got 4 trail crews around the state. That is obviously going to have an impact in terms of the capacity to do maintenance and some trails. So there's, at some point there have to be a union between what we're doing with these projects and factoring in capacity for trail maintenance. So communities do feel a little better comfort level side, and if that's a barrier, there should be a way for us to alleviate those concerns.
Could I just add to that? We hired also an amazing person to head up and do the new state trails program manager. This person had once been the trails director for ACE, the whole country. And one of the things that he is going to be doing is putting together these train the trainer programs in very small communities to help them get their crews together, just made up of volunteers so that they know what they're doing for general annual standard maintenance that they might have to do. So there's more help from our division than ever before. I don't know, Mike, what you were seeing as far as, is it been mostly trails that were the ones that were?
Just mostly, yeah, because that's what I've dealt with the most.
Right.
But I will say it's a general rural problem. I used to work for county government. We used to always use the community impact board, CIB, to fund projects. And they finally implemented something like that where they actually now have a planner to help. And part of that question is, okay, if you get this built, can you support it? Now is a significant part of the evaluation where it used to be, can you get the match and can you get it built? But now it's added one more question, which is can you maintain it for the next 30 years?
Yeah.
And I think from the federal land management perspective, we're trying to get that same leap to happen, Jason, where we can get our planners and our managers to dream a multi-million-dollar project where that's just been so far off of their radar for so long. And, the outdoor recreation initiative, that's cracked that open. And, I think we need to wave that banner and go, we used to talk about the small projects, and now the small projects are $1 million ones. It's the 3+ million that we're leaving alone. It takes $3 million to build a campground that, in the urban interface zone that could handle what we've got going on the Wasatch Front. And we need to help our planners and our managers start dreaming about that stuff again. And again, I think your team and what we've done with our taxes is getting us there. It's, the same thing with our communities. How do we get them to go? There's something out there to ask for to help us with those large scale projects that make a huge difference. The trail you talked about, Lance, that's, people talk to me about that when I'm at trails things across the whole country. They make a difference.
Yeah, it's a matter of who has the energy. And, you know, so I think as far as, yeah, what the division has done, I really don't know. There's a whole lot more we can do process wise, and I think we've arrived at a really, really good refined process. But what are some of what's ways that we can think big? I can think big to move things.
Jason, do we talk much to the sports commission at all? I know they work with many communities to try and figure out how to take sport and create an economic impact around sport. More than anything, to just say, where's a gap where we could be doing something different, but there's
Are
a gap.
they more than an event and marketing?
They're event marketing, but I could clearly see them saying, boy, if we have this asset in this community, we could market to these events.
I would love to talk with Jeff and his crew about that if you want to help get those introductions in.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it would just be a way to, he's seen parts of the economy that we're maybe not paying attention to.
Yeah, and I think that's the struggle we've had, at least as long as I've been here, is sports and parks. While it's not what most people would consider outdoor recreation, first and foremost, there's a connection there. I think there's a way for us to, especially because it you know, well, it's a gateway, and it also there's a huge economic impact that I think we have some obligation to. Now, it'd be interesting to have that discussion with them, and I mean, even you know, the idea of creating a new category that is more sport and park related.
So speaking of, thank you for bringing that up. We've had discussions, and I'm pointing to our Attorney General, esteemed Attorney. There are two different funding sources, and they have different language that describes infrastructure. And the one that's coming out of the Adventure Fund, which is the 1% sales tax, does call out some park infrastructure, playgrounds. Does it call out sports fields, that kind of thing? So it's a little different, and we could just divide so that the TRT money goes for things that are really oriented around the visitor, and the Adventure Fund is oriented on quality of life and these types of things for them. So it's not like, it did not say pickleball courts, so. But yeah, our team is going to meet and have a visioning and go through that and just look at those technical changes. So that could open up things. Oh, we did say swimming pools. So that, you know, when I hear from communities where they have a 60-year-old outdoor swimming pool that needs to be completely replaced. Trying to do it through LWCF money, right, Evan?
Yeah.
And finding it really unwieldy to work with the federal funding requirements. That and I think of this is the only public pool for miles around where, you know, generations of taken swim lessons, done swim meets, had a fun swim day on a hot summer day, and now they are talking about having to close it down because they can't bring it up to modern standards. And that would be really nice to be able to address. Because I see that as outdoor recreation, even if it's not, but this language particularly calls it out.
So some food for thought. We just invite you to let me know if there are ways for to encourage people to think big and to elicit applications for more ambitious projects, especially when it comes to the economic impacts, and have that criteria rise.
Jason, I don't want to move on. We started our meeting, but I really love the helper city process that we went through with the river restoration, where we knew it was phased. They had a big vision. They knew that they couldn't do it all in 1 year. They they knew that there were different aspects of that, and just so to get communities thinking about that, or to layer in all these other funding sources, whether or not it's ATIF or something else, say, okay, you're doing this section, you're doing this. I mean, when Midway City was presenting and saying, okay, well, we've got we've made application for ATIF because on the UDOT right of way versus what's Midway City's right of way for some of that, all those things start to play in on how we're leveraging. And I think that multi-year phasing process, if this board saw it, isn't that you're going to automatically agree to whatever the 3 or 4 years of phase or maybe longer than that, but seeing that vision, I think has people say, okay, I'll take that first mile of trail knowing that it's heading this path.
Yeah, I think that's a much easier sell. That's a great example. Helper City has been, leaps and bounds. And I hope our efforts to I guess, increase our planning will have more planning events.
Jason, one of the thought, I agree with Des, and I agree with everything you were just saying there about thinking bigger. Have you, as an office, have you guys done a deep dive into the Guiding Our Growth survey results from the general public last year?
No, we haven't. That's something we do need to dive into on the list.
And for those who aren't familiar with the Guiding Our Growth effort, it was a public outreach survey through the governor's office, but a lot of partner organizations, including local cities and towns. Thousands upon thousands of Utahns responded, and they were looking at how to answer the question of how will we grow and what does success look like 5, 10, 20 years from now, and really focused in 4 key areas: housing, transportation, water, and then open space and recreation. And there's a lot of really good intel on the public on open space and on parks. And I think the fact that you have all of these projects going in year after year demonstrates that local leaders get it. By telling there's a little bit of a disconnect between what the public is looking for, which is more of the helper scale project or a Mill Creek Common type project, as opposed to like a glorified side. There's a role for the glorified side, but people get really excited about the Mill Creek Commons and the helper records. So trying to take that data set that the residents have told us they want, and then combining it with the criteria for the projects and dollar amounts available for the projects, recognizing that, helpers, it's a real concern to have staff who manage the asset. It's not really a concern in Mill Creek. They've got the capacity to do it. So how do you make sure you can scale it appropriately in different places? And I think the vision, knowing we have a huge amount of money this year, saying if we want to make a strategic pivot next year into bigger projects, does that warrant setting aside some dollars this year and not funding an average project, but saving some money so you get a head start on potential bigger projects next year?
Yeah, that's a strategic question. I think we're talking about as a group when we get a little closer to 8 million. All right. With that, I think we can start back into the work. We've got 2 or 3 more presentations this afternoon, starting at 3 o'clock.
Yep.
So between now and 3, that's the next couple hours, we can start chunking away on RLI and your Tier 1. Again, I want to point out the sheet that is prepared has the blue lines on it, 3 different possible breakdowns of scoring and recommendations for funding. Take a look at that, and there is a motion in someone's head to start on a chunk of this. I think we could take quite a bit of it. $50 applications total on the Tier 1 UR grant. We funded every single one of them. That's $6 million. Right now, is this our current snapshot? We just finished deciding on about 226,000 that we'll move forward with to evaluate and approve tomorrow. 22 project.
We wanted to knock out RRI.
We can start with ROI. Is that a motion?
Second.
Do you have any specific line you want to draw down the line of ROI? There's
I do want to highlight the fact that I'm a problem child and did not actually enter numbers for the Jordan River Trail, so it is artificially low. Just putting that out there. So if there is a line, we might need to justify lumping that up there. There are lots of comments, but no numbers.
Okay, so the motion is that we start on the list of RRI applications. A second to that?
I seconded it.
Russ seconded it. All right, discussion.
I want to amend the motion if you don't mind. To go 34.81 and up for the purposes of the discussion right now.
34.81 and above. Okay, so that's the Sunrock High Adventure Base and above. All right, so the substitute motion or the amended motion, are you okay with that amendment? Aaron?
I would like to further amend it to include the Jordan River Trail in that group, even though it doesn't fall within that number, because it would have done my job properly.
I'll second that. Motion.
Okay.
All right. So Aaron's amended motion is, with Lance's help, that we evaluate, or we move forward with all of the RRI that score 4.81 and above, and in addition, the Jordan River Trail.
Because they have an artificially low.
So
I got to stand up for them.
Russ, are you still willing to second?
Yes,
that motion?
second, yeah.
All right, so with that, what is our discussion to that motion? I guess we can just start with Stansbury Crest, Farmington Canyon, and Tri-Canyon Trail Restoration by Cottonwood's Foundation. It's taking longer to figure out who's longer list.
Yeah, there you go.
Looks like Evan, you are lucky you highlighted yellow there.
Okay, so this is a broad scale proposal for trail restoration and improvement in the heavily used areas of Salt Lake, Davis County, including Stansbury Crest, Farmington Canyon, Ness Canyon, Mount Olympus, and 30 trails in Mill Creek and Big and Little Cottonwood Canyon. So very overarching trails project. My notes say great partner list and external dollar support. Restoring and rerouting to sustainable level of trails and structures on the most used and highest impacted trails in Salt Lake area, including the other counties. Very highly visited trails, lots of reach on the trail improvement, good, very strong volunteer component, Forest Service lands with lots of Forest Service letters of support, shovel-ready project. I ranked this one as I, along with everybody else.
Okay. And so, anybody else scored that? Want to add, Jake or Lincoln?
I thought it was an awesome project.
Yeah. Speaking of thinking big, right? Okay. Next one is Canary Falls Ladder. That would be Lance.
So, this has to do with Canary Falls Trail, which is the slot gate in there, Canaryville, which was one of those trails that really got found during COVID. Everybody in the dog went to, they had to actually do a fee there where you park, and when you go up, it's just kind of a little self-service fee, but they have a fee to that project. Just to help with mitigation, but this is, there's that, when you look at pictures of it, they've got that iconic ladder. Well, there it is right there. So the ladder, in the advertising, and is to repair that ladder specifically, and some other miscellaneous improvements. And anyway, as far as the ask goes, it was 72,000. Seems like to continue to improve on that project. I thought it was a great project, and I rated it quite high. So
as did I. Yep.
How did they fund that ladder? Because that's ladder number 2 for this site.
Yeah, it used to
Yeah.
have that nice iconic wood
Right,
one.
really
that's
pretty
not-
and
yeah.
dangerous.
And then
one.
they
That is
replaced
not
it
even
with
really
lots of
Yeah.
complaints. Are they trying to go rustic-ish, or are they same as this?
That's a good question. I don't know. It might be still more functional than, yeah. a pretty
Basically
big-
stairs rather than a ladder?
Well, they're charging permits, so I bet they're more liable if something happens now.
Oh, yes, that's true.
So,
But it's, I mean, without the ladder, you can't get up to it here, so it's, yeah, I said it is necessary, so.
But yeah, they did just replace it like 3 years ago.
was it 3 years ago?
Something like that, yeah.
I feel.
I don't remember seeing that in there, but it sounds like whatever it was, didn't work out.
I think it was pre-2020 because the permits went into place pre-2020.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, it might have been about the same time. Anyway,
It's a great project. I also would be in favor of it. Okay. Fixed inter maintenance. Salt Lake Climbers Alliance.
They replaced the ladder in 21.
Cameron, you're the guy.
So speaking of ongoing projects, the Salt Lake Climbers Alliance has come to this committee before to improve the trails, improve the anchors and the other climbing infrastructure in the O'Connor Canyon and the approaches thereof. So I scored it highly, and this has been a group that we've funded previously that they've been reliable, and it's a highly trafficked area, high demand area. So there's an environmental sustainability component to it that I also found valuable.
That's public safety.
Yeah.
Significant public safety.
I think submitted 2 applications this week, right?
Correct.
And this is one of the first RTP match.
Yes, this is an RT3. Okay. George's Hollow Trails renovation project, Trails of Utah, Salt Lake County.
I got that one. This is to complete maintenance, and some rerouting of the 2.5 miles of existing designated trail in the Salt Lake foothills right above the Natural History Museum. I don't know if you all have been up there. It's total spider web of trails with these kind of, they call it old, trail that was designed 100 years ago for sandstone quarrying efforts. And their goal is to bring that back to a designated trail system and provide a useful trail so that the spider web of user-created trails can be rehabilitated. The not mountain bike accessible. There's going to be lots of steps, and just due to the topography up there. The State Historic Preservation Office is supportive. I thought this was kind of cool about this project. They're supportive and would like to see some historical interpretation due to the sandstone quarrying history there. Super heavy recreation use and reach. I thought this was a perfect UORG project and rated it high.
And it was a really good example of working together with your partners, the university, Salt Lake City, the Forest Service, and stuff like that. They did a good job. And having grown up hiking on those trails, I feel like it's
Yeah.
It's a big need.
It is. I'll reiterate my signage comment from earlier. There's a lot of ways to go and probably needs to be just, I guess, narrowed down a little bit as far as the options and the number of socially created trails. So I'm in favor of it. Okay. Kesher Campground Restoration Project, Minersville Lake. This is in Beaver County.
I had that one. This project, I rated it high. There was some flooding that happened last year, and so there's some major renovations that needed to happen. And just like, because it was in like Beaver County, I was like, this is probably one that needs to be done. So I didn't see any negative. So anyone else?
Anybody else that scored that one?
I scored it. my only concern, I wish there was a little bit more detail and specifics of what they were going to do. Like there was kind of a fairly general map. I think of just kind of the campground area. I guess I was sort of a little bit more. I was a little surprised that there would be absolutely, for some of the changes, there might not be any need, but maybe not. Just because it's not Forest Service and
Maybe it's already been disturbed in the last 50.
Forest Service.
All right, Wasatch Mountain State Park, Dutch Hollow restoration.
I don't think I'm on for it, but I can speak to it.
Well, Aaron, you're highlighted.
Okay.
Betsy and Mike.
The Dutch Hollow?
Sorry.
No,
Oh, no,
I'm-
Cameron.
yeah, I was-
I'm looking at the line above.
Right, I'm on such.
You get better reading glasses, sorry. Cameron, yep.
Yeah, perfect. This takes us back to the Wasatch Track. We mentioned earlier about midway, but this is trail maintenance in the highly used area of Wasatch Mountain State Park. I scored it highly because it's a highly used area. It's led by local community activists, community leaders who have some sweat equity and community buy-in there. And again, it's a highly trafficked area. There's going to be more traffic. So investing in the sound makes sense.
Also an RTP match here.
If you haven't used it, it's a cool system on there.
It is, it's awesome. Yeah. And good cooperation with the state park. Okay. Wasatch Plateau Trails Tonic, Snow College, Sanpete County.
I ranked that one as well.
Is this the Snow College?
Yep.
Yes.
I think that's mine. This is 150K ask of a 220K total. This is for trails maintenance. 50 miles of iconic trails on the Wasatch Plateau. There are 300 miles of non-motorized trails, 600 motorized. They were decimated by wildfires, and the trails are in some disarray. 50 miles of repair work, and they have financial partners. They've secured their 30% map, and they're working with Snow College using their students for quite a lot of labor. I rated this highly.
Now they're hiring the students by and large, correct?
I'll need confirmation on that.
I think they are. I think part of their budget is to pay student salaries or intern salaries. Yeah, trail crew, 26 weeks at $19 an hour. I was on this one too. So are we allowed to fund that kind of thing? Yeah. Okay. That was my only question about this entire proposal.
I had written down, I looked at this one as well, and I said, I wish there were more ways to make some areas ADA accessible. I didn't see anything. And maybe this just can't.
Jeff, aren't you supposed to be advocating for that?
And maybe I missed it, you know?
I don't remember seeing much of that one.
Well, a lot of it was, there's a lot of motorized trail too. I know there's something we expected to see accessibility wise there.
Yeah, I just think. I don't know why I put that, but anyway.
It's a good point to make.
It just looked like there was a mistake.
Well, yeah, and if they're cleaning up, there's no reason they can't.
I have a nephew that's quadriplegic, so these types of things, like I'm always looking for places and things that he can do outside.
This is their summary. All the trails impacted by the Wasatch Plateau Trails Tonic project are primitive and backcountry in nature, and the current state, some trails are difficult, if not impossible, even for non-disabled individuals to traverse.
I said that.
Please see trail reviews and pictures. Although upgraded trails will not meet ADA accessibility standards, the Wasatch Plateau Trails Tonic will significantly improve the potential for more users to access the trails.
That's why I put that comment. But this is more for heavy hikers and hard stuff.
Okay,
But I still rate it high, so no reason to.
yeah, I wouldn't want people to use that as an excuse or an easy cop out. Be my only concern. It's truly, really, as impossible as it sounds, and that was impossible, but
Yeah,
I guess I'd be cautious accepting that at face value.
yeah.
Do they have I don't think I looked at a map. Let's see. They have lots of pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, some of it is really exposed. It would require like carving a part of the hillside to make it wide enough to,
Yeah.
I mean, it's barely wide enough for me and I
It
do
needs
a lot.
that one right
Yeah,
there.
that's,
look at
yeah,
that.
well, yep, that's exactly the one I'm
That's
looking
what
at right now. It's like, oh, that's,
Yeah, they need some,
Yeah.
it just,
but let's see the map. Sorry, we're all clicking on our links.
Yeah.
I did write in my puzzle. I love that snow colleges do things like this, so.
Well, I also love the fact that it's, pipeline development and workforce development. I will always get behind that. Obviously.
All right. well,
We don't, yeah, we can move
Just a
on.
bit of due diligence. All right.
Yeah.
The next one is Trail Restoration Project, Sevier County. And like Mike,
Yeah, this is, that's a trail, it's getting a little older, that's kind of part of their old trails to rails and community development. They tied a lot of the communities together. They've got some pretty major problems that are creeping up on them. We got some boulders all on the trails. The photos you see, the photos of some cracks that are 2 to 3 inches across. Not real great for bikes.
This is Foster's trail.
No, these are, it's county trail, but it's on gold.
The one that goes down to Mary's.
It starts with a house and all of
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of the issues are kind of in the valley before it gets into the canyon, there's also continuing to do that. So it's a $76,000 project, $53,000 request. I like the project. I mean, this is an example though, that there probably hasn't been a lot to maintain it. Now we've kind of gotten to that critical point where now maintenance is no longer the option. Now we're gonna fix it. I think they estimate over 10,000 users per year for the trail. They actually have to host several events per year, so I really like the project. It's just too bad they can't prevent it before it gets this bad, because some of these are new problems.
Maintenance question again.
yep, yeah, no, every time this comes up, I think about our trail crews, I think about more and more smaller county-based or recreation district-based trail crews are cropping up.
And I think for this one, at least, the story was, this giant boulder came down and they probably wouldn't have asked for repairs or done anything until this significant thing happened, impetus to get it going. And then they're like, well, can we just
Do it all.
do it all at once if we need to fix this one thing? So.
Well, the ask is just for resurfacing, right?
Mhm.
Because I think in my notes, I had addressing drainage issues, because the pictures showed some significant, future issues going on.
Yeah.
My general concern on this project of poles looking way back is they were able to get funding to do kind of the absolute minimum to make it usable. So it's got really thin asphalt over a big, long trail. Kind of asking for problems in a way, but it's been heavily used and heavily utilized and people love it.
I mean, it's kind of one of those, it's a small ask, and it'd be nice if it was even bigger ask.
This feels like a Band-Aid, so it's a temporary fix.
That's what it feels like to me, because I see it all the time. But, I mean, yeah, she's showing some of the cracks. There's some major stuff happening.
Yeah, she put in, I think, 20 pictures.
Yeah, lots of pictures.
Yeah, so there's lots of damage and lots of stuff that needs to be addressed. And it does seem to be, there's also a public safety component that seems to be concerned, so. Okay. Behind the Butte, campsite improvements, Goblin Valley State Park, Emory County.
That's me, I think.
Yes, you are.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Mixed up all my tabs. I need 1 second to plug all of my.
Yeah, it's an $88,000 request, total value of $178,000.
This one's also matched with the OHVR grant, which will be scored on Friday of this week. So if we fund it, then that might help that cause for this week's meeting.
Sorry, I'm just starting my application so I can actually find it. All right, there we go. Yeah, with this one, it's basically, it seemed really like their documentation was excellent. The only thing that I was slightly worried about is that there's an endangered cactus and they were gonna do plans around it. Was kind of going into it and I'm like, I was a little worried about that.
What land management agencies are you talking about?
It's state park.
All state park.
Well,
It's recent state park, though. This is
Yeah.
property that was added during the legislation. This was a heavy use camping area before it got acquired.
right. So
Kind of
it's already super
adopted
impacted.
some problems when they took it on. This was sort of people who didn't want to pay to stay in the park would build a camp.
Right. Yeah, we have so many of those in Utah.
So this is to formalize some dispersed camping areas, is to provide some fire ring signage, kind of make sure people know where to go.
And they did get good partnerships to determine.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, and it's really needed and help with human waste, I think.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fire hazard.
Got it. Cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's just not, let's see. And again, this is one of these that talks about how it's gonna be hard to make it 100% ADA accessible. I mean, they actually addressed it at least in their proposal. The local soils, and the primitive nature of the campsites, but they did actually get into it a bit in terms of the vault toilets, the picnic tables, and clear space around the campsites, to make it usable, if not great.
I think this is one of the few too that does serve both motorized and non-motorized users, so that's something that we don't usually see.
Right.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I feel like they must have done their meat audit, but once in it.
I think the NEPA was part of the text.
Yeah, okay, because, yeah,
It's a good project.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perimeter trail access, Mountain Association of Governments in Wasatch County. This is me, and yeah, I've been on the perimeter trail around Jordanelle. It's really cool, a lot of variety, but really long. Some parts of it are really bad. They use the trail quite a bit for accessing areas of the reservoir for search and rescue purposes. Yeah, some of the rest of my notes here. They got a good, clear plan for funding, and the ongoing maintenance, really solid. Working with the county. It does have, I guess on accessibility, catering to a broader segment. Yeah.
I think, Jason, we had marked this one as being an RTP match, but it actually is not.
Actually,
So,
it's not.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think you mentioned that to me before. Yeah, correct. So it does say that on here, but you disregard it. It's standalone. But it is good value, $35,000 ask, $150,000 payment. Outstanding.
Especially we were trying to things.
So, oh yeah, just too excited to get on this one. Weaver County Trail Maintenance, Building Enhancements, Trails Foundation in Utah, and Weaver County.
Yeah. Can I present on this one?
Yep, you can.
So, yeah, so this one, you know, existing assets there in Weaver County, a bunch of trails up towards like Snow Basin and, you know, what was it, Pine Creek, Pine View, whatever the reservoir is up there. And they had some floods and, you know, it's just to restore the assets there. We got to replace some bridges, things like that. It seems like they've got some good trails there, kind of going back to what you talked about, Jason, about that urban, you know, Wasatch front, those recreation assets. And it seems like they're just trying to do some maintenance. I mean, what it's there for, right? So I like the project. I recommend it.
Okay. So you're the only one present, the three evaluators, so we'll try to.
Okay. Well, like I said,
All the pressure.
Okay, Duck Creek Visitor Center, workforce fence replacement, Cedar City Ranger District in King County. That would be Mike, yeah.
So it's basically for a fence, replacement of a fence, around restroom facilities, parking areas, kind of partitioning out the big area gets a lot of stopping traffic that goes over the mountain. A lot of use. I mean, it's not a little sexy application to go through build an old one fence. Didn't really have a lot of major comments on it. It's just harder to necessarily get excited about versus a trail or something else. But they need is a lot of use in that restaurant facility, you know, people going over and whatever, depends where you see.
Is it a fence? Is it a
They're
barrier?
calling it a restoration, so.
Yeah. Is it a barrier for vehicles, people?
People.
They keep them from.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's, yeah, it just keeps them from kind of going out across the meadows and over towards the property.
This is a small
ask.
$7,500 ask.
Yeah, I reviewed this one as well. It's kind of the same inside. It's up there. But it's $3,500.
Yeah, it's not a big.
Yeah.
We're replacing a 30-year-old. So hopefully this one will last.
Maybe we can get 35 out of this. Yeah. All right. Art dye, disc golf course improvements.
That is me. This is a disc golf course in American Fork. They are asking for $35,000 out of $102 project. They made the case that it's really highly used and, they showed, yeah, you can see that it really needs some updating. It's got the trail on the screen. And they have great letters from disc golf people and the professional disc golf association saying we would have an event here. So I'm like, yeah, sure, $35,000. Let's you review this one. Runs and Russ, I think.
Looked at it as well. It definitely needs some maintenance there. And it's in a beautiful spot.
Okay. Whitewater Canyon campsite improvement and vegetation control, Grand County BLM project.
So this one is mine, and this one, to be honest with you, it kind of hurt my brain. And I think the reason it hurt my brain, first of all, it starts out, and like I say, I guess I didn't record a score for this one just because, again, under funding request, there is no, the project summary, there's no project summary. Proposed restoration work. Am I seeing that or is that just me?
No,
Des,
it
you
was
did
like,
this one.
there's 5 or 6 random ones that Des got a lot of that didn't work on your end. So information, we tried to get to people that had those situations, but the scores didn't necessarily get recorded. So
Okay.
I think this is the
Well,
only example where the only 2 scores were recorded.
Okay, but do you see something under project summary when you go through the application?
So I think I had to go in order to see it, had to go through, in through Patrick's access, because I couldn't really.
Pull that up, because I'd be glad to change my report. Again, the only thing I could see was a description of reseeding, or, plant native plants, things like that. And it was just kind of like, but then, you get.
It's noxious weed abatement is really what the project is. I mean, it's noxious weed abatement to open up some additional, some campsites that I think that have been invaded with noxious weeds. And then, I think they had also some work to make them better ADA compliant for access to those additional campsites that have been invaded by the noxious weeds.
Well, they wanted to pave the boat ramp too. There's a boat ramp there and they want to pave it. Is that sound right? Yes. Again, it was just, I don't know if was it the system or the way they applied or something like that. But again, I just felt like it wasn't a good application. I don't know. I really had a lot of heartache. I don't know. Maybe it's just a personal issue with like the federal agencies, no offense to the immigrant.
Wow.
The better.
Settle down.
It's not a personal thing. It's not a personal
Don't
thing.
take it personally, God.
It just comes down to, these are state tax dollars. And then I realize, federal government can't pay for everything. But again, I guess that combined with this weird application, like I said, it just, and if I'm wrong,
I'm sorry that we caused you some heartache for it first,
Yeah.
but I do, yeah, so it said the goals were to remove the, first one, improve accessibility, so the ADA compliant, campgrounds themselves, I think are storing the sites, maybe 11 or 12 different sites.
And that part I like. I like the first point. And Des, you gave this one too, so you can correct me if I'm on track, but the noxious weed control, that type of stuff, again, I know some of this stuff we have is definitely not sexy, but that one I think is just a big stretch as far as a recreation, outdoor recreation project. Well, I want my tax money paid, you know, especially when the federal government has different funding sources they use for that. I think.
Plans for swimming in cash. Let me.
Yes, we.
So,
So, I mean, if you look at my handwritten notes when I was doing this, I was like low, medium. It's 150,000 in an area that really doesn't have a whole lot of accessibility. Scoring up low, but trying to have this discussion to say, I don't really love the fact that we're putting it in things, but I think that federal agencies should be taken care of, but it's an area that doesn't have a whole lot of camp spots, and that Westwater launch area is highly utilized, so, yeah.
It is.
So I did actually have this one too. I am I guess the high on this one. It's, yeah, the high use. I mean, cameras, the problem with cameras is basically it changes the entire waterway. It, you know, replaces all the natives, it totally changes what's going on there. Now, is that
outdoor recreation?
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
what they argued is, and it's true, you will get these really dense thickets of these, as you will probably know, as you're trying to get, so they're arguing that the access to the campsites is impeded by these thickets of tamarisk, and that it's river raptors that are going through, and so they're trying to access it from the river, and they're not able to because of them, which is why I was okay with it. If it had been just a biological thing, as much as I care about that stuff, it would have been hard to justify funding it this way. Yeah, it's,
That's next to a shitter.
oh. For public record, thank you.
I think the issue.
I confused myself.
Oh.
Really?
Okay.
Are you involved in this?
Yeah, the county, well, I also run the volunteer groups down. So we take.
Yeah.
And to open up the access down there, yeah, it's trying to coordinate between the county weeds, the BLM, and some other parts doing veg removal, but also I was steering them towards the accessibility issue.
Yeah.
And the campgrounds themselves, we've been down Westwater. Volunteer group after volunteer group, it's like what I do in my free time to try to like open those up, because it is a problem for actual camp sites themselves, but the river access campsites.
Again, and this is one that having a conversation about it definitely helps. You know, again, I want to do a certain understanding what it is. I think right where it falls is probably where it should be, and you know, I think if we funded it, I wouldn't lose any sleep over not saying that. So
There was a reference to hand cycle trail being planned in the area in the application. There was nothing else with there as to what else was good. That was intriguing to me, but there wasn't anything else in the application on that. Don't know if anybody's gone.
I don't know. I mean, we have riverfronts. We take groups down Westwater.
Yeah.
But I'm not aware of it too, but I'll look into it.
They put it in there for eye candy.
That's right.
Maybe. I mean, it sounds like there's something cool that's gonna happen on a trail nearby, but.
Yeah.
So Jake, do you have like willow flycatchers out there? Is that why you have to do it in a phased?
Yeah, there's a lot
Okay.
of various issues when you can actually do the cutting down there.
Yeah.
And historically, it's, yeah, BLM fire has been participating a lot in this, and this was trying to make a more concerted effort amongst like all groups, which is probably why, yeah, it's pretty disjointed. Like, I didn't actually get a look at it before they submitted it.
Yeah, I recused myself from this one as well.
Yeah.
I got assigned this one and recused myself after starting and realizing what it was, so I did not rank or address it, but it was not a well-written proposal.
No, it was hard to see. It was so, the not just weed component was so overwhelming that it made it harder to see the recreation.
I think
If they had just calmed down on some of it, and like, just in terms of how the focus, the time they spent on it, it's not even what they're doing. It's just, they, you know, 1/3 is actual about recreation, and then 2/3 is about the noxious weeds and how they wrote it.
Yeah.
And no thirds are about what we're trying to do.
Right.
And again, this is.
Well, they just
this
say
is
that they're
BLM land, but
making,
my
they're
first
making
notes say.
campsites 8 to 12 ADA accessible. They do specifically state that, but it's like one sentence.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you really have to dig to get that.
What was the
Again,
timeline on this one?
I'm not
Well,
gonna lose
hold on,
any sleep over it. It was
Here,
it was a poorly written application.
Planned
it's,
for 25
For an
to 26.
yeah, it's phased, so all the way through 27. Yeah, each fall. One, so that's good. That's you guys, your weed removal. And the ADA campsites are 25 and 26, right? Okay.
They originally applied for a tier 1 category, and then once I reviewed it, realized it's not at all a new infrastructure, so within like 5 days, they had to, or it was less than that, it was like a day or two. I said, you need to rewrite it into an RRI. Doesn't change that the project proposal what it was, but maybe they haphazardly kind of threw stuff together, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moving on. 150,000 of a 1.2 million. So it's 8 to 1 match about. All right. So Strawberry Reservoir Recreation Site Restoration, West Forest Service in Wasatch County. Tom is not present. Russ and Aaron.
So, my comments were, I know this area gets used heavily and they're asking for, on the wrong page, but it didn't seem like a big match. They didn't talk of how much it's used in the winter time. The only problem I had with it is it's asphalt, but if you don't maintain asphalt, I know this very well, it pretty soon goes away and then it's gonna cost you more to replace it.
What was the project? What was?
It's actually restoration of the, let's see, infrastructure improvements around Strawberry Reservoir aimed at addressing issues with asphalt quality.
Path
And the restroom
accessibility
path.
to the restroom,
Yeah.
signage.
Did you look at this one too?
Yeah.
Okay.
So issues with asphalt quality, restroom, path accessibility and signage. There's a campground and boat launch, basically 3 campgrounds with boat launches. And apparently Strawberry Reservoir is considered a very nice fishing area.
It's like I say, it does get heavily used. They talk mostly about the winter or the summertime months, but I know there's a lot of people go up there in the winter as
Yeah,
well.
they do ice fishing up there.
Yes.
My negative comment was, seemed like the timeline was way far out there for a project. And I realized that they have a very small window because you're up at Strawberry Reservoir, but I'm like, can't we get this done quicker? Because if we postpone it a year or two, then that asphalt that we're saying today needs to be fixed is probably going to be a third more.
Right.
In 2 more winters. Anyway.
One thing I did find a little confusing here, and maybe this is something that the staff can clarify. They talked about restoring 30 structures. When, you go through the proposal, it's like, what are you doing? The summary, is it the proposed restoration work? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So under,
Questions.
the proposed restoration work details. And then, where they have for trails, how many miles for structures, how many structures for campsites, how many campsites. And the only thing they put numbers in for, they have 30 structures. And I was really
Oh, I
confused by
didn't
that.
catch that. 'Cause there's no structures there.
Yeah, maybe are they doing something with the restrooms? But again, it's.
Oh, Jason, it does say upgrade signage.
Maybe that's their structures.
Is it a kiosk?
Oh.
I don't know. I just sometimes get confused by the way people.
Yeah, that's a good point, Erin, that sometimes structures could be a campground or a signage or something very minimal, and now we're getting 30 structures and maybe it's a couple of posts.
We're thinking
or-
structure and.
Well, you have campgrounds as campsites as a separate item on the numbers, but
That's got to be.
yeah, okay. 30 signs?
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're just asking us for asphalt. I mean, is what.
Right.
150,000 is for asphalt.
Some of what we ask for, what we get from the applicants, like structures or like job supported. Sometimes like a quarter-mile of trail, they'll say like 30 jobs
Yeah.
supported, and you're like, really?
Yeah.
So, we definitely depend on the reviewers who are looking at these individually, to bring those questions up, because if they say 30, and it's like 30 what?
Yeah, I know.
Labor for
Yep.
sign
Yep.
installation
Yep.
in the budget line.
Yep.
So there's your structures.
Currently, signage is outdated, unclear, or insufficient, leading to confusion and frustration for people navigating the area.
Because they don't know where
We can't
They-
have people
they can't
frustrated.
find, they
Well,
can't find the lake.
Directional signs, informational boards with maps, safety information, and then of course interpretive elements. And site-specific regulations. The one where it is, where you're like, okay, there is something here that is pretty darn serious, is that the asphalt leading to the bathrooms, I guess, are not, they're so damaged that they're not accessible anymore. They're not ADA. So there's a little bit of an issue there. So that is not asphalt, that is actually concrete that's getting repaired there.
So the issue at Strawberry Reservoir is the recreation infrastructure was all built, who I want to say in the sixties.
Oh, well, that,
Bureau of Reclamation and then the CUP, it was all built out by the Bureau of Reclamation and then handed to the Forest Service immediately, essentially. And it was heavy on asphalt, heavy on pavement, heavy on brick infrastructure. And now we're at the breaking point.
Yeah. That
So
makes
you're
sense.
seeing it all kind of start to crumble and come apart. And I guess what they're asking for is maintenance. It sounds like this one is lumped in with some of the other ones where it's not a very great project description,
Mhm.
but on another year, we might not even be talking about it.
Yeah.
But there is a great need and
That's where I come from is if it doesn't get done now, I just wish I put in my notes, can you fast track this?
and it's all part of a fee area. They are charging fees for use of all of these.
Right. Because is there a concession or something like that running the area? Yeah.
Running parts of it.
Yeah. So what are they doing with the fees? Or did they just inherit it already messed up? Well, no,
Well,
sometimes
yeah.
the concessioners inherit, they, they get the contract and then they're like, what did we get in for?
Yeah, and keep in mind, a lot of times, like our fees cover, we charge $20. It costs us $19.20 to operate that site. So.
Yeah.
But they did just update their fee structure last year. I used to be the rec program lead at Heber and manage the site, so.
I mean, I always worry when, you might have really great facilities, but if people can't get to them, then they're not, again, this ADA issue. It doesn't matter if everything else is accessible. If the restrooms aren't accessible, the whole site isn't accessible.
Restrooms are outdoor recreation infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else on that one? Okay, Sunrock.
I think that's me.
Okay, sure, yeah.
This is a adventure base camp, 70K ask, 30% match. This is to repair and fix up 22 primitive camping structures, like open-sided bunk camping structures. And these are registered on the historical registry. They provide all types of disadvantaged youth experiences, although they're not very specific about what types of experiences. My big beef with the project is that there aren't really any formal plans. It doesn't look like there's been any engineering. I think they're asking for a lot less money than they'll probably need to replace foundations and cut down trees and really restore 22 different structures. I just didn't think it was perhaps realistic until they've done more of an analysis of what that site really needed.
Is this the site that used to be a Boy Scout camp?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I've been there. Yeah, that's a lot of.
Yeah, it looks like there's, I'm glad you're showing us some pictures because there are roof trusses, foundations that need to be repaired.
Near Lake Highway?
Was it Steiner?
Steiner?
Yeah.
Used to be called Steiner. That's it.
Okay.
It was also a little unclear about what types of programs they do there, or a cost structure, who uses the facility, when, not a lot of detail there.
Yeah, this was a new, a person who purchased the camp and I think has a long-term vision of taking people to group activities there. I mean, I think that's what we're seeing with a lot of the Boy Scout camps that have kind of gone the way of the world, but people are purchasing them and then trying to revitalize them. So this would be like the first time that he would be running camps up at his.
Oh, it's a great
this
camp.
area.
I
I did want to point out with along with this proposal is the amphitheater. So they are going to be doing like the construction on these three-sided structures, but also revamping an amphitheater. And that was kind of a discussion we wanted to have amongst you guys. So, and I don't know if Jeff, if you had any thoughts about that particular.
Well, just they want 100,000 to do these 22 structures plus the amphitheater. I just thought it was unrealistic. Otherwise, it's absolutely stunning camp.
Is this becoming a for-profit venture or what?
There's nothing, no details in there about how they plan that structure of charging camps. If there's public access, I didn't see any of that.
That should be a flag.
Sunrock-adventures.com
Okay, that is them?
is them.
Okay.
Yeah, I confirmed that he was a nonprofit organization, but there might be some fees associated, obviously, with attending and kind of doing the programming.
So is it the sunrockfoundation.org or we can look them up on?
Yeah, it says applicant organization.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's where I got to this, from his LinkedIn.
Okay.
But there's really been no formal analysis of the property. They say that the engineers haven't looked at it yet. They don't know what is needed for the foundation or trusses or roof.
They're gonna do it.
Sorry, Tim Chad.
Yeah, they really haven't built out their website enough for us to be able to tell what they plan on doing.
It looks the same as it was 10 years ago.
So you reserve your space before it books out, and they just tell you to email or call them. And that's all the information they have on their website.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like any part of this is safe for occupancy right now.
Okay. Yep, that matches.
Probably wasn't when I was there.
It's part of being a Boy Scout, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just have like 3 bunk beds.
That's just
in
Boy Scouts.
the building.
They're actually really cool structures.
Yeah.
It's too bad they didn't maintain them.
Mm.
Yeah.
Unless you get the snow coming in from that direction.
They
It
got like
comes in July.
corporate retreats.
Well, yeah, on the main, because they've got 3 sites on that website. And on the main one for this one, so the Sunrock High Adventure Base. Okay.
It's interesting.
Do they have any,
Is that Maryland Highway?
Hmm?
Is
do they have any
that Maryland
documents
Highway?
as to their status
Yeah.
as nonprofit?
I think they're probably newly formed.
So there's this, which is the Sun.
That doesn't talk about the specific place we're talking about, all right?
Yeah, it does. It has a link. Well, it has a link to it. This is it.
That's Sunrock, okay.
But, so then they have the parent one has a corporate page, which, okay,
Out of Heber.
now.
Okay, I don't know.
I'll see. That's all
Yeah.
it says.
Yeah, I don't see any 501c3 on it. That's a little worrying.
Yeah, this doesn't have any information.
Yeah, I'm gonna put an asterisk by that. Because it's a good idea.
Oh, hold up. Okay, so here I've got, they actually have in their store, they have 2 experiences and they have costs on it. Now, I don't know if they're running these or if they're working with another group, but in 2023, they ran 1 women's retreat. And it looks like it was June 1 through 4, and it was $1,800 for participants to do that.
Yeah, it's described here. Sunrock Adventures is an outdoor adventure company
Uh-huh.
that provides a comprehensive and well-planned outdoor experience that's catered to the unique dynamics of any group.
Yeah, $1,800. It's a $500 deposit and then a $1,300 final payment for this experience.
It's gonna be a no from me, dog. We do remember
They did my
Yep.
nonprofit on there.
Maybe
Yeah.
there's just, okay, that's, I mean,
So it's probably, maybe it's the foundation that supports the company, the business.
But I
What did
can't-
you say just now that they were charging for corporate events?
1,800 per.
Well, this is an event that they had open on their website for last year. So when you click on their store, it has these two things that you could pay for, and it was basically, it looks like it's $1,800.
Okay.
For,
This is- I mean, what our conversation sounded like, he's gonna be taking kids and groups, youth groups, some sort of,
yeah,
maybe some fee involved with it, but nothing.
this is a women's retreat.
Okay.
There's some other posts about some like ministries, so yeah, maybe it's at risk youth, kind of hard to tell.
If that's something you want me to reach out to him about. I'd be
Yeah.
happy to.
Yes.
Maybe, yeah, put it on pause till tomorrow to consider.
Yeah, that's,
Okay,
Yeah.
it's charging $1,800 a person. I mean, I was like, oh, I take my kids, my students up there, but not that.
because if it is nonprofit,
With that
that's, like I
price.
say, that's a neat area and there's great fishing and there's
Sure.
lots of outdoor opportunity
Yeah.
there. They have rock climbing and everything.
Okay, well, I guess, let's just move to the last one on our list that we're considering, that's the Jordan River.
There you go.
I know, sorry. It really would have been higher. Let's
The
see.
next one is.
Jordan
Jordan
River.
River.
Lincoln.
Lincoln, okay, not me.
Like,
Um, what I put down was, it's one of our major community assets, worth maintaining. I love all the RRI projects, I think they're great. Maintaining our assets and obviously gives a ton of use on the journal of public, so.
This is between 39th South and 4800 South.
Yeah.
It's resurfacing.
I was on this and.
Okay, it's with you.
And the only discrepancy was they got the same budget.
Oh, no, they pulled up the Lincoln.
So one is resurfacing like 0.5 miles of trail, and the other is resurfacing 1.8 miles, I think. It was just the same budget. That was the only notes that I have to basically both of those projects.
Oh, we are doing a Jordan River. Okay, sorry. I thought
So
we did
other
skip
than that, I
that.
mean, the Jordan River
Yeah.
Trail Network is an amazing asset.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's heavily used. I just have, it requires serious maintenance, but then you have the ongoing issue of, like we've been talking about, who puts the bill for ongoing maintenance?
These are the cities.
Yeah.
But was there one person that did all the Jordan River submissions? Or was there more than one?
Yes, I think there should have been, I don't remember off the top of my head that, well, actually, I think there was only one or two.
Just two,
So I don't think I tagged it, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Well, I think it's important for us to keep the Jordan River Trail in as good a condition as we can. I'm in favor.
Does
So,
the Jordan River Commission get any direct funding?
I think it's some,
I was just curious to what extent they're kind of responsible for that.
they get a little bit of funding for staff. That's about it. They don't get any funding at all. Well, it's not true. They do get some pass through,
Some ZAP funding here.
from Division of Forestry, Fire and State Lines. Most of the big stuff, they're gonna go through that, the Division of Forestry, Fire and State Lands, and then cooperate with the cities after. So any other discussion to this motion? This is, 16 projects. I would say, the only further discussion I have is related to the Sunrock one. So if it were to advance on our list, I would hopefully keep that one off.
Yeah, I would say, if we end up keeping that one off, I would like to discuss, I'm not saying put forward, but I'd like to discuss the Beaver Rodeo Arena. Just kind of.
Oh, can you add one for me?
So maybe we can.
Let's move these first.
Let's
Yeah.
do our motion that's on the table,
Okay.
which is those 17 projects. It was your motion initially, Aaron.
Okay.
So, you can amend your motion, somebody can, offer a substitute motion.
Well, I guess we have to amend it because we want to keep the, Sunrock. Hold on that one.
Can I just say, I just saw their tax determination letter and that was given to them, in January of this year. So
Okay.
they're a newly
They're a
formed
new
foundation, yes.
nonprofit.
So they are a nonprofit, but it was just, yeah.
So maybe tomorrow, as we continue on, the three of you could maybe just dig into it a little bit more, and then maybe Caroline, you can also reach out a little bit and get some clarification. Circle
Chad
back
and I
on
are
it.
tight. I'll call Chad. You just speed dial. I think he's called me 6 times this.
Has he had contact?
Yeah, he's up to me. So we've had good conversations.
Okay.
And on that note, we should, as a committee, be able to read their proposal and know who they are and what they're proposing to do.
Very,
Correct.
yeah, needs to be a little more clear.
Yes.
When you worry that you're funding a for-profit initiative because of the way they communicated, it does worry.
Yeah.
That's very valuable insight.
Pull it together, Shad.
So,
I just love the name.
Okay, yeah, okay.
You're still amending.
Like,
it.
they're
still
still
amending.
uncertain about which direction.
Okay, I believe I'm amending my original motion to pause on the Sunrock proposal, but to advance the remaining list.
okay, so Aaron, your motion then, if I'm correct, understanding is we take the RRI list from Stansbury Crest, which is the highest ranking,
Mhm.
all the way down to Strawberry Reservoir.
Mhm.
So those 15 plus the Jordan River
Right.
Trail.
Yes,
Correct?
correct.
Yes.
Of your motion.
That is my amended motion.
And Patrick.
I just wanted to reiterate that, yeah, we do have those, I think, 2 RTP in here. And so as we recommend you org RI awards, we're simultaneously recommending the RTP. So just,
Both of which I scored, both of which high ranking.
Yeah.
High score.
Maintenance, that's
Yes,
huge.
absolutely. Okay, so that motion is in order.
Okay.
Is there a second to that?
Or who was my
I'll
second?
Well, you were seconding
Yeah.
originally, Russ. So,
Yeah.
okay. So the motion before us, any further discussion? Then we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor of, taking that list and advancing it on to the finals, say aye.
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 Well, I just want to
Any
have a
opposed?
discussion, just like you said on this one. It's the lowest one,
Okay.
so.
Hearing no opposition, that is unanimous.
Actually, I have a question. Maybe somebody
Can we have someone describe the Beaver one, it sounds like?
Yeah,
That's what you wanted.
I wanted,
The Millard County, just because I don't think we've ever really got much from it. So,
Well, I had one. I just wanted to have discussion on as well, so.
We can
We're
take
trying
them
to-
let's take them one at a time.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and, it sounds like, there's a motion on the Beaver.
yeah, just to discuss.
Yeah,
right,
Beaver.
to discuss.
So, well, here's how we're gonna do it. So you will make a motion that we advance it, and the discussion will be the merits of that
Right.
motion.
Okay.
We can either,
vote in favor or against it.
yeah,
I'll make a motion to advance Beaver and Millard counties.
both of those. Okay, the Beaver Rodeo Arena and,
Yeah.
Oak
It's
Creek.
the-
Oak Creek can't.
Oak Creek, okay.
Well,
I didn't review either. I just like rural counties. So
Right,
I just like to have
Okay.
some discussion on it.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'm gonna second that.
Aaron will second it. All right. And now any discussion, which let's start with the Beaver Rodeo Arena.
So, one of the things that was interesting about the Beaver Rodeo Arena is that it is a no-fee facility in a rural area. I realized that rodeo isn't exactly, it's beginning to fall into that swimming pool kind of area of things. And so that was my one big hesitation, but at the same time, as we're looking to build out outdoor gateway infrastructure for recreation, it definitely caught my eye, and it's also, kind of unique in what we've funded. So it does open up, it does set precedent. But because it's no fee, I feel like it doesn't necessarily open up a huge can of worms. That people are using it for a variety of different purposes in addition to having the rodeo facilities there. Or versus there's picnic areas and things like that. So as a rural resource asset, it seemed like it might be worth considering.
But it's the best, it's better.
Yeah,
Oh.
and Caroline, pull up the, if you
Yeah.
pull up the picture, you go through the pictures.
Yeah.
Yes, this was
Yeah.
just that we're doing the bathroom. at the
Right.
side.
Right.
And this is, you know, going back to, we had this conversation last year, some of these smaller towns that have the greatest event writers, the project isn't super awesome, and this is, you know, putting in a bathroom here, and I see a ball field, I see a tennis court. They do mention taking out the ball field and putting in campsites at some point, but they don't have any details on that, so.
I know. Yeah.
So it felt a little on the edge. They did have really good letters that, make the case for like equine sports being important to rural communities. And so ultimately I was like, okay, I can support it. Yeah.
How do they get national champions out of that area?
I will say, we funded, a horse riding arena in Linden maybe 2 years ago with one of our like rock star grant writers, Ron Clegg, you know, that's where he actually lives. He says he pretty much is getting communities like once a week calling him. He's like, how'd you get that funding? What can we do? So there's a lot of demand for horse riding arenas, but you know, to Aaron's point, yeah, rodeo grounds, you know, we are starting to kind of get, you know, to that edge where it's like, well, speaker systems, you know, like gates, you know, a lot of these things that involve rodeos, but there is a demand, a lot of demand.
Yeah, so we talk about it being a bathroom, but it's not a new bathroom. It's replacing a bathroom, and it's replacing a bathroom with ADA accessible stuff. So that also bumped it up a little bit. So whatever the facilities are there right now, are not accessible, I guess.
So it says there too, the recreation along the river for fishermen and campers has increased 75%. The economic impact doubled. So I think that's a very good justification.
Yeah.
Add in.
And this is one of two Beaver counties, right?
They've got this one, they've got the miners bill.
Yeah, this one just struck me as a way of helping to fund something in a rural community that seemed to make sense, even if it's not sexy.
And maybe it would be a good time to mention this too, as part of the Outdoor Adventure Fund, Beaver County was also awarded with some funding to purchase a piece of property in our county, called Upper Lake.
Oh, yeah.
Upper Lake. Beaver County is moving on trying to acquire that. So
Okay.
they're gonna do that similarly to what they do at Minersville County, will be managing it as a recreation area. They do have lots going on down there, so it's awesome to see. Okay. Oak Creek on Fish Lake in North County.
Yeah, is that me?
Yes, Des, Tom, we can.
So I like this project. I think it was just the underlying frustration with the federal agency that hasn't been maintaining their existing campground. This is probably why it maybe didn't go to the top, but I liked it because it was in Millard County. We haven't done a lot in Millard County. It is, initially it was a little so-so with me of just restoring roads and spurs and parking, but when you read a little bit further into the application, it's repair for ADA access and some new tent sites with removal of some dead trees that are hazardous that would fall on where people would be camping. So it's a $40,000 of an $85,000 project. I think I scored it as a medium, but I was some of that's really because of, you know, just that underlying, hey, why isn't Forest Service taking care of this? But I also noted that it appeared to me that the local ranger was, I mean, this is it's in Fish Lake, but it's over on the Millard County side, a long ways away from the main part of where Fish Lake probably gets all the attention. And it felt like it ought to have an opportunity to get some love from us.
What's the budget on this one?
$40,000 of an $85,000 project. And we'd be paying mostly for the materials, and the Forest Service would be contributing equipment and personnel and labor.
And it is, I mean, I think that is a continuing and underlying sentiment about the backlog and state's responsibility for this. I think we've made a commitment. I think the legislature supports that commitment. That we're going to assist recognizing
where we can.
It's not our primary responsibility. We do have 70% of our lands in Utah being federal lands. Most of our recreation lands are federal lands, and so I think it's worth weighing both sides of that.
That's my bet as to why I mean, it's, got two mediums and one high on the scoring, but my bet is it was just the scoring, dollar, or the number figures probably ended up bringing it down a little bit for that reason, as opposed to should we be participating? But, I'd recommend it. I think it would be a good project, particularly where it is and in that county.
All right, any further discussion on those two? The motion is that we add the Beaver County Rodeo Arena and the Oak Creek Campground infrastructure restoration to our list of those that will be advancing.
I'll second that motion.
Yeah,
Need a second?
That's the motion that's on the table.
Oh, I'm gonna vote for it when it happens.
Lance, you're gonna vote for it, guys.
Telegraph for my vote.
So, all those in favor can say aye.
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 And are there any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. We'll add those two.
I'd like to make a motion. I would like to discuss the very bottom one on the ranking file, only because as I read through it, I wasn't aware of, I mean, I guess we can talk about it, but that's the motion. And then
Okay,
we
the
talk
Parley's
about it
Trail.
after. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Thank
All right, so a motion by Russ to move the Parley's Trail restoration onto the list of events, seconded by Aaron. So who wants to?
Okay, so as I read through this, I noticed in the notes, this is an 8-mile paved bicycle pedestrian trail, and they need upgrades on it. It goes down to the Jordan River. So I'm like, yeah, that's a great thing. 800 to 900 users per day. My biggest question was, in the notes that said there was a similar section of this that was funded through UORG in 2022. That was before I was here. So if anyone was here in 2022 that can remember that, why, and maybe I'm the lone guy again, but I just would like some clarification on it.
I remember reviewing it, did you fund it?
Maybe it didn't say funded, maybe it just
This
said that.
was, I mean, if I remember right, we had initially awarded funding for this section, but then we learned, UDOT was actually funding this section.
Oh.
When they were gonna present, I believe we ended up pooling our funding for them because UDOT was gonna do it.
So is this the
Yeah, you look
is this
at
the
the
part of the
area.
trail that goes to
Yeah.
the west or the south side of 215?
Yes.
I believe so, yeah, just
Yeah.
right last, yeah.
If you pull up that map right there, it's just, it looks like.
That sounds right.
And then can I also, I'm not trying to call you out, Mike.
Yeah, I think I missed the score.
Yeah, it looks like we have 3 zeros, but you did funding priority high. So I think this score is maybe not.
Oh, that explains, because I was thinking, yeah, if we did it then, why is it ranked so low? Am I missing something?
Where would it rank if Mike gave it all 4 or something like that?
I mean,
Mike
would change the score.
It's just like,
I actually thought it was a high priority because of the use, so I actually had it.
This trail gets a lot of use.
I ranked it low.
Okay, okay, good.
You only gave it a medium if you ranked it low.
It's medium, yeah. Nothing is too low. This was solely on the budget and comparing this one to the other projects. Yeah.
Okay.
You
I
ranked
mean-
all Salt Lake County ones. So
Yeah.
you're allowed to see that.
Yeah, and I mean, I get it though, it's somebody in the city parks department who just, one thing looks like another. But it was the fact that like this is the same budget line item and it's as the Jordan River.
And I think, when they did it before, it was like for like sealing the cracks, not resurfacing. Is that what this?
And they're both resurfacing, they're both,
Resurfacing.
yeah, same spec. But I mean, if we're gonna find one, I mean, they're both like the needs there.
And then you.
And I'm sure the budget will shake out. I think this is one where actually call Carol. Is this like a budget actual, or like if they don't actually, if it doesn't cost that much? If they're gonna have a contractor do the other one, I doubt
Expensive.
it's gonna be the same exact price.
Right, so it's whatever they end up spending, as long as obviously under what we've awarded, that's what we would award them.
And we reimburse, correct?
Yeah.
So,
Like just to Jason's comment earlier about this being, it's in Salt Lake County. Des was saying it's a highly used, it looks to me like it's just probably one of those areas that's inundated. 800, 900 people per day.
If we take Mike's and just do like fours, that would put it at a 36.
Okay.
Right?
So,
Right up into the.
yeah.
Yeah, I do too. So do we need to make a motion now that we've discussed it?
So that.
The motion was, the motion on the table is that we include, Farley's Trail Recreation onto our list of those that will advance. So we've discussed it. And so now, if there is no further discussion, then we can vote on it.
We need to see how Lance feels.
I'm excited to vote on it.
All right. Hold his cards close to that. So, all of those in favor of advancing Farley's Trail Restoration Project onto the list, say aye.
Aye.
And
Thank you for the conversation. That was
Yeah.
awesome.
We wouldn't have caught the zeros.
just double checking if there's any opposed.
Oh, sorry.
No, okay.
I'm gonna ask staff, are there any other projects that got
Yes.
zeros that we ought to be looking at on this list? That something didn't quite work out right?
I mean, with every one that we're discussing and pulling up the reviews and, compiling those comments, so we definitely tried to flag, I think we reached out to a few of you. Where we did see them, so I just can't think of anything off the top of my head, but like every single one that we're looking at. And pulling up the reviews, verify.
And it should show on your printout sheet that each of you scored on. It should show your score. So if you see something like, I know Aaron showed 11 points.
Oh,
I know, I was like, I looked at that and I went, oh, I messed up. I know I messed up.
That's, yeah.
Well, it's
that's
kind of
good.
tough because the scores are on the top right, and you scroll all the way down to get to the next section. What are these scores about as far away?
Yeah.
I was kind of just curious on, I was excited to see a Tulip County submission. Didn't know.
I don't make motions, but I was curious if there would be interest in discussing that project.
I will move. How's that? I'm here for you.
So motion by Aaron O'Brien to advance the Grantsville Reservoir Campground expansion.
Oh, I will second that.
Second by Mr. Tulip County himself. Yes, thank you. Okay.
I'll just jump in. I reviewed that one. They're asking for $40,000 of, it's like 70, and their plan is to double the number of campsites at the reservoir. And again, especially I think my interest in hearing discussion about this was the talk this morning about expanding camping facilities in the urban bubble.
Yeah.
Which the project would do that. Seems like a great way to spend 40,000 if it's double the number of campsites. I can't remember the total number. But I think it added 15 sites or something.
Your site would be 30, that's what my concern is.
Yeah.
30 sites. So that budget.
And I had the same concern in my notes, though I still, I rank this one high. It has another medium and a low, so fair for discussion, but I would love to hear from the other folks that ranked it.
Tracy and Mike.
Yeah, 30 sites, yeah, is what it says. I ranked it medium. I mean, I thought all in all it was good. It does address EDA vault toilets and camping and that sort of thing, and listed off that it's an area that is lacking these resources. So.
Do you have any pictures? Here's what I'm curious about, because I've been to Grantsville Reservoir voluntarily many times. Whoa. Because I was called out there for fire investigations, Russ. I'm just curious about shade shelters.
I can talk to that. I cannot believe how much use gets here, considering there is nothing.
I agree. There's just a lot.
I mean, I ride my motorcycle out here because there's a wonderful single track trail and I park there, but I often wonder, it's just fishing.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish they would have planted something.
Trees or even some shell.
We are in a desert, world, but
there's a reservoir there.
Yeah, you can get in the water. That's.
So I remember this image from my review, and you can see in the current campsites are in this funky spiral pattern around the shade structure.
Oh, there is a shade structure.
And I'm not sure how functional that is, but you can see that the new proposals are much, they're a lot more spread out and more probably practical for more modern campers.
I think that it's a pavilion in the middle and it's kind of like a group side. So I don't know who came up with that idea, but I think that orange structure would be like a covered area with some tables under it.
I felt like, sorry.
My concern is it just looks very conceptual. I don't know how you even get RVs into those spots.
There's that.
Like I said, to me, I low rank it as low because of that. It looked like it literally was done.
Yeah,
that was done years ago, as far as I know, and it gets used.
You're talking about the layout.
The layout of the new 30, I mean, that's.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I mean, the angling doesn't allow for pull through.
Yeah, a little unrealistic. So yeah, I agree. That's good.
Well, here's a question. If they only fit like 15 sites in there, would it still be worth doing?
And that's my question as well. No,
40,000.
I mean, I do think it's, number one, we haven't typically seen enough from Tooele County. Let's see more development, more recreation infrastructure out there.
I expected them to do more after last year, to be honest with you. Disappointed.
It's a similar situation in Tooele. I wouldn't call it necessarily rural, but definitely it's a lot of people trying to do a lot of different things on there.
They've got a couple
No,
tier
that
one
wasn't
applications.
Oh, do they?
You want
Tier 1.
Tier one in Tooele County. It's not Tooele County, can't say it's Grantsville.
Yeah.
I think the need is definitely there.
I agree.
My concern was the budget and the layout don't match each other.
I think there's also like where the vault toilet's going. They're not on there.
Towards the front of this or something?
I thought they were.
Save a lake.
It's very accessible.
I don't know.
Yeah, no limitations there.
Well, I guess that, Aaron, your question is a valid one. If this conceptual drawing does turn out to be unrealistic and we don't have the ability to fit 32, are we still okay funding this if they decide, well, gosh, turns out the engineers say we can only fit 12 or whatever. Or just to finish this conversation.
I anticipate there's a high likelihood of that. And personally, I still feel like it's a very worthy project for 40K.
Yeah, that's
I mean, I know use will happen, but I wish they'd.
Agreed, very much agree.
That was actually, the street view is really helpful. And there's one, it's got 2 vault toilets right now.
Yeah, it's got two right there.
Let's go to our our conversation we were having earlier.
Baby shit, future shit. They're actually trees that you just can't focus. They're
About.
well, yeah.
They have the reservoir right there.
It's not a whole lot different than Minersville as far as
The same feel.
Okay, well.
Okay.
And if I can update this one, we had a 0, we just corrected it, so its average is now 34.
It's my fault, sorry.
I'm so glad it's not just me though. Thank you all.
It's still, below whatever that cut off is.
Yeah,
And
it
then
34.
Yeah, we cut it off.
It's still.
And Vermilion, for Iron County, that one, we had the average for 26.67, but that one as well had a 0.
Oh.
So that's for Tom Adams. So I just tried to kind of guess for him within like what his range was going to be. So that new one will put us, Vermilion will be at 29.
Okay, that's still low.
All right, well, if there's no further discussion on the Grantsville Reservoir, the motion is still before us. We'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of moving Grantsville Reservoir on the list of those to up on the final, please say aye.
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 And are there any opposed? Good. Passes unanimously. Done.
It's all right.
Yours must be the one that's not working. Everything's not grabbing.
Time for bio break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a bio
The whole
break.
time, like, I want to see, but I'm like-
I think it probably was
the 2320 bridge decking, Salt Lake County Parks and Recreation did have a 0, which if we average things in, that would increase it to a 34.
Oh, we should talk about it.
Same score as the Branson Reservoir one, so that possibly is one that we want to discuss. And then I was also just curious about the Payson Trail restoration. Would be open to hearing that back.
Yeah, the Payson one, but
Somebody wants to hear about either of those or more.
I can talk about the bridge decking, and that was my 0 too.
So do you want to make it in the form of a motion then, Jake? On just that one or that one and one? Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I think I had Payson.
So I'll make a motion that we consider those two.
Okay, motion by Des,
I'll second it.
seconded by Aaron to hear Payson Trail restoration and the 2320 bridge. Okay, discussion of the motion. Yeah, Jake,
Yeah, bridge decking one is pretty straightforward. Part of the trail system, the kind of redeck a trail going over the Jordan River. It's 20 years old. It's pretty fast considering they're going to try to redeck an entire 180-foot bridge, 10 feet across. The ask is for $35K, 1-to-1, just it's just the material. The only heartache I had on the project really was just kind of the lack of any detail, and they did mention that it's 20-year-old like cyclical maintenance, and yeah, and they're going to replace it with the same exact thing. So no thought into like whether like, composite material might be appropriate or have you. The 20 years is kind of good to go around. The pictures of the bridge itself are yeah, it's in pretty good.
that's one of the few places on the Jordan River where the trail's on both sides of the river. That's split off. There's a city park there, just go across and down the other side, stay on the park side.
Yeah, and I have all the Salt Lake ones, so this one is pretty much kind of the same package as the Jordan River Trail, the Harleys Canyon one. So pretty basic kind of information.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm sure that there's composite that can go.
Maybe just read it.
I did this one as well. I kind of had the same thoughts, but it just seemed like it gets a lot of use. Part of a great asset. They're just restoring it, and we got money for that, so let's get on with it.
Lance votes yes.
Well said, well said. And then the Payson one, let's see, Lance, Scott, Evan, Scott, you're highlighted if you're available on Payson Trail.
I am. I think this is the Dry Creek Trail, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's paved. I feel like I'm getting an echo. It's kind of annoying. Anyway, so this is to pave about 0.49 miles of a trail that's been eroded. It seems really expensive. I think it's over $200,000 for the total project cost, and just over $100,000 is what they're asking for a grant. It does sound as if the trail is highly used and that there's some erosion issues to be dealt with. I just question the costs on this one.
Yeah, that does seem. Okay.
I would imagine that that's probably more, if they're gonna do some bank work and some culverts and things like that.
They've applied for this before.
My notes also indicate that they didn't show any use levels even relative to other things in the community that would have been nice for them.
Yeah, they mentioned that right off, but they don't have any details on usage.
Does their budget show that they're doing a bunch of earth moving or anything like that, or is it just?
There is some additional erosion control measures that are discussed, but what others are, I don't think they went into detail.
Not very deep, pour concrete and fix sloughing. Yeah, concrete's expensive.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why concrete would be preferable over asphalt for a trail like this, but okay. No other discussion, then we'll vote. All those in favor of moving the Payson Trail restoration and the 2320 bridge decking onto the list of those to advance to the final, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Those two on. Anything else on the RRI? Who wants to bring forward? Okay. Seeing none. Caroline?
Well, we're just looking at a couple more that I think maybe just need to be evaluated just because March was zero. Copper Creek Trail Restoration, Phase 2, from Harriman City, had 2 zeros from one evaluator. And then the restoration of Fishing Pavilion and Trail from Camp Christopolis also had a 0. I think the person that was scoring Copper Creek is not here, so I can't necessarily give you a new updated number for that score, but his was pretty low compared to the other ones, but it did receive 1 low to medium, so might be in that no fun category anyway, but yeah, Camp K as well might be up for discussion.
Okay.
Me again? That was. Did you have a?
Yeah, I just followed.
What I did, okay.
I did it with the other one too. So that was with the Copper Creek. I just tried to kind of follow where our evaluator was at with it. So that would bring it up to a 30. And then Camp K, it was just 1 score, but that would just bring that to a 31. So both are still below that original cutoff.
Well, who's the applicant for Camp K? Camp Cost, oh, that is the applicant, so the application is registration efficient, okay.
And then if I can just speak on this 0 thing, like it's clear, like it's kind of like a system-wide issue. So before the meeting tomorrow, for like all like the your tier 1s, I'm just gonna go through and vet and just like make sure we have like accurate numbers. And so we'll kind of start the day making sure like all of our averages are reflective of the score. So
that'd be awesome.
Thank you.
Should we make a motion to review the that have in the scores or not?
if you'd like, I just wanted to,
Yeah.
inform.
At the
all
order?
like we have those. But RI, I've gone through, looked at every single one now. We have no more after those stuff.
I'll second the motion, let's review them and.
So is that
Do our due
motion
diligence.
from Tracy?
Sure, make sure we feel good about reviewing that.
Yeah.
I'll second the motion.
All right, so the motion is that we will evaluate the restoration of Fishing Pavilion, Camp K, as well as Copper Creek Trail Restoration, Phase 3, Harmon City, seconded by Lance. And so, let's see, how about, Tom's not here, but either Cameron or Aaron, want to talk about the,
Which one are we doing? Sorry.
Copper Creek?
Copper Creek, thank you.
Sure.
So this project replaces some asphalt on some of the older trails in neighborhood that was, 20, 30 years old. We're getting to the end of its useful life. And I gave it a medium score mainly just because of the precedent issue. There are tons of trails like this that exist all over the state. And do we want to precedent replacing a standard trail in an existing neighborhood? Because if so, we could expect hundreds of these applications in years to come. So I scored it fairly low for that reason. I had checked a lot of the boxes about infrastructure replacement. Against such a precedent that we may or may not want to engage in.
Yeah, none of the 3D evaluators ranked it high for funding.
What was the score? What was the revised score on that?
30.
30. Oh, 30.
It feels like active transportation, but it's not even clear how many people used it. That was my biggest hesitation on it, that I couldn't tell what kind of impact it was gonna have.
Anything else on Copper Creek? Mid. Well, maybe Camp Cave, Gracie, you wanna tell us a little bit about that pavilion and the trail?
Yeah, so, it's really about their fishing pond that they have there that needs restoration. I love the idea to add these improvements to their campus. What I was concerned with was, they had no photos or information regarding the restoration needs. It was a link to, I think, a fundraising video, which shows a beautiful campus, with no issues or concerns. And not a lot of details, regarding the budget, supplies, services, needed. So I think it has great potential, but it's lacking in detail.
Where would you look in the corner that they use?
It was lower, it would be in the lower group.
Scott raised his hand.
Okay, Scott.
So when I looked at this project as well, and it had several questions, it seemed like this was benefiting a small group of people. I love the idea of increasing the ADA access around the pond, but it just had a lot of questions about whether or not this is really benefit to the general public.
Yeah, I have the same concerns and questions, and now I think we're kind of at the point where we have arrived at backstop of quality. And I think there are some merits to some of these. There's also some concerns. There's also some questions we don't have answers to because there's a lack of detail and thorough application. So that's my thought. I'm not super excited about either one of these myself. I don't know if anybody else has any general overall feeling.
I agree with your comments. I think again, you start come down where maybe you have some pieces that are worthy, just bad applications. That's why we're a problem.
So, there's no further discussion. The motion on the table is still there. The vote. I would like to advance them both. So, the Camp Cave, Pavilion and Trail, and then Copper Creek Trail Restoration Phase 2. All in favor of moving those onto our list of those two events, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed?
No.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rob.
Okay, let's do a voice vote. First voice vote of the day. Roll call. Sorry, roll call.
Yeah, you can.
You want to make it on who's online? C. Starting with Dr. Rosenbluth.
Sorry, where are we? I just stepped out for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so we're these final two RRI applications, restoration of the Pavilion and Trail at Camp K, and then the Copper Creek Trail Restoration Phase 2. we're just voting on whether or not to move those forward onto our list, yay or nay. We're doing a voice, sorry, a roll call vote.
Oh, sorry. Yay.
Yay. Okay, thank you. And, Director Strong?
Nay.
Okay. Is that all we have in line is those two?
Yeah.
Okay. Jake? Nay. Mike? Nay. Cameron?
Nay.
Betsy?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah, nay.
All right. I'm gonna vote nay. And Aaron?
Nay.
Russ?
Nay.
Des?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry, Tracy?
Nay.
And Lincoln?
Nay.
Okay, so the nays prevail, and we're not gonna have those two. Doesn't mean they're dead, it just means we're not gonna have this time. Chances. Okay. I think that pretty much covers all right. And we're about 15 minutes away from our next regional tier presentation. Do we want to look at our snapshot of where we are, funding wise, what we've done thus far? So we've done the easy parts.
So this is just RI. Let's see, all of them. This is total.
Okay, this is total. So just under 2 million. Okay. Is there a way to make the county breakdown more prominent?
I can read that.
Yeah, we're over.
Yeah.
Yes, too. So this is by application count and this is by rural count. So rural, 1.2 million for 61%, 26 applications for 59%.
And I just was going through this spreadsheet, pretty impressed that the tier one, which is taking into account the new match for that were, there's some help there for rural counties, but 30 out of the 50, it looks like, obviously I just did it with adding it up to say 30 out of the 50 are considered, class 3 counties and below.
Yeah, you should just take a bite into these tier one. I'd say let's just take a bite, go 45.33, let's advance everything above that.
Okay.
Next 15 minutes, let's discuss that.
Should be pretty simple. Motion by Lance to start at the low end of 45.33, the West Haven City Park Theater, Coverdale. Is that how we say that? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those 7.
So, I'm gonna have a substitute motion.
Okay.
Let's say we put more on the table.
I like that.
And I'm gonna make a motion to go down to 39.33, except for the one that got a one low vote.
Okay.
So everything above that, the one low vote would be the Manti West Rim Trail that I take off for now, just having the one red caution.
Well, so are you saying anything above 39.33?
Except for
The high one.
Except for, not Minersville, so, because they got a red vote as
Oh,
well.
okay.
All right, heads up, Dimplebell's got a 0 on it. I just found it 0.
Yeah, I'm going through. We actually, for your, I mean, I don't know how far through, but I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 so far that I've identified.
So we
We probably ought to.
we ought to wait.
Do we want to just take a quick second and fix ours? So many people have a laptop and can do that.
Yeah.
You're gonna kill more trees tomorrow if you find a 0.
But we're already there.
Yeah, as I said, you're gonna have to.
Okay.
It was easy
Yeah.
to do.
Patrick, if we
It was easy.
Patrick, are any of those where he was at 45 have zeros on them?
See, anyone's that, which, I'm sorry?
Above 45, that was one of his original motion.
Not that I've seen so far. I mean, we have one, the 44.67, the Southview Trailhead Expansion Improvement by the LMC or City, that one.
Let's see, well, so that one should be a
You can see how many of these, I'm trying to go through.
It's a zero on one section of the application. It wouldn't be an entire application is zero.
Correct. Yeah, most of these are just zeros on one section, although
On one
some,
section, yeah.
some are multiple. Like I'm looking at one right now, 3284 that has 2 zeros. So that Providence City one.
Well, I'll go back to my original motion. I just want to take a bite out before our, yeah, I'll,
What's the word? Proceed from withdraw from my substitute.
Okay, so back to the
Like, don't say
maker of the original motion, which was,
45.33, just because it seems like those don't
Take
have
away,
zeros.
erase me.
Clean.
okay. All right.
Dennis get a second that.
I'll second.
All right. So the motion is from Lance that, anything from West Haven at the bottom all the way up to Wasatch Mountain State Park, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7
We
projects.
can't change them now.
That we will, evaluate those and put those on the list for advancement, seconded by Des.
Where's West Haven? What's the number on that one?
45.33.
45.33.
So basically it's the top 7 in the UR tier 1.
Just to take a quick bite out before our application starts.
I love the efficiency. I love that.
We're just saying those are done.
Well, we're going to say they're done, but is
We're
there
gonna
any
try and get it done
discussion?
today.
Yeah, so same as we've been doing. The motion is that we will advance those onto a list of the finalists. Okay? So any discussion to that, so we'll take 30 seconds each.
2 of those have RTPs on them.
Yep, 2 of them have RTP, the Climate Access Trails and Wasatch, and the non-work trails. There's 1, so you want to start Wasatch Mountain State Park, 45th conservation, okay. Figure out who that is.
Mike?
It's me, yep. This was actually one of my highest scoring projects. I really liked it. It's got awesome connectivity, high use area between your valley area and Gila Valley area. They overdid their information, but they did it in a good way. I really like this one a lot.
I did too. This is a no brainer. It's a short trail that connects all sorts of, yeah.
Okay. The next one is Climbing Access Trail in Wasatch. This is an RTP match. Also Myers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this?
There's climbing access trail in the Wasatch.
Solid climate lines.
I also scored this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, as always, Solid Climbers Alliance put in a very solid application, lots of good detail, great history with the organization, good match value. And this is just, again, approach routes. Not only are they good for the climbers that are accessing the crag, but people use them to go and hike and enjoy. Yeah, it's multi-use. Not really that adaptable, although there are options. They do make every effort to involve adaptive climbers. It's not something that is suitable for all adaptive uses.
I just had my experience with you guys that you follow through to the rest.
Okay, love that.
Okay, Sanford Bike Steels Park.
I have that one. I don't know if anyone else. I wasn't the highlighted one.
Supposed to be the one, but she's on here, so yeah.
Okay, this was a really well done application. I wrote in my notes, well done, Santa Queen City. It looks like we did phase 1, and it appears that was such a success that the community welcomed it, and I don't have the numbers in front of me. Let's see.
We're running a bike skills.
200, yeah, bike park.
To some existing programs we funded last year. 10 miles of time.
Phase 1. My only negative was, once again, I just didn't see. I said I wish there was more ways to make some of the areas ADA accessible.
Yeah.
there are other trails that are mentioned that are wide and accessible, but this one specifically.
Okay. All right, Monroe Trails System Phase 1. This is me. I evaluated this one. This is my favorite one by far. It's adding a lot of trail capacity in and around Monroe. You know, trails country. So Richfield City's got lots of good trails. Monroe itself, there's not a whole lot there. So what it'll do is add a huge trail system right there for Monroe. As the NICA Corps, as part of that, we need more of NICA being such a huge growth sport. It'll have, you know, several skill levels for, you know, juniors and development, all the way up to challenging the whole NICA course. I think as far as NEPA goes, they got that underway. Should be, it's like it's on track to be done in time for construction. Yeah, awesome application, awesome merits of the project itself.
What was the land ownership?
There was some BLM.
BLM and
I wrote, the NICA loop entirely on BLM could be a concern, but I don't know, would that be? That's just what I put in my notes.
There's a layer.
But you're saying that the NICA was,
engagement. Then it's not-
I ranked this really high. I thought this was an awesome.
yeah, so yeah, I mean,
18 miles of new trail.
There's some Sitla as well. They may have to work around Sitla. They've got that contingency in place if they need to.
Yeah, this is a cool one.
Yeah, it's over quite a few different land managements and they've been trying to get all the partners squared away, but here's kind of a map that shows some of the land.
They're gonna fund all of this in this phase one? Or just a
Yeah.
Just phase 1 here, so yeah,
This is an RTP match. I think they're gonna.
it is an RTP man.
It's kind of like a one guy down there doing a lot of the work to build the trails.
Any questions on that one? Any further discussion? We'll go to North Logan Wildercrest on the Shoreline Trail.
City of Logan is looking to do a 1 mile trail, road base or trail, Mount Green Canyon to, Wildercrest development. It's part of the larger, Bonneville Shoreline Trail that I'm sure everybody's very familiar with. The ask is for $200K, with the rest of the project being at city. My only like notes and reservations I had on this project was in there they highlighted kind of a bigger goal of 65 miles and a high cost value thing on what kind of trail format they're looking for to their other 65 miles. 1 mile connecting sections that are within the city. But I've had a lot of experience working with those folks. I'm pretty dialed in, so.
I looked at this one as well, and this one has definite benefits of improving the parking situation at Green Canyon is becoming Cache Valley's Mill Creek. And that's great. They also talked about it's 8-foot wide gravel, road-based type improved pathway, so it would be quite accessible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. 4-Bay Trails, Basin City.
Yes, Cam, it's still done on that, but I can speak to it. I was probably.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is the existing trail system that's south of Payson. It's up there, kind of Nebo Loop, up towards like the old Lakeville Scout Camp up in there. And they're just adding on to an already existing asset, adding some more trail there. Seems like a good project.
Okay, Russ, you also did this one.
Yeah, I ranked it very high as well. I was only concerned about their answer. It said the cash match will come from Payson's park tax. The applications for the park taxes are due in early April, and the money awarded after July 1st. So that was my only. My only real thing that I got done.
So they do have 2 years to do the project, so even if they gotta wait for the next cycle, you still okay with that.
Yeah.
And,
Good point.
and they did mention that this was part of a master plan with additional cities there in South Utah County, so imagine Salem and all these kind of network there, trails, part of an overall master plan, which I like. So.
Yeah, it's a multi-use trail too. It's got some horse and some hiking running. It's a good project.
Yeah, good match as well.
Yeah.
4-1 match. Okay, and then the last one on this list is the West Haven City. Park Activator. Russ?
Am I on that one?
You're on that one.
Okay. Okay, I know, let's see, sorry. Looking at this, I don't.
2-1.
I ranked it really high. I like the fact that it's different parks, different types of recreation for outdoors, more outdoor enjoyment and relaxation. Use of the city park for other types of recreation. This, I think this was an amphitheater, and I thought it was a really novel, different idea. It's, we might not consider it recreation in the aspect of getting our heart rate up, but what one person's recreation is not necessarily with another person. I can recreate underneath the tree and enjoy as I get older.
Yeah, we kind of had a philosophical conversation about amphitheaters in general.
Well, what's the thought?
We kind of landed on, well, probably about where you'd expect. Kind of like you've said, Russ, it's outdoors, it's getting people outdoors. In a year where we were, short by a lot of, asked to available funds, they probably wouldn't do well.
Yeah.
But something like this one where, there's some pretty good merits to it, would rank higher. So I think in the beginning, our question was, should we even allow these to be submitted? Are they even eligible? So we decided yes, and we also said, well, that's why we have a scoring committee to make a call.
And looking into this one, it was kind of fascinating. Does anybody know who's paying for the campground? So the amphitheater is part of a campground that they're building. I know it's called the city, so it's like there's no information on this. And they're going to have camping in that area, and they already broke ground and they're adding other things to it. But it's bringing sites because right now they allow camping. It's like a recent land purchase.
Wow, that's a good question.
Yeah,
because they should have submitted.
Well, the campground's mostly, they're like, yeah, you can camp there. We're not charging yet. And I was like, okay. It was kind of weird when one of those came to the top. Kind of fascinating. They are building a campground amphitheater to increase the usability of campground.
And it looks like also that is there an issue with their budget spreadsheet?
That could be, I don't know exactly what it is, but.
Yeah, it looks like it's like $60.
Oh.
Yeah,
I remember that too.
Minor error, not a huge consequence.
Again, I think of my nephew who's in a wheelchair. Like I said, I keep bringing this up, and I'm like, he can't recreate like other people think. So this would be a great opportunity for him to come in and, enjoy the nature.
Is that what did they list the amphitheater being used for? I'm curious because they list the primary activity as tent, RV, and hammock. What's the point of the amphitheater?
Nature presentations.
Located on a flat surface with ADA access, wheelchair will easily move in and out of the area. Vision of the amphitheater is to have programs for school-age children, families, and other nature programs that will be accessible and free to those attending. A veterans program will be held on the 4th of July with the scenic mountains in the east. The experience will be enhanced by the sounds of nature. That's probably why I felt the way I did. This is.
I love the sounds of nature. I guess the question is, outdoor recreation
is it
activity? Passive outdoor recreation at best. Kind of my analysis, but.
Do they have that amphitheater itemized out? Like if we decided that doesn't pass muster, we don't like that, can we carve that out?
Is that everything that it's funding?
Yeah, I
Sorry.
think, I don't think they put
Yeah,
it
that's why I
out.
was curious about who's sure, because it'll just be here. The toilets are probably something.
Yeah, the
Accessible by the summer.
Yeah.
budget, it's just for the amphitheater.
We do have the 3 o'clock regional.
Yeah, we
asset.
do have, we're up against, a couple minutes late on our regional asset share presentation, so do we want to take action on this? This motions have been made, seconded, we have been discussing it, and so now back to the original motion.
And I'd like to amend my original motion to approve 45.33, everything above that line, save the West Haven City,
Okay.
amphitheater, and just table that, and we'll discuss that later. Because I'd like to advance.
Fair enough.
Let's just do those top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Okay.
It was me. I second
So,
that.
Lance, can I just understand your intent?
Come on in, come on in.
The intent is to go through the rest of the projects.
Oh, absolutely.
I think he.
I was just trying to take a dive before we got these guys. Absolutely.
I know, I was like, I want to take a much bigger bite.
Yeah,
That's what I was. We only have 15 minutes.
Just, no, I really only have 15 minutes, so just take my time.
So let's quickly do a voice vote.
Okay.
So, back to that original motion, the top 6, everybody in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll that is unanimous and we'll take those. Okay. Now we're ready. We got, Washington Wheels Park.
Masters and.
They are virtual, right?
Yes.
Signs.
There's a picture of side.
All water, not the all.
Not that Paul Walker.
All right, welcome, Paul, and whenever you're ready, take it away.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is the Wheels Park in Washington. It's located in Washington Hills. It's near the airport. If you guys are familiar with that area. It's really close to the SR7. There's actually a new interchange going on right next to this project. So we're really excited about some good connections with trails that come to this location as well. We've got master plan trails to connect into Parkin and St. So this Wheels Park is got amenities that are anything wheel related. So we've got bikes, skateboarding. The concept of this park is things that are wheel related. We also have this, I'll get into it a little bit more, but we have this set up so it can host events. There's lighting, we can set up temporary bleachers. We're hoping to have a qualifying level of skateboarding events at a time in the future. We've got plans for this to serve not only Washington City, but Washington County, and also visitors to the area. It's a very popular area and it will be used year round. We're expecting a large economic development or economic benefit from this. We've partnered with Washington County. They've donated $1 million towards this project as well. It's a $13 million project. It's 15 acres. We're finalizing some plans right now with the engineering, and we're hoping to start construction in the summer. And with completion being early next summer, a little more than a year from now. So this project also was awarded a $200,000 Tier 1 grant last year, and we're submitting for this year's $750,000 regional tier grant. We submit it with the understanding that if Washington City is awarded this grant, that would make the previous grant, that would supersede the previous grant, replace it, and effectively cancel that grant. We're prepared to move forward and forego the first grant if the second grant is awarded. Some of the wheel amenities, we've got a pump track. I'll go through some of these quickly. We kind of just show what we can do with this pump track. There's a beginner's area. As I said, we'll have this set up for events. So some of the concepts are we can have a dual race course that can be there for events. We can have single track timed events through this course. We can do a park loop through this course, and this area is designed so that we can have spectators come in and set up temporary bleachers. There's permanent lighting in these areas as well, for events and for after hours, especially when the season it gets a little warmer and people are wanting to be there more in the evenings with the cooler weather. Here's concepts for the bike portion of it. So we've got some mountain biking type tracks. The first track is a slope style course. There'll be many amenities in this. All the travel on these courses kind of goes north to south with a return track. We also have planned in there a head-to-head dual pump course that will go next to the first course. Other bike amenities, we plan to have a dirt jump course through that, and all these will kind of be linked together so that people can go from one to the other and use them, also be able to use them independently and safely from each other. The skate portion, here's the concept, the design for the skate portion. This also has open space so that bleachers can be set up temporarily for events. Again, the permanent lighting in place. It's got areas for different levels, different skill levels. We've got many bowl amenities as well as some other skating amenities. We've got seat walls located throughout the skating so people can skate on them as amenities, but also they're there where people can sit and enjoy and hang out and be spectators through all the skating that's going on. Some of the ineligible items, we also have a very large playground and a very large splash pad that aren't eligible for this grant, but it serves multiple ages. So an entire family can come to this park and be able to recreate outdoors. Younger kids can use the playgrounds while maybe older kids are using some of the other amenities. This is planned to be pour in place, accessible surfaces. The whole site is ADA accessible. And is there any questions?
All right, thanks, Paul. Yeah, we do have one question.
Got a couple questions. So on the slide presentation, it said the total budget's 13 million, but in our sheet, it says that the total project cost is 9.65.
That have to do with what's eligible.
Yeah, that's counting the ineligible cost. That's the playground, splash pad. We've done mass grading, so the work completed to date is ineligible. That goes towards the total cost, the city's total cost.
And if we didn't want our $200,000 back and we're willing to stack the two grants, would you take both?
Yes, we would definitely take both. We've got enough here that we've got plenty of matching money. We just didn't know what your policies would allow.
Thank you.
Paul, what do you anticipate with, you mentioned the possibility of being able to track events. And I'm not questioning that. I'm just curious what you penciled out as to what events and kind of how many people you think would come regionally or from the west to participate in events there.
We don't have any numbers, but in Utah in the spring and fall, it's really easy to get a lot of people down here. So we've been talking with the county, trying to find weekends where there are less events going on, where we could fit some larger events in that would attract people from throughout the state and throughout the region.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. All right, doesn't look like we have anything further, so thank you, Paul, appreciate it. So is the mic now on the out?
No, I think we need to fix that
Yeah,
now,
so-
though,
so
so maybe
hit
we do
settings,
that
hit
while
the
we're
gear.
not trying to talk to people online for a second.
Yeah. Second.
Yeah. So can you test online?
Testing
Someone's
1, 2, check, check. Ladies and gentlemen.
Is the
Testing
echo-
1, 2, check, check. Is the audio coming out of the OWL units at this point?
It is, Paul, thank you. Are you able to hear us?
Awesome. Thank you. We see a decrease, no echo present now. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Where's one on? Okay, next up is Jason Wolf with Upper Mill Creek Canyon. So you have in the room instead of online. Is that right? Yep.
All right, floor's yours. Great. Where do you want us? You'd be up right up front. Yeah. Sure, all right.
I've got one of the slides.
Mill Creek Canyon, where is this again?
Great. Well, hi, everyone. My name is Jason Wolf. I am the Canyons Management Program Director for Salt Lake County. I work out of the Office of Regional Development, and we're here to talk about the Upper Mill Creek Canyon Trailhead Development Project. The next slide here. Just kind of give a quick overview, activities to date for this project that we've done and accomplished so far. Zinni will give you a trailhead design update, and then we'll talk about the schedule and any questions at the end. So just kind of a quick brief overview of the project for this Mill Creek. We are looking at redeveloping 4 trailheads in the Upper Mill Creek area. So obviously this is in the Tri-Canyons area for the Wasatch that sees roughly 3.2 million visitors a year. In 2020, we were approached to apply for a federal land access program grant to help redesign and redevelop the upper portion of Mill Creek Canyon. From there, as far as further design went, we've identified 4 major trailheads for either improvement or complete new trailheads. So this is the Wintergate, Elbow Fork, Alexander Basin, and Upper Big Water Trailhead. And kind of important to this area are the regional trail connections. So recently we've had new trail developments that are just finished at Granger Peak. So this is connecting Pipeline Trailhead, if you're familiar with that, down into Salt Lake City and connecting through the Harley's Trail from there. We also have the new Upper Mill Creek Pipeline Trail that was recently completed. And then from there, we've got 2 regional trails, so to speak. We've got the Wasatch Crest Trail that comes off from Granger Peak, or from Garzon Pass and Summit County. And then we also have the Great Western Trail that comes from Lambs Canyon up and over from there.
So you said you're gonna take pipeline all the way down into Salt Lake?
It already is.
It's already
As
there.
of last summer.
Yeah, okay. So that's been complete as of, the fall.
Yeah, last fall.
So activities to date, so like I mentioned, this was part of the 2020 application for the FLAP grant, which the Salt Lake County was the applicant and awarded. We've had numerous meetings since then, 3 public engagements, and we're just finalizing the NEPA, which is environmental assessment. So the public comments just closed on that, and we're incorporating those comments right now. Next slide. And trailhead update design.
Yeah, thank you, Jason, and Salt Lake County for spearheading this project. As the land manager and a recreation program manager, I'm really excited to get these 4 trailheads on the ground because they're very substantial changes from what's there. It's going to really change the experience of people recreating in the Upper Canyon. It's not just like an asphalt project. This is total redesigns. If you look at Upper Big Water, it's not just that it changes flow and adds parking stalls and ensures that there's a shuttle option, a location where shuttles could run. It also creates, and this is true of all the 4, each one creates this landing. Currently, if you've been out there, I know probably
many people have. You go out to a trailhead and it's either you're pulling off on the side of the road in some of the places and there's no bathroom, there's no sign. Or there is a trailhead, but the bathroom's here, and then we have a trail that starts there, and then a kind of weird sign over here. And it doesn't welcome new people. If you already know the canyon, you're fine. But if you're like the new people who are starting to visit our canyons, projected population growth, you show up, you don't really know where to go. Instead, you're gonna arrive at a place, the bathroom, the maps, the educational signs, the stewardship behavior type signs are all gonna be here right where you're trying to go anyways to get on trail. In Big Water, we've moved the yurt location so we could use it as a visitor center. Again, right there at the main trailhead point. At Wintergate, anyone who's come up to, like, if you've reserved the yurt and you're skiing up to the yurt, which is also a regional draw, or if you're just using that trail. It's a total mess. It's a total mess. And so this really doesn't just expand it, it makes it work with plowing. It gives turnarounds, it increases the bathroom, makes it a real trailhead. And then we have trail connections that allow it to be used in summer to access terraces and some of the other trails that we have difficulty accessing now. So ADA, like, if you show up with your hand bike or in a wheelchair, you'll be actually able to use our trailheads and enjoy the meadow and views from there. So again, thank you to the county for putting this together, and as land managers, we're here to support, answer questions, and be really glad that we might be managing this recreation situation in the future. And we can address the schedule.
Yeah, do you want to schedule or plans, do you want to touch on what schedule at all? So yeah, just kind of briefly touch on the schedule. So in 2021, we presented the scope of work, timeline, started working with our partners, issued a few press conferences. In 2022, we looked at public comments to come up with a preliminary design, starting some of the NEPA documentation in 2023. Really where we're at now is finalizing the design for not only the trailheads, but all the rest of the Upper Mill Creek projects as well, with actually starting breaking ground here, hopefully this fall, with the Elbow Fork Bridge project, which we were awarded last year. This is a recreation restoration project to add trail connectivity for the pipeline, with the goal of keeping as many of the trails open during the construction period as possible. So we're looking at breaking ground, starting that this fall, with hopes of putting this out for bid and starting projects here in 2025 and through 2026 is the construction season. Now with that, we can go to questions.
So for 25-26 will be upper gate, will be essentially closed for pre-construction, the upper of the center gate.
Winter will be open, you know, that same November through July 1st, it'll be open. Actually, I don't know if it'll go all the way to July 1st.
Yeah, it was kind of the construction.
It was done on the construction, but during construction season, the road will be entirely closed. The trails will be open thanks to the little connection that we're able to put in to make connectivity. So that's the plan.
So, yeah, plans to keep winter recreation. So cross-country skiing, that sort of thing. Open in the fall, winter time.
But upper pipeline, all that stuff will be closed.
The trails will be open. You will be able to drive to them. So yeah, so if you're a gnarly biker and runner, this is your 2 years. And if you're yourself, otherwise, I'm so sorry.
So shuttle all that. Okay, other questions?
We kept it short so that you could ask questions.
Well, it's exciting. Yeah, it's awesome. Having been up there and having to wait for parking spots.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
that's actually my question is there any way to have a system in place where you can get notified down the canyon that the parking lots are full when you can Disneyland or something?
Yes, I think that was.
So it's currently, because we're starting in the upper part of the canyon, we unfortunately don't have that infrastructure in the lower part of the canyon. Our goal as far as the Federal Lands Access Program is to apply for the next round of projects to do the lower part of the canyon. As part of this project, we are putting in basically empty conduit to facilitate some type of communication with that. So it's in the planning. Unfortunately, we're starting from the wrong end. So we gotta wait till that lower part's done, but it is in the plans.
That would make a difference, right? Canyon.
Right, that's the idea.
Jason, I'll just put a sign on your mom's house. Okay.
Yeah. Right. What are the questions? The NEPA concerns, everything on track there?
I think you read all the comments at the stage.
Yeah, so there's actually gonna be two NEPA decisions on this. The timeline that Jason just presented. Federal Highways is the lead federal agency because they're the ones that administer the Federal Lands Access Program. They went out along with the Forest Service on a joint comment period on the Federal Highways environmental assessment. That comment period ended, I believe, April 5th, I want to say. So we're in the process of reviewing those comments along with Federal Highways and our project partners, the county, Mill Creek City. Federal Highways right now is anticipating that they will issue their decision probably sometime in May. The forest will be required to make a subsequent decision, and it, not to get in the weeds, but it basically has to do with where the county easement is and what lands we're dealing with outside of those. The important thing here is that the trailheads will fall in the Forest Service decision. I should say the trailheads on forest land. There is part of Big Water that's on county land, but we will need to issue a subsequent decision outside of that. We don't have a set timeline on that, but we're anticipating that decision will be issued probably by the end of the summer.
Maybe from the like, is there reason to worry?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So in general, what we're seeing in comments, people are concerned about the formalization of the parking. They're concerned about the road widening. And then we've gotten tons of comments about people wanting shuttle service. Just very quickly to answer those, the parking, we're not increasing parking in the canyon. Essentially, we're restricting informal parking along the road and moving that into paved parking areas. So although we're expanding parking at trailheads, that is also tied to restricting parking along the road. So we're not technically increasing capacity of the canyon. With regards to the road widening, this was more in Federal Highways with regards to safety. They are kind of going with the narrowest analyzed width that they plan. So I believe they're doing two 10-foot lanes and then a bike lane up to Elbow Fork in addition to that. Above Elbow Fork is restricted by the topography of the canyon, as you know, and resources. So that was one of the main reasons of not continuing that bike lane beyond Elbow Fork. With regards to shuttles, that's not part of Federal Highway's scope and the purpose of this project. However, the Forest Service is still looking at the possibility of shuttles along with other management criteria or methods to potentially restrict or limit vehicles in the canyon. So that's ongoing outside of this project. Nothing in this project precludes shuttles or any other management technique that the forest and county might implement in the canyon. So.
I'm just selling some shuttles cheap right now.
All right.
I wanted to hear the little.
Oh, I just said Zion is selling some shuttles real cheap right now.
I will add, that's one thing the forest has been looking at. We partnered with the Park Service and have them prepare lessons learned for us on nationwide, their use of shuttles and other management techniques. So we're definitely taking that into consideration as we look at how we will manage vehicles here. So
Yeah, they're not getting rid of shuttles. They just switched to electric. Yeah. They just got rid of all their old ones. Forget it.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, thank you guys. I don't know if you ask questions later, but we would be available if you had any follow-up.
Winter time up there.
And Josh.
All the way to the end.
That's not door.
Except it is slit. I went down on the bike right there a few years ago. Yeah. Right on the pavement. Yeah. Showing the kids what not to do.
Learn from my mistakes.
Yeah.
Are we what's keeping you from moving on? Are we the last?
No, you guys, I was thinking about, we got one more after you, so you have your entire 15 minutes.
We really appreciate the opportunity to be here again to talk about some of the exciting things that are happening at the Bastion Agricultural Center. And specifically, we're really excited to bring this proposal to you, or to talk a lot about some of the functions and exciting opportunities that we foresee. We've been very fortunate to be supported by the Land Water Conservation Fund, as well as the TRCC from Salt Lake County, and are starting the build out of our larger natural resource arboretum. And the ask that we have here is one that we feel matches those other elements, but it adds some elements of play and exploration, which Dave will talk about a little bit more. The other thing that's exciting about this piece is that it's very much so one that we feel like we can accomplish very quickly. Within a year's timeline is what we've proposed to be able to lay out and immediately start allowing kids and their families to recreate in our advancement. So for those of you, I think we've talked about this a little bit, but we are a part of Utah State University Extension. And so we have extension offices throughout the state. And the hope of the Bastion Center, and it's already becoming this, even in just the 2 years that we've been established, is that we will start to become a hub for a lot of programming, a lot of excitement, a lot of opportunities. And we're seeing that not only for those that live within the county, but for those that are across the state, as we are seeing a need for these recreational opportunities as well as educational programmatic opportunities throughout the state as people come in from all of the different corners. And that's really important for us because even though we love Logan and it's beautiful, it's very far away. And so as we create this arboretum and these experiential opportunities, it's really important that we have that support to be able to provide those opportunities for all. This gives you an idea of parts of the Arboretum in whole, but just more or less the focused areas that we will talk a little bit more in detail about today, that Dave will talk about again. We want to introduce adventure. We want to introduce risky play. We want to give kids and their families specifically an opportunity to learn and explore and be able to recreate. And we've seen this right when we took over the Bastion Center. We witnessed a tragedy where we had a young man that was riding his bike out on 114 South, not a very safe place to ride, but yet the testimonial of there's really nowhere else to ride. And unfortunately, he was struck by a car and killed. And so that's for me as the director of the facility, why I push forward and keep trying to find these safe places and spaces where kids can recreate and experience the outdoors and get out of their homes to provide that opportunity for them that's close by in proximity, not only for them, but also again, as we bring in folks from around the state. I'm going to turn the time over to Dave to really dive into the components of the program that we hope to install with this ask that will make a difference. And Dave is our director of 4-H and youth programs for the state of Utah. And so he's the guy to talk about all of the different developmental pieces and why they're important for the kids.
Let's jump to that slide. So first and foremost, I love the fact that you guys talked about these gnarly bikers and skiers are going to really forward ahead on the trail up Mill Creek. This is not our target demographic for this. I can tell you that right now. What we're after is, after Richard Lew's book came out, the first one, The Last Town in the Woods, we started teaching students, we started teaching community members, and we started teaching pre-service teachers about this concept. And we did it. I've done this for years. What's fascinating to watch is, this is anecdotal. I don't have the hardcore research. I apologize. We are faculty, but we don't do that kind of level of research. Is age, more so than geography, age matters when people talk about, if you start the conversation, how did you play outside? And the older the people are, the bigger the spaces get. They talk about forests, they talk about range that they played on. And as the people get younger, then it becomes orchards, it becomes parks. And now as you talk to the undergrads in college right now that are going into elementary ed, they have really no concept of outdoor play anymore. It's really kind of scary because they've grown up in suburbia, and I don't like to call it beige blight, but it's this neighborhoods of full beige stucco that are very well manicured, but no places to play. So what we're trying to do is address that nature deficiency syndrome by providing a baby step back into play. And what we've seen when we built Thanksgiving Points about 15 years ago is all of a sudden some of the older adults remember, like, oh, I remember doing this as a kid. And then they realize it's not so scary. It's okay to invite kids to take some risk in nature and play as if they were playing. I admit that recently I read an article from one of my colleagues who was doing some outdoor education, and she was critical of the students for picking Phragmite and making them into swords. And like, you know what? Let it go. First off, pick all the Phragmite you want. And two, I want these kids to figure, like, if that's how they play outside, let's foster creative, free play. So that's what risky play does. Is it really risky? No. But if you're 8, there's a level of risk that gets you excited about climbing on boulders, climbing on trees, and climbing on logs. That's what we're after in this first part of our Nature Explore space. And then the next slide here, we can jump to that, is education and exploration. We know there's different learning types of kids, and we really want to foster, okay, some kids are all about that risk. They want the sense of adventure, but some kids want to deep down explore more. And so providing places where they can learn about tree rings, they can explore into tunnels, they can start digging and playing in the land. That's what we want. And there's not a lot of instruction here. It's like, let the kids figure it out and let them give nudges from signs for caregivers, for educators that are there to kind of raise their awareness of what that could be done as a nudge, but oftentimes kids will figure this out. We can jump to the next one here. This is actually my favorite, is the experiential learning here. Hands-on, get dirty, get muddy, it's okay. And that's what oftentimes, as I talk to older people versus younger people, they don't have a differentiation anymore. If you're old enough, you remember you used to come home from school and you take off your school clothes and you put on your work or play clothes, right? And that's this whole idea here of you're gonna get messy, you're gonna get wet. And how fun is that to be able to foster that? Because what we're really after is building a spark and fueling that spark so the kids want to then explore further past what the 15 acres the Arboretum is going to allow. But we have to do this in a kind of a safe place to foster that spark in the beginning to make that play happen. And who doesn't love to play? And I love the teachable moments of that happen when we mix water and sand together and helping kids understand that, especially in the West, it's all about moving water from one place to another, and water is precious. So in these water play areas, don't be alarmed. You're going to have to work for your water. It's not just a free-flowing area. If you want water in that place, you're going to have to be pumping for that water to get it, to make it play. Let's go to that last slide. Nature play. So if you ever read David Sobel's book, he talks about the secret place of childhood. And this is where we're really after that middle childhood kid who is old enough to start kind of venturing out on their own for fort building, for den building. That's what we're after in the natural play area, is helping kids really understand that the hang time increases when you start fostering play, that you can start building your own space and your own forts. Now, the downside I get, the kids may spend a few hours here and they may move on, but that's their special place for the time that they're there. And we want to encourage that fort building that can happen. You know, unfortunately, if you live in an HOA, they'll say, you got to take that down. You can't, have a shanty town in front on your front yard here. I see this happen all the time in my neighborhood with one vacant lot. The kids are constantly wanting to build forts on, and they want to play because there is fueled in this middle childhood. Kids want to do this. And so we're providing access to materials and safe spaces to do that, where they can explore and they can build. And in addition to just the fostering of excitement and exploration, kids begin to quickly understand some basic physics of how things work. What happens if I put this together? What happens if I don't put this together? If things fall apart? Those are the things that we're after here in fostering those life skills of understanding some very basic understanding of how things are built. That's what we're after in nature play. And we accept the fact that the reality is most kids can't do this anymore. The idea that you can't go out and play in a fort, you can't build forts like this anymore in your own backyard or fields or other places, we want to have that ability to come back. And we hope that caregivers and educators that come with are going to remember, oh yeah, we used to do that, and remember their middle childhood and want to experience that experience as well. And so that's where the extension world, yes, we're rooted in research. So are we looking at research like Sobel and Lou to understand what's going on? Absolutely. But we also want to foster community engagement and let kids get outside and foster the spark so that they can then pursue bigger recreation opportunities that are amazing in our state, but maybe these kids don't feel as comfortable going out there yet. That's it for our presentation. I think that's our last slide. Is that right, Josh? If you have questions you may have for us, or about the Ag Center as a whole.
Okay, questions? Thank you. I'm blown away. I think it's awesome. So not a question, but I love the notion of risky play. I think kids right now need more of that. So.
And the vendor that we've started working with Bjorn Stock, they get it too. There's a number of, and that's why I love, when we landed on Bjorn Stock to work with them, what I love is they get it. They get the idea of natural materials, natural play versus, I mean, there's a lot of people that will sell you playground equipment that is amazing and looks like blobs, but these guys get the real deal. And that's why we've really liked working with Bjorn Stock so far in the initial planning of this process.
I think it's important to note that the Bastion Family Foundation actually at this point is looking at potentially trucking a sequoia across the country to be one of the main staples of part of this area. So they really want that to be, you know, as part of that and allow that play. And I think, you know, as Dave mentioned, one last thing. When we talk about educators, we've over the last 2 years built a great relationship with the surrounding school districts. We already have in a separate sector of the center, livestock education projects for a lot of the kids, and the educators, the teachers are coming with them. They're able to teach them. And so as we build out these pieces of the Arboretum, we're allowing that actual hands-on experiential process. So a third grade teacher can come out and talk about some of these things, let those kids experience them, hint to those opportunities of education instead of watching it on a PowerPoint or a smart screen, right? And so we're excited about those partnerships, and affording us the opportunity to provide these will help to enhance that spark.
Yeah, question.
You started to hit on it a little bit. I was curious about the public access and how you're going to promote this type of nature play and playground, both to the regional schools, but also just to the public at large.
So twofold. So first and foremost, like this summer, we've already in the process of adding small elements of the nature play to our existing, what we call the 4-H clubhouse. And so Salt Lake School District, they actually have already partnered with us to provide 16 field trips to the center that focus on outdoor play, pollinators, and agriculture. Those are the 3 big things that we have grant money for this year. So the long-term plan is working with a larger scope of educators along the Wasatch Front. And then really long-term, if you want to look at the 20-year plan of the Bastion Center, is to provide residential housing for school groups to come. So if you live in Wayne County, if you live in Rich County, the idea that you could be bused to Salt Lake, you could spend the night at the Bastion Center and then take advantage of all the amenities in the greater area. And then obviously one day you get to spend out in the Arboretum doing stuff. We could also hit the planetarium, you get to the Natural History Museum because you come there. And so that's an opportunity for long range. And then the community at large, we're looking at opportunities for, once the Arboretum is complete, it'll be a gated venue that we would charge admission for, but we've identified 2 ways that we're going to provide access. One is through libraries, putting Bastion Center membership cards in the libraries. So anybody with a library card can check out a membership, and they would get that free of charge. They could go to use that membership. And then looking at the Museums for All program to access involvement with that to provide certain days of the month that would be free for anyone showing a SNAP Ed or WIC card or an EBT card. And the other part of Extension Creative Their Health does education workshops for specifically people that are receiving public assistance for food. And so we already have a natural audience built in that we could then promote, hey, that card gets you access to outdoor play and outdoor recreation. Other questions?
Maybe I was just blinking a little too long. What's the actual physical location?
South Jordan. So South Jordan, if you're familiar with the South Jordan Equestrian Park, as we speak, the railings are coming up, the racetrack is being removed. And so, yeah, I know it's happening. And so this is where the racetrack was. And hopefully there's no racetrack people in here, but the reality is we figured that for the greater public good, a racetrack serves this many people and takes up this much space. So the goal is to transform the former racetrack area into the Arboretum and a working farm that we can allow access to a lot more people in the community to be involved. And so that's where we ripped out, and that process is underway as we speak.
All right, I don't think we have any further questions, so thank you.
Great, thanks so much.
There's one field. Yeah, there's a city park to the north.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have, Joellen from Layton. I know there are people, oh, there she is. Hey, hello, how's it going? Good. Yeah, just gonna pull up your,
Welcome.
thank you.
And we'll get your materials lined up and you can jump right into it.
One for the.
Like, I guess while we're getting ready, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Joellen Grandy. I'm from Layton City. I work in the Parks and Recreation Department. I am the city landscape architect, and I oversee all the parks, trails, and open space for our city. I have my colleague here, Ryan Pickup. You want to introduce yourself?
My name is Ryan Pickup. I'm the Layton City Parks Superintendent. Thanks for having us.
Well, we're pleased to be here, and thank you so much for this opportunity to be able to come down and be able to present our project with you. When you're ready, just let me know.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first off, video, and then afterwards I'll have a presentation. Go for it. Thank you.
First video I saw.
I don't have videos. So the Case Creek Trail is a regional trail. It connects South Weaver, Layton, and Kaysville all together. It's a diagonal trail that is almost, I would call it, a crosshair to the NRG Rail Trail, which is another regional trail that travels all through the Wasatch Front, to be honest. So today, do I just?
So now, what do you want? Yeah.
Okay, you can switch to the next slide. This is the Case Creek Trail, obviously. This is a view on the east side of Layton, where it connects into South Weaver. Has a very mountainous view or experience to it. This is where you can access the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, a regionally significant trail that obviously also connects through much of Utah. And then if you'll go to the next slide, this same trail will connect to the West State Trail, which was recently installed and finished. And you can now walk to the Shoreline Nature Reserve. It's a beautiful place where you can be on the edge of the Salt Lake shoreline, experience the wetlands and all of the many types of wildlife and animals that are out there. Next slide. So this is, our goal is to be able to help connect. This is a multi-year project really to be able to eventually connect all of Case Creek Trail from the mountains to the shoreline. But obviously one step at a time is how we have to do this. This is a really important bridging in the Case Creek Trail and being able to connect our downtown area where the front runner station travels through and stops The next slide shows a master plan of the Case Creek Trail. I'll just point to it really quick. This is the Case Creek Trail. Obviously, besides the mountains, and then over here is the Shoreland Nature Preserve. Right here is the focus of our project. If you go to the next slide, this is part of a TOD area, transit-oriented development area. We have a lot of development happening here right now, a lot of mixed use and connections that are happening. Obviously, right here is the future pedestrian overpass, and then the Case Creek Trail travels through it. We have this part all constructed right now. This is our goal to connect, and then this is being built right now as part of another development that's underway. And then if it travels northward, it connects up into the city center. We have a lot of pockets along the way in Case Creek where you have, throughout the whole length of it, you have the ability to stop at neighborhood parks, outdoor trail areas. You have schools that we're able to connect to. This downtown area, you have a grocery store nearby, a high school, you have the IHC hospital, numerous apartments that are being built right now, and also the city center is there as well. And then the front runner station running through it, the hub where many people will come and commute to work and be able to hop on that trail to go to wherever they want. Next slide. This is a proposed concept. We have many partners that have joined hands with us. We've been able to fundraise almost $8.1 million as of to date. I'm sure you've read my packet. There's some of it that we're already starting to work on, and we realize that will be outside of the scope of this project request. But right now we are in the process of creating the plans for the actual overpass. And this is a concept of what it would look like. We have UTA as a partnership, UDOT, the Davis County is a project partner with us, WFRC, and we're hoping that we'll be able to connect hands and join hands with you as well. Next slide. This is a little overview of our project scope. We obviously are building a pedestrian overpass bridge. It'll have elevators and stairs, lighting, and then it will connect into those trail connections on either side to be able to continue this Case Creek Trail throughout the whole city. As of right now, we are in the process of the engineering design services, and as I mentioned, we have $8.1+ million secured, and the total project cost that we're anticipating is around $9 million. For this application, for this grant request, you recognize that the eligible project costs are $7.9 million. And we are fully committed to this project, and we recognize the value of it. Not only as there's just so many aspects to it, of it being a place for bringing people together for working, and not only that, a place where they can play. Case Creek Trail is beautiful. I wish I could take you all there on a ride or a walk, whatever it is that you like to do. It's absolutely amazing. You almost feel like you are in the mountains when you're still in the city, and that's an important attribute when you can bring the outdoor recreation to the people. Instead of having people go to the outdoor recreation and having to travel far distances, this is right outside of their doors, right outside where they work, and will be able to be an amazing benefit, not only for the neighboring cities nearby, but also for our county and being able to provide recreational outlets for people nearby. I have one more slide. Oh, so thank you. Is there any questions that you might have for us?
Go back to the prior slide there. So the green dotted line, is that trail that is part of your bigger plan, or is some of that already in place?
Yes. So this is trail that has been installed, and it goes all the way to here. This is what we're looking to do with this project. This is being built as part of the first phase of this mixed-use project. And then we have the land here. We haven't got this little section built yet, but we just secured the land last year. So we'll be looking to finish that little section right there as well.
So, I mean, and this ask is for the bridge itself. So but today, if I was on the northeast side on that trail and I wanted to make my way to the west side and get on the trail, what would be my options?
And yeah, so if you were here right now, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
So your options, because this is not built yet, you would have to go across here and then down this way to continue.
and you'd be crossing
Is that
The
Gentile?
tracks, yeah. the
Gentile
Gentile.
Plain.
Yeah.
Any other questions? in the committee?
Yes.
Well, I thought it was impressive, the list of partners that you've pulled together on this. And so if you get this piece connected, will that then connect all of Case Creek from shorelands to mountains like your video said, or are there any other gaps in the trail still?
Yes, if you can go back a couple slides, I'll tell you when to stop. Right there. Yeah. So, this part will be, we have, as part of our fiscal funding request this year, we have a small little section that we're gonna be building here from here. So from here to here, this will be fully connected. So from the front runner station, this way you'll be able to go to the shoreline. From here, once this little section gets done with the mixed use project, we have a trail that goes up to about here. Of course, there's that little section which we need to build. Right now, they go on the sidewalk, which is a widened sidewalk, up to our city center where we have trail. This section right here, we're still working on. This section up in here, or this section here, we're working on. This is being built actually right now with another development. So it's all kind of piecing together. This is all built in here, and we also just finished, which a couple of years ago, the Outdoor Recreation Grant helped us back in like 2018 with an underpass. So now we've been able to get under 89, so we can get over and now up to the normal pressure. So it's not perfect yet, but opportunities happen, and we have a lot of partners here together, and so this is our next focus, which I think will be a big thing for what we're able to accomplish.
On that middle section where you say you're working on it,
Mhm.
where are you at? Is it land acquisition? Is it joint development?
It's not that position.
Well, part of the reason I ask is I remember the fund, the underpass in '89, and I think it's awesome what you're doing to try to connect all the way through the city. And so regardless of what happens to this presentation, feel free to bring future projects back if necessary to help create this regional asset to connect the lines to mountains. I love it.
Thank you.
It's kind of what they've done in Sugar House as well, right?
Any other questions?
Ahmed, thanks for your presentation. That was really helpful to hear the narrative.
You're welcome.
Yeah, in the presentation. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you. Well, again, if there are no other questions, I appreciate the time. Thank you so much, and we look forward to hearing back from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a perfect vision.
So if I can just give an update, if you just received an email from me, that means I have at least one score I need from you. If you did not receive an email from me, awesome. I guess maybe I can just put this up on the screen too.
Whoa, you're gonna tell everybody?
I know.
I don't think it was on you guys though. I think
No, definitely not. I was meticulous.
I know.
All of mine, so they're
And so clearly this was something like within our system. Like, I don't know why these weren't required. I mean, it's obviously happening to enough people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so this will be that thing, just another check mark that we get to learn from. But you'll see, just for everybody's sake, it looks like we have Lance. All right, Lance already got one in. So just so you're welcome here. Just score 1 through 5, and I guess we have like Jeffrey and Tammy online right now, I believe as well. But yeah, we just have a few here. I've hyperlinked these so you can go to the review folder. If you need access to more, if you need to get back in the portal, if you need any of that, let me know. We can get you all that access. But just want to be clear with that. And then we'll just kind of we'll run the new numbers, we'll update the spreadsheet. And this is just for the work here one. Yeah, and the regional asset.
Did we gain?
So that link allows us to go back in and just score it? Is that what?
It's a spreadsheet. It's different than ours.
Okay, yeah.
Just put your score.
Oh, on the side.
and
Gotcha,
then I'll
gotcha,
go into
gotcha.
that and change it, but yeah, the application titles are
Fair
hyperlinked.
enough.
So you can, that'll take you to like the site plan and like the synopsis. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, appreciate that. Did we gain, Commissioner Pearson?
I thought I saw her online. I did see her in the spreadsheet as well.
Yep,
So-
she's here. Hey, welcome, Tammy.
Yay.
So I guess that's probably, gonna take us about an hour. I don't know how you guys recommend doing that. If you wanna just take the rest of the time and do it on your own, or if you wanna take some more time and, here. I'm
So
open
can
for-
I ask a question real fast?
Yes, you may.
So do I get back on the original thing? How did you say we score that? I kind of missed, there was too many
There's an
conversations.
email in your inbox, but, yeah. Looks like you only have one of them, just one to look at, and it's, Salt Lake
I
County.
saw that. I'm
Parkin
just
is-
wondering how to put my score in if I go back to the
Add to that
original.
spreadsheet there. There's a column that's called score 1 to 5. Put
Okay.
your score into that, and then these guys will put it into the actual applications.
Perfect. Thank you.
And then
Sorry I was late, but I've been watching for a while.
Okay. Glad you could join us. Good to see you, Sandy. Fast.
What time did you send it or? There it is. Got it.
You got it, great.
Yeah.
How many emails are you getting? Jeez.
This is my life.
I need to send it in the last 30 minutes.
In that time I have received, you don't want to know.
Crazy.
Social emails.
Right.
There's quite a few.
Yeah.
Something needs to be in there so that.
This one that was missing from me, at least I have a reason.
There's so many things that they had that last year for sure, because I remember, because there was one I wanted to make it 0.
Carolyn, I appreciate you following up with me.
And I was disappointed because I had to give it.
Well, I learned halfway through that you can't do it point
The
five.
one where it was like, hey,
I wanted to give it a half.
it's the 550,000.
It just rounds
They
up
were,
or
they
down.
were fully funded already.
Which project was it?
It's the,
So these two,
The
right?
case?
the, what is this, the reservoir and the pine.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I can't.
It's okay, you all are dealing, so, what was it? The day of the deadline, I emailed you and said, hey, this is weird.
Yeah.
They have all the money that they say the project is gonna cost, and yet they're asking for money.
Oh, yes,
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 that's
yes. And then
yes.
they gave us a little synopsis
Yes.
email.
Which
Yes,
was-
okay.
Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah, of course.
But I didn't enter school for them on that one.
Well, you might have, and it just
Yes.
didn't afford it.
No, I'm sure I did some good things. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's probably, I mean, we're gonna have a little conversation about it, I'm sure, but you pretty much are using us in case they have privileges.
Yeah, it's not, it's pretty quick.
It's still just.
I was in. No, I know, right?
In Utah.
Oh, did you?
Like, station. Like the weird thing is it's like I hired a guy to like.
Like, it's like,
Yeah.
It's a tricky place to work.
Yeah, which is the weird.
That's the weird part. No, it's retired, so I don't see how they've even done it without being back in it. Yeah.
So,
Let's talk to Esther.
Whatever you think you were thinking.
Yeah, if you want to start.
So.
Free bikes, I have one.
Are you?
I brought three bikes.
You know, sometimes. I remember when I first started teaching. I remember when I well, you know, sort of like exam, like, you know, I recognize that they're triaging and I'm not always getting their best work. But something like this. You know, I spent more time on the instruction documents and these things.
and efficiency. Here's what I'm thinking. These guys are frantically trying to get these correct. I think they probably are almost done. I don't trust myself to get these corrected scores and have the ability to really efficiently take a chunk and evaluate them here tonight. So
I did chunk of 10, I just have those, but I don't have. We have 10 that are 3, that are all highs.
we do have 10.
They're all.
Oh, as far as
Yeah,
final priority.
if we look at the high rating, it gives us 10 of them.
10 of them, okay.
But everybody's like,
How far-
I'm done.
Oh, so you've already looked at
Yeah.
the updated scores?
No,
here,
no,
yeah?
I'm just looking at the highs.
Just the green.
Yeah, not using the numbers at all. I'm
Oh.
going to, how many, so if you go, it only goes down to North Fork Park Adaptive Trail, redesign of new trails. That's the lowest one that ranked 1, 2, 3, yep, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep,
Okay, well,
we could do that.
That
we
has,
could do that if you wanted to make it a motion. That would be how many?
That would be 10.
10 of them.
10.
Okay. You think 30 seconds on each of those 10?
Yeah, I so moved that we, we move through anything that we haven't considered yet, that has 3 high rankings. That will give us a total of 10 projects to look at. For consideration.
3 high rankings.
No yellows and no reds.
Yeah, there we go.
All greens.
All
Gotcha, all greens.
All
Yep.
X's are in green.
In fact, I didn't even look if there's 2. I didn't count it.
That makes it extremely confusing. Mine doesn't have,
So,
Yes, it does.
yeah, but like, none of these would match, right?
Right. So we've already done those.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I'm just trying to
I'm
cut
just
down the
saying.
next one.
Okay, gotcha.
So we don't have
So
to worry
this
about the
one is-
rankings.
Gotcha.
We can use the 3 highs as a surrogate.
Yeah, I made the line, but then I was like, wait a minute, there's some mediums in here.
Yeah. So we think
I think so that would be
Good.
starting with the Southview Trailhead expansion and going down, anything that has 3 X's in the green, all the way down to the North Fork Park Adaptive. Okay, that's the motion.
That's the motion.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Russ, all in favor, well, any discussion? Let's just, our discussion will be, 30 seconds on each one, so let's, go ahead and start then with the Southview Trailhead expansion and improvement, the LMC receipt.
Where am I at?
Yeah.
I'm on that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, anybody?
We've got 2, right?
So, multiple phase, project. This is phase 1, so the BLM is doing the submission. Phase 1 seeks to, make improvements and, build tables. Phase 2 is, paving and access. Part of a bigger plan to, improve the, Iron Hills Trail system. I don't really have a lot of notes on this point. This is already been yet. Even the drainages.
Okay. Any others on that one?
I was on that one as well. My notes just say upgrades that are needed, and this area is just nationally known as some of the best biking trails around. We were talking about it during the break.
Yeah, it's.
When I looked at this app, I was like, I gotta go here.
What's the designation, Evan? National Recreational Trail?
Yeah, I got a national rec trail designation. And the need here is that the trailhead was built, the trails have subsequently been built, and the community has subsequently moved in literally on top of the trail. There's a hotel and a community right there, so they're maxing out their capacity and creating dust issues with the heavy use trailhead. So they're trying to respond to that with full heart and.
That's right. I put in my notes, I remember now, that we need to be good neighbors, you know, even though those guys moved in. after the trail was
That's
there.
why I always try to stay at that hotel.
There you go. You know.
So, and that's got, that one's going nowhere but up because it did have a 0 1. So.
Yeah.
Okay. For your walking path.
Tammy.
Tammy.
Bird on
Did we lose Tammy?
Zoom land out there.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
Tammy.
here.
Okay,
I'm
well,
gonna
if you
keep
want
my
to talk.
camera off though.
That's okay.
I'm sorry I'm at a disadvantage because I didn't print anything out, so, but I think I gave it a pretty high score on everything.
Yeah, you did.
Can I
All
just
right.
ask, which project are we on right now?
So I can speak to it. So this is the one that I had a 0 on. It was just one section though, so it's only gonna go up. But anyway, so, you know, I mean, Torrey, it's right there on the main street. It's kind of, basically, it's just kind of a glorified sidewalk, really. But, I mean, you know, Torrey's a cool gateway community. It's gonna provide access for, you know, bikers and stuff there on the main drag and, you know, access to other amenities and trails. And I'm sure they're gonna continue to build that out in Torrey. And this is kind of a little backbone project there. Anyway.
And it gets so busy at certain times, so they're just, it's overrun by people come in every 4th of July. And
Well, and that Torrey Main Street is just such a cool.
it's iconic.
You know, those big trees and stuff
Yeah.
like that. I can still remember when the tour of Utah had a couple finishes there. Anyway, it's a cool thing, and they just need a little access there and kind of tie things together on different sides of town. And again, the ask wasn't a whole lot. I don't, if I remember correctly. Yeah, $30,000
every Saturday.
You know, for what they're getting there, it's just it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, and that one I think is a really worthy recipient in terms of our lower grant matching threshold.
Wayne County.
We haven't done a lot in Wayne County.
No, we haven't.
I don't think so. I mean, it's.
I was way excited to see
Yeah,
it.
I think it's a no-brainer.
Wayne and Ken.
Okay.
There's some-
There's nothing else on that one. We'll go to the vernal diaphragma, Des.
Are we doing that? Cause it's got a,
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
it's got one median.
It does. Ogden Safe River Passage and Resolution. Drive Unlimited. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
It's basically what kind of updating the diversion in the river, by Trout Unlimited. I think I scored really, really high on this. So actually, the part I didn't like about it is since it's Trout, I was gonna have more fishing and stuff. They talked a lot about the boulders and the kayak. It was really well done. Thought they did a great job on it.
I looked at that one too. It's right in the heart of a disadvantaged census area. And if their construction, it looked like their timeline to complete it was really quick. They had lots of partnership and the clear support of the water company, which that's a clutch. So I ranked it high as well, clearly.
Okay. Weaver River Access, Russ.
Yeah, I'm on that one. So the total project cost on this one was $350,000 minus a little bit. They're asking for 200,000. They do fall within the 40% match. As I read through this, this is such an area, and they bring it out in the information. There's so much private land here, and that Weaver River gets used so much. This is something that needs to happen so that people can access that river. And I love to see these water projects. So I rated it very high.
I looked at this one too. It's part of the project that connects trails to town, the fairgrounds, easy access from the freeway. I think it'll have a great local economic impact. This is the 3rd phase of 3.
Yeah, they'll be dumping all their water, be it tubes and bores and everything right there. Good access.
Okay, the next one then is Morgan County Fairground Trail Expansion. And Patrick's not here, so I evaluated this one. This is right there on the Morgan County Fairgrounds, connecting paved trail basically from the river over to the park and the fairgrounds there. So well written, well articulated, good need, very close to the neighborhood, a lot of current use, a lot of projected use. They have community events there, and you know, accessibility is a factor. And else.
The applicant's Morgan County has a person's name. It's the applicant.
That's just
Okay.
one of those things that happens.
Morgan County Economic Development or Tourism or both?
Lydia, she's like, yeah, like the trails director.
Okay. Juniper Canyon Bike Park. This one is an RTP match. Friends of Harriman.
I looked at this one. I don't have the details of the project, but they're planning a trail. It will service multiple NICA teams. It's shovel ready. The big one that came to me from this one is, it's linked in an area with other, bicycle infrastructure, but that a young kid initiated this project. I can't remember his age. I want to say he was 10 or something when he started, and he's 16 now. And I think that grassroots shows great long-term stewardship and community connection.
Yeah, I also evaluated this one and I felt like they had a really well articulated economic impact portion of this, being right there in Harriman, near businesses and accessible into the other active transport.
Done a good job.
The other cool thing is that it's geared toward learning and skill building. There's not, some of this stuff might appear like, okay, they've got the advanced line, which obviously can be advanced. A lot of it though is very introductory and low consequence stuff. Yeah, like a beginner line, rolling doubles, these tabletop jumps that just helps people gain a little confidence and better skills. So I really like that aspect of the fact that it's kind of one size fits all for a lot of different rider levels and aimed at that skill improvement. Hard to find any weaknesses on that one. Oakley Trail Park Phase 2, South Summit Trails Foundation. Evan?
Okay, this is a project, I'm sorry, I closed my notes, a little too soon, but they're adding entry-level components to a trail system that currently doesn't have those components. And again, kind of skill building. It would connect to the Weber River Trail. My notes just say, expensive project, but worth it, ranked high. Well-executed proposal with lots of reach.
I scored as well, and it says it connects to 10 miles of trails, hand cycle ready with ADA restaurants as part of the plan.
Lodestone Cross Country Bike Park, trails in Utah, Salt Lake County, Des.
Yeah. Let me find it.
Was the highlighted individual that.
Oh, this is land that Salt Lake County owns and is making available for there's a bike park on it now, but it's complete redesign and reconstruction with 12 acres of trails for young rider skills, soft surface. There were letters from high school mountain bike teams close by with frustration on trail build or just kind of training site and skills building, not having to go to the east side of the valley and be able to have some west side areas in order to be able to have the high school mountain bike training there. I ranked it high.
Agreed. It's a strong project. It's an area where it's a little underserved. People have access and really emphasized. I don't need both skills for high school. Oh, and the adaptive bike fields, they make specifically said a couple of routes will be designed to accommodate adaptive cycles.
Rome West Trails. Not familiar with them. We had projects on them before.
So the competing trails, right?
We funded phase 1, but that was through Ecom City. So they've been working with Ecom City. They're like kind of like a local ranger.
Gotcha. Okay.
I scored this one.
Okay.
I ranked it high, had a detailed plan, including all riders, meeting the needs of quite a few users. They are developing a plan that needs little maintenance, and using products that are more environmental friendly, strong support from the community, and showed a great opportunity for growth.
It's Sanpete County. We got work.
And your local donors too. It's nice. Yeah, I only have one issue on the project on the match line item, but it was
just a technical error.
Yeah. Match things.
Their ask is really small on this one, right? 28.
Yeah.
Okay. I looked at this one too, and while it's installing a bunch of engineered features, and as we all know, engineered features take maintenance, and I missed that they discussed who was gonna maintain them. They're gonna put them in, but, that did not dissuade me from writing it.
And finally, North Fork Park Adaptive Trail Redesign and New Trails by Eden Valley Trails in Weaver County.
That's me. So, this is, basically already, a site with a lot of trails, and this trail that there is the main focus of this project was designed to originally be kind of, an entry-level one. And I guess because of a lack of maintenance or heavy use or what have you, it's become hard. So they want to redo it to bring it back into sort of the beginner, but also accessible rankings instead of being really challenging. Transform into a green trail and also make it accessible or adaptive. They're also adding in some additional new trails. So there's one that's 3 miles long, and it sounds like it's basically taking, it's to go to a view, but it also is connecting different parts of this facility. And then there's another connector that's just a half-mile long, but it's actually going to be used year-round. So they want to groom it for snowshoeing and fat biking during the winter time, as well as mountain biking. So that seemed like hitting a lot of cool activities. But on top of it all, this is an area that has, they're using a lot of in-kind volunteer labor, but these volunteers have been doing this for a long time already. So they've basically got an established group of volunteers that'll be working on this and continuing to work on this. So sometimes I get a little anxious about everything being determined by volunteers, but they have a history of these folks showing up.
Jeff or Tracy, anything else on it?
Yeah, full support. They're using Ogden Valley Adaptive Program up there, who runs a really strong program from a bike perspective, and definitely needed trails in that location. So.
Well, that's 10. Anything else on any of these? Any hesitation on any of these? I didn't sense any. Yeah, I think that was a good call. So there's no further discussion. We'll go ahead and vote on this and move those onto the list that will evaluate as finalists. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? That's unanimous. I have that group of 10. And you will clear one approved. Yes, not approved.
Sounded like a good.
Let's see. Where is it?
Oh, bite me.
I think, yeah, that was fast, which is good. So I think here's what I'm thinking. We will have a different sheet tomorrow.
Sorry, Teresa.
Different scores. Already too many. Ask any firefighter.
The worst initiatives in action.
This is a fuel reduction process.
Sorry.
It's a renewable resource.
So I think, yeah, tomorrow we'll have different sheets with updated scores, and we'll take a fresh look at the org tier 1. Also get some presentations on some additional regional asset here. So let's see. 9:15 is when our first regional asset tier will have 4 of them.
And I talked with the staff here. We can leave our stuff. They can take whatever you want, but we can leave whatever we want.
Okay.
Reconvene at 9.
Yeah, we'll do breakfast 8, 9 again, and then start at 9 first presentation.
thank you for making extra effort on the sheets. That has made such a difference, really.
So much easier to navigate.
And then, so
Yes.
for the sheets tomorrow, should we just do your tier one, original essay?
Yeah, because we can refer to this. We have, if we want to go back and look at any of these other pieces.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Could be one other. Motion, if anybody wanted to.
How many we funded?
With that,
Are you tracking how many navigations? we
Hey,
funded?
Russ, so you did.
Let's just compare numbers of some.
Did I what?
Unplug it? Or you got?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I heard a motion to adjourn by the
Yeah,
way.
unplug all of them. You unplug the old one.
That one.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Second, thank you.
Oh, second.
Hi, Aaron. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So Jason.